right, I wanted to welcome everybody today. It is neuroscience. Give neuroscience a thunderous round of applause. You know, the great thing about what you're doing is, first of all, we want you to share. We want you to share and comment because the greatest thing about this show is we're live. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. You know what that means? That I'm here with Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO and chairman, to change the world, that we're here to make a difference, that we have an amazing team with us all day, and we're really excited. But in this moment, knowing that you're gonna get to speak with, and by the way, it's all interactive, so please make comments, please ask your questions. It's going to be Mr. Jim Kwik, Joseph McClendon. A lot of you have seen, millions of you have seen, actually many million, actually 7 million have seen, actually 10 million with Tony Robbins and many more. We've got Fab Morgan on. You'll know the music, you'll know the sound, but it's the rhythm, it's the ideas, it's the brain, it's how the neurochemistry works. We have Dr. Rebecca coming up. She was the chair of Johns Hopkins Neuroscience, but now she's one of the exclusive speakers for World Bank and UNICEF, creating peace around the world. We have so many amazing people. We have so many great hosts, but I want you all sharing right now. I want you to take this link and share. Just Los Angeles Tribune Facebook page, simple. YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, wherever we are is where you want to be. And that's the great thing about what we do is we're really to present. We're here to make a difference. We're here to change the world. We're here to leave the legacy. I've got grandkids. I need to leave them something. I need to know it's not about me, but we need to know that the world they're going to walk into is a place that I want them to be and they want to be. So we're very excited to have everybody on. Love the comments coming in. Doria, welcome to the show. Nicole, Jason. Also, if you want to tell us where you're calling in from, isn't that great, the old call-in shows? But go ahead and just put in the box, type, where are you? Last time we had people from 23 countries watching this. And if you've come in through Jim Kwik and you saw his post this morning of Fab Morgan, welcome to the show. Welcome as one team, one family to the Los Angeles Tribune. We have many shows throughout the year. We just did a big podcasting show. We did a tech show. We did a leadership show with Russell Brunson and many more. We've had everybody on our stages because it's bringing to the world the information, education, enhancing and enriching your lives. That's enough from me. With that being said, we have an impactful morning. We're going to go in, in a minute, I'm going to bring the host up because you should know who else is with us. It's such a strong team. At the same time, Science Geek from Denver. Love it. Canada is in the house. I know the Philippines have just gone on. I've seen people actually from the European side, and it's going to be a great day. So hosts, if you want to bring yourself up to the stage, I'd love to just hear your excitement and why we're here and how we're going to drive this to the next sort of whatever it is. It's great to have the people we have because we're making a difference, and we're only making a difference because of all of you here. So I'm going to go around the horn. I'm very the neuro side, right? I'm going to go right to left, even though I'm left-handed. It's just easier for me to remember because I always forget somebody. Karen, tell us about today. What do you think?
Well, I'm so excited because I just love Jim Kwik and Joseph McClendon, and they have taught me so many truths that have made a difference in my life. To learn how to emotionally regulate myself when I'm escalated, and to learn the neuroscience and to understand how the brain works. It's amazing when you apply these tools, how you really can rewire your brain to have more resilience, to be able to have greater emotional intelligence. And I'm so excited for all of the audience to learn from all of these amazing speakers who will teach us all kinds of juicy tips and nuggets about neuroscience.
Yeah, it is great because there is such a learning in it, and it's so glad to have you here, Parisa.
What's really cool about this whole week is that it reflects so much of the journey I've had, and ultimately, like, why I even am here right now speaking to any of you. And it's that I dove into my brain health first. Then I dove into realizing that the mind is completely different than the brain, but they work together. And then the emotions attached to it, they're all three their own individual things. And that it's so important that we understand how they work together, because that's how you truly change how you experience anything in life. You change your perception, you change your reality, and truly the things that are going to be talked about the next 3 days are things that I've put in place in my life that have actually 100% brought me here today. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here today. And I stand on that with everything I have.
What's interesting too, get also from just a timeline perspective, is that we know Jim Kwik from 20 more years ago, right? And we were part of some of the teams. They put him on stages, and he was so young, and he still looks the same age. It's like stunning to me, but that's a conversation for another day. I don't know what he does because he must have started when he was 2. So, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Michael. I love your reflections, Parisa, because it's going to be a fascinating next 3 days. I mean, we're here to talk about neuroscience. We're standing at the intersection of human curiosity, potential, and just understanding. The brain is one of the most complex organisms, or organs rather, in the body. And so I'm just excited for us to hear from scientists, from experts that are really leading research in the neuroscience space, but then also hear from how individuals are applying some of this knowledge in their everyday lives, hearing testimonies from how listening to Jim Kwik has impacted and influenced someone's ability to understand what they're capable of. And so, the brain controls and the mind controls so much of what we do, from our emotions to our memory to our movement. The brain is the most powerful computer, and so it is really, really exciting to learn. Like, I'm here to learn, I'm here to take notes, to learn how we can enhance our decision-making abilities, our problem-solving abilities, and how we actually can learn how to be more connected with each other. There have been so many advances in the space of neuroscience study, and there's still so many more breakthroughs that we get to explore together. So it's really about exploring and learning. And so wherever you're tuning in from, we ask you to put questions in the chat. We want this to be interactive. We want to hear what you're thinking about, and we want to hear how you're applying some of these concepts in your everyday lives already, and what you want to know, because together we have the opportunity to learn and understand more about the brain, and then understand how our ability to learn more can impact the world around us. So thank you for being here. Ava, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alicia. I love how you emphasize learning. I can't tell you how timely this topic is on neuroscience. I know it sounds very scientific, but really, like with the bombardment of information out there today, you wonder, like, how do I consume so much information? And it's kind of like having this big feast to cook and having a small kerosene stove to cook with. We have very small bandwidth to learn, to read, to absorb. And this is what Neuroscience Symposium is about. It's about learning how to learning how to expand our capacities. The science has said that we only tap into 10% of our brain. What would it be like if, it's such an exciting time to live in, because we've got so much more discoveries that weren't available in the 1990s. They weren't even available in the year 2000s. And today, right here in the next 2 days in the Global Neuroscience Symposium, you're going to see and hear the latest, the brightest, and the best on how to expand your consciousness, your learning, and your absorption of the things that are just available for us to cook. Like that little kerosene stove, now you get to have like multiple stoves to cook with. So I'm so excited. Back to you, Michael.
It's great. It is true. It's the kerosene. I like, it's one person at a time. I think that's the brilliance here. It's one person at a time. There is that tendency, we try to globalize everything, which we are a global company. I mean, we're everywhere, and everybody wait till we do some of the stuff we're going to do in 2025, right? It's like we've just begun, and we're a company since 1886. But it is that one person at a time. It's that taking that individual who's sitting in front of you in a room of 12,000 people, and they're the only one in the room for you, and making a difference every day, and bringing us up to that standard of how am I making a difference. And really, in the pre-conversations with Jim about doing this show, his mission is healing the world, making a difference, looking at how we all think, and always look at yourself in the mirror and say, am I doing this for about me, or am I truly doing it for them? And so when I look at this broadcast and I look at all of you, that's all we're here for. we make a decision to be here. We make a decision to bring this out to the audience. We make a decision. We could be at Starbucks, right? There's all these other things we could be doing. We could be playing with grandkids and kids and nieces and nephews and families and whatever. But being here is the mission of change. And if we do nothing else by this whole broadcast, one person gets something they didn't have before. I think that's all that counts. Not from promoting our stuff or what I created or how great I am or anything, but from the perspective of that one person. I'm changing their life and I'm making a difference and maybe telling a story, right? We always, Ava, you talked about that a lot. I know a year ago we talked about stories. Everybody has their story. And I think that makes a difference. So we're about to move into the next piece. Let's just go around one more time and just, what is one word or one thought about today? And the first person always never gets enough time to do it. So I'm going to go a different direction. And I'm going to, if I miss somebody, I know there's only 4 of you on, but Alicia, what do you think?
Unlocking possibilities and potential. I think there's so much that we don't know. So how can we just expand our awareness and listen and really learn, going back to that whole idea of learning, because we each get an opportunity to expand. And it's so remarkable. Jim Kwik posted on his Instagram story yesterday, if you're able, he posted a message and it's written in different characters than letters. And he says, as you're reading this, you're going to start to become more familiar with what you're reading, even though it's not necessarily the alphabet, it's letters and numbers. But when you take that risk to say, let me try this out, you actually never know what you can discover. So I just encourage everyone to just be open to the possibilities, to learn and to discover something new. And I'll go over to Parisa.
So my word, thank you, Alicia. My word would be reinvigorate, because everything that we need, everything that is anything that we're going to already experience within ourselves is literally already there. It's just the unraveling, the revealing of what that excellence, that next level, that reinvigorated sense of self. And the next word, I'm going to add one more word in there, is stimulate. Stimulate the senses, stimulate the mind, stimulate the brain. And yeah, I mean, everything we have is already there. I'm excited just to dive into and hear from everyone and elevate one another. Let's go. I'm excited.
Pass it on.
Let's go with Ava, and then we'll have Karen close us out.
Yeah, thank you. I have one word, and it's expand. I look forward to expanding in these next 3 days, and of course, that goes with not just expanding in knowing, but expanding and implementing, expanding in creating and changing the world. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited for this, Karen.
Yes, and my word, of course, you guys have said a couple words, but I think of awareness, because Jim Kwik is teaching us how to be aware of how our brain works. If we're not aware, then we just default to the same patterns and we don't ever grow. We don't ever expand. We can't invigorate, ourselves. And so I think awareness is key, as well as learning these tools so that we can develop resilience and greater emotional intelligence.
It's that resilience part too. So that just keeps us all rolling. So, all right, fantastic. We're about to move into our first panel. So I had to clear my throat. You're supposed to take your mic away when you do that. So, hosts, I want to thank you guys so much for being on. You're going to see a lot of them all day today. Ava, Prisha, and Elisa, they're going to take you through the whole afternoon. And I won't say evening because people are like, how long are you going? But just stay with us all day. You guys are awesome. I've got a couple other panelists I need to get on. Thank you so much. And here we go to rock and roll. So, Karen, it's such an exciting day. So I'm going to clear my throat again by muting myself. I'm going to do this. There we go. That's better. All right. So here we go. All right, so we're going to bring on this next group. This next group, the amazing part of this next group is that they are truly part of the foundation of everything that we're building and growing. They're a group of thought leaders and really trainers that are going to take the mission of the Los Angeles Tribune to the next level. It's really interesting too, before I bring them up, is there's a couple of them who can't be on today because they're in a course. They're in actually a big course that I took 12 years ago. And they're like, we can't be on. I'm like, no. You are in training. We're always in training. When we say invest in every course on the planet, read every book. We're not kidding. And as trainers, I'm going to take a poll when I bring them up quickly. I'll show you how many are currently in courses because it's investing in yourself all the time. Always investing yourself. So with that being, without any further ado, I'm going to pop them up to the stage. There we go. Let's give Los Angeles Tribune trainers a big thunderous round of applause. Awesome. Um, and want to let everybody know, get ready, because after this panel, after the conversation, after moving us to that next level, we have Mr. Joseph McClendon. And so, and he actually just did a big tour. He was just in, I don't know how many cities. So he's pumped up and ready to go. And then he's going back on, obviously, tour with Tony. So he's just going to be brilliant, and the energy is great. So I wanted to welcome everybody, and it's so exciting to have you all on the panel today. How many of you are currently already taking or investing in several other courses at this moment? Raise your hand. I am. There you go. See, that's the learning forever. And I thought it was so funny the other day that somebody said to me, "But I'm in a course. I don't remember. I think it's in Singapore. But I'm like, yes, you are. That's exactly where you need to be." Because what you're going to bring is that so much back to what we're doing. And for those of you out there that remember this, and the course she's in, I'm not going to mention the name, but I'm just going to say, ho. All right. So all of you know what I'm talking about. You know what it's about. And for those of you warriors out there, one team, one family forever. So, all right. So we're going to go around the horn. It's neuroscience, it's thought patterns, it's vibration, it's movement, it's how we think, how we feel. We're meaning making machines. So, but this group right now has no idea who you are. They just know who you are because I said a little something. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the horn, and we're going to play the game. We know how this game works, right? For those of you listening out there, watch what we do when they introduce themselves, and then after we're finished, I'd love you to type in what's the one thing you remember, because I know what it typically is. So it's going to be their name. Okay. So why their name? Because their name is an anchor. It's important to all of us. And it's part of who we are. It's not what, but it's part of that who. At the same time, then they're going to say one thing about what they do. I'm a podcaster, I'm a trainer, I'm a teacher, and so remember how that anchors in then they're going to do the big anchor, right? Because we know, like, and trust people. They're going to, and by the way, I'm always going to train. So write this down. They're going to tell you one thing about themselves nobody else knows. Okay. And then we're going to come back around the horn and have a little conversation, because that's how the brain works. And that's how this goes. At the same time, a lot of these people you see right here on this screen, you're going to see October 24th. Write this down, everybody out there. October 24th at Barnes and Noble in the Grove. Got that? Everybody writing that down, in Los Angeles, a live Los Angeles Tribune event with, if you all remember, everybody knows who Prince is, right? The singer. We're going to have Sheila E., who is Grammy award winning, who's just got her star on Hollywood. And we have other actors and trainers and speakers going to be with us for just a night of great fun and learning and education. So you want to be with us. Now, here we go. Karen.
Yes, my name is Karen Hall, and I am a best-selling author. I'm a speaker. I'm a coach. I am the producer with LA Tribune Events, and I am also the host of the Hero Within podcast, where we share inspiring stories about people that are navigating adversity and how they find hope and healing. And we talk about neuroscience all the time, because all of us are going through adversity. Every single one of us has something in our life that has been difficult. And if you haven't yet, then you're going to. And so learning all of these tools has been so critical for me to learn emotional intelligence. And so now I teach people how to use emotional intelligence to develop empathy and to build relationships of trust in their professional and their personal life, because everything is based on relationships, right? I mean, if we do business with someone, it's because of the relationship. We have to have that trust in someone. And so I just love being able to connect with the guests at the events and with the guests on my podcast. I feel like I make a new friend every single time. And I just want to hug everybody. And when I get to meet them in person, I just feel so happy. It brings me so much joy, because I learn from all of you. And it blesses me to be able to help me to grow and develop.
The great thing about that is it is how we grow and develop, and how we make a difference, and how we change, and the blessings that we have, and the one thing about ourselves that nobody else knows. And sometimes we say, well, we've said that before, but there's always somebody else who hasn't heard it or hasn't heard the story, or now they're comfortable to say that thing about themselves that maybe they haven't wanted to. I mean, I used from stage, right? I did this for years. The one thing about me nobody else knows, which a lot of you do, because I've said it right, is I wanted to always live above the Pirates of the Caribbean. And I had somebody once come up at an event to me and say, really, thank you. Because actually, I love Disneyland, and and I go there 10 times a year, and my family makes fun of me because they're like, "Oh, you're still being a child. You're still being," and you just let my inner child know this is okay, and that I can be that way. So that's how you never know. You never know that one person how it makes a difference. All right,
Do you want me to add the one thing that nobody
I
knows?
do. That's why
Okay.
I did that as a teaser.
So the one thing that most people don't know about me is that I used to be terrified to speak in front of people. And at school, when I was called on to do things, my face would turn bright red. I would shake. I could barely get a sound out of my throat. And I was just sweating. It was just terrifying. And so my mom said, you need to take a drama class. And I'm like, get on the stage by myself. You're kidding. I can't even do it in a classroom. But my mom is very encouraging, and I did. And I was like, okay, well, I lived through that. And then when I went to college, she said, you need to take a public speaking class. And so because I had been in drama, I was able to do a bunch of leadership things in high school. It gave me courage. And then in college, I took a public speaking class, and even more terrified to do that. And all of a sudden, when I saw the light bulbs go off in people's faces when I was talking, I was hooked. And I was like, I love this. I became a professor at the university, and I went on to continue doing public speaking in many avenues. And you think if people knew me before, I know people that knew me from when I was a little girl are like, you're doing what? You're with the LA Tribune? You've got to be kidding me. So that's a great story. And the way I did it was through applying mindset.
Yeah. And the great thing about that again is that you open the world, everybody out there, realize, first of all, if you have questions, you can ask questions to at any time. So that's not a problem. But the great thing is that you're doing this for others and you're making a difference. And you're
Mhm.
the girls out there, the boys out there, the people who are really shy and can say, wow, did she just say what I think she said? And I can truly be part of this. And that makes a difference every time. So, it's great. It's great to have that. All right. There we go. We got yours. All right, Dr. Lisa.
Oh, Karen, when I see you, I want to give you a hug too. And Michael, and Mandy, and Lauren, and Chris. So I'm Dr. Lisa Tan from Puerto Rico. And what I do is I spark. I spark the inner fire of the people I love to serve because their fire has been dimmed for many reasons from childhood till now. And I do so by sparking neuronal reconnections in a very specific area of the brain called the hippocampus, where we have our long-term memory stored. So if I were to put a shower cap on you with the probes, it would actually show that part of your brain lighting up during this process called spark. And let's take Karen's example, the fear of public speaking. People are afraid of public speaking more than they fear death. And what I've witnessed is that in one session, we are able to help those with the fear of public speaking. And it happens through what is called a window of reconsolidation, where the neurons separate and rewire. And this was proven by Dr. Nader back in 2000, and it was actually published in the Journal of Nature. So I'm not just telling you, there is science, and that's what this summit is about, the neuroscience. So I love to help people spark so that they can make their mark in life.
That's it's great to have the things we bring. And did I fade off, or did you tell the one thing about you nobody else knows? Did I just totally miss that?
I was so into
Yeah.
sparking my own neurons that
Yeah.
that slipped my hippocampus.
Uh-huh.
So,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
so one thing you don't know about me, and maybe you can't tell because I'm not in my Jedi attire, but I'm truly a Jedi. I defeated Darth Vader in front of the Chinese theater in LA. For real. Darth Vader. So next time I'll bring up my lightsaber to show you.
There you go. Give that a round of applause. I mean, that's the kind of thing that no one's going to ever forget. I'm telling you right now. Um, unless they're like, oh, no, Star Wars again. We hear about that way too much. You know what, people? Star Wars, Star Trek, we're going to have way too much fun. It's Neuroscience Day. We should have brought clips from, I don't know if we could say it, but there was a show, Big Bang Theory. Okay, I said it quickly, but we're not promoting, and it's the show was very much about the head in science and everything. And they used all of that. So thank you for bringing that in. I really appreciate that. Um, and it's the kind of thing that you're always in education and learning. So first of all, how many out there, we're going to keep going around in a second, but how many people out there that are listening to the show, if you can type, please, if you're driving, do not put this type. How many of you in your daily lives, right, use your brain? This is a funny question, I know, but people always forget, because here's the thing, put a one in the box, everything you do involves a body mind connection, right? There's a body heart mind. We can go on and on and on. And so everything that you do is your meaning making machines. So you're always making meaning. You're always looking around with there's a discrimination that we all have. And at the same time, there's those kind of things that we love to do, and they become automatic. And you ever have that day that at the end of the day, you're like, I have no idea what I had for lunch. At the same time, you do, and that's part of what Jim Kwik works on, and Lisa just talked about, you have access to all of that. Sometimes it's also what's important. And if we remember, what's truly important is our communication, our being with other people. We found that through COVID. We found that even you big introverts like I am, I like some people at some times, right? But you have that ability to bring that out in other people. And I think the greatest thing about that is what Lisa just said. She beat Darth Vader. But did you see her face when she talked about it and how she lit up? And I would be like, let's go to Star Wars. Let's go see the movie. I mean, it's there when people light up about something, never ever, we used to call it dream stealing. Never take it away from them from a neuroscience perspective. Say to them, that's fantastic. That's awesome. And even the question of now, look, there's a difference between men and women. We know this. We could talk about that all day long. It's okay to ask another question, guys. It's okay to do that. But it's like, wow, what was that like for you? Or even show me, because then you do a kinesthetic side. Show me what it looked like. That's really diving into the other person. And from the perspective of, that's a great comment. There's a great comment. Are you using your brain, or is your brain using you? We could have that conversation all day long. We can get into that. So trust me, it will be discussed later. That's awesome. But it's the kind of thing where, for all of you out there, audience, for everybody listening, do it from whatever perspective you are. If you ever wanted to be on a stage, you should reach out to me. I'll tell you right now. If you ever wanted to be an author, speaker, a trainer, the best employee on the planet, a CEO, it's all about how you think and feel and move and hear and how we take the meaning. And so everything you're going to learn today is all about that. Everything you're going to learn today. So you might be listening to this going, yeah, I don't want to know about neuroscience. I'm a salesperson. I'm sorry. That's all we do, right? I am I'm just working at a Starbucks making coffee. Every move you make, every breath you take. Oh, wow, that sounds like a song. I should write that down. But it's the kind of thing where you are using it at every moment. And there's something today. I promise all of you, there's something today. You'll learn one thing today you didn't know before that you'll use within anything you do. Over to Dr. Mandy.
Hi, Michael. Hi, everyone. So great to be here. I'm really excited for today. It's going to be a lot of good learning. And we live in such a world with so much is going on in our brains all the time. And it's our most powerful and our biggest hindrance in life as well. So it's super powerful what we're going to be doing here today. So I'm Dr. Mandy Rose, and I'm a TV show host and podcast host. have a show. It's actually shifting right now. It was My Life, My Freedom. And I have a new show coming out where we're merging spirituality and business, bringing spiritual solutions to modern day business problems, and also bringing modern day business into spiritual businesses. So I'm really excited about that. And my business expert growth agency helps businesses expand and find more people to help in the world, find more clients, really spread the word of what they're doing. And something that I'm going to go off of Karen and Dr. Lisa here, because Dr. Lisa, I needed you a long time ago to overcome public speaking in one session. Oh my God, sign me up for that one. I'm with you, Karen. Someone you may actually, I don't think any of you here actually know this, and you know a lot about me here. Is that I actually was the same as you, Karen. I was terrified of public speaking. I literally, in school, if someone had me, like the teacher had me read like a paragraph out loud, I couldn't even get halfway through it without my like, I'll take over from here. I'll read the rest of it for you. I couldn't even read out of a book in front of the classroom. And in addition to that, I was so insecure and so hiding. I actually was wearing men's clothing until I was 30 years old. So I was Lauren's like, what? Yeah. I was very, very insecure and very shy. And how did I overcome all of this? Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of reprogramming of the brain, and a lot of really setting myself free and being a different person. And Dr. Lisa, I could have used you to speed up that process. And we're going to probably learn a lot of things today that will speed up the process for wherever you're trying to get to, whatever is holding you back from what you really, truly want in life. Your brain's holding you back. So I'm excited for today. And thank you for having me.
Oh, fantastic. Did I miss it? See, I fade out all the time. Did I miss that one thing?
Yeah, I
I
shared
did.
it.
I thought you did. Okay, good. That's why I thought it was that part. I'm telling you. It's great. It's great because also, so Dr. Mandy, are you coming from the islands today?
I am here in Cayman Islands. Yeah.
So two of you are coming from islands today. Look at how
Yeah.
this works, and you basically do whatever it takes to be on this, wouldn't you?
I would. Yes.
Yeah, you would. And that's what we're always looking for, is what will we do to move it to the next level? What will we
Mhm.
do to really have that part of ourselves? So Dr. Mandy, thank you so much for being on. It's just
Yeah.
awesome. Lauren.
Hi, team. Hi, family. I'm so grateful to be here today. My name is Lauren Fields. I'm calling in from San Diego, California, and I'm so excited for this summit because in this moment, I'm building new neural pathways by saying yes to something that I've been afraid of as well in the past, that has been public speaking. And each time we say yes and put ourselves in a new uncomfortable position, we're telling ourselves, yes, we can. And we're proving that by forming new neural pathways. So I'm so excited to be here to learn more about neuroscience. I am the host of the Fields Well podcast. It is your destination for growth and transformation. We talk all things psychology, wellness, mindset, topics like how to get unstuck, how to turn your adversity into your advantage, and how to take better care of yourself and strengthen the relationship you have with yourself. I'm also a coach and a TEDx speaker, and I am just about to wrap up my master's in psychology. So I find the topic of neuroscience fascinating. And one thing many people may not know about me, and this is why this topic is really relevant and exciting for me to talk about, is that because when I was younger, I was in a horse accident and had a traumatic brain injury. And when I woke up from the coma and was diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury, the doctors had limiting beliefs about my future. And I didn't know what that would be like, and setting out and continuously pushing myself to go beyond what I thought possible has proven that we're capable of so much more. And so I encourage everyone to get out there, do the things you're afraid of, because new experiences, new information, they lead to new neural pathways in your brain. And we're going to learn so much about that here with brain coach Jim Kwik. And I'm just so excited and honored to be here today.
It's the thing about it's how we move forward every day, and right, Lauren. And for you, it's what is I'm just gonna do, and Chris, we will be to you in a second. But Lauren, what is that as you move forward and the differences you're making and the people you're working with? Can you tell us one very quick story of somebody you've worked with, and because of your history and the thing you share about
Mhm.
yourself, it changed their life because they realize they can go on?
Yeah, I think it's and what I've come to understand most is a lot of us are fearing the future, regretting the past, and we're missing this moment, which is the moment to create the lives that we want for ourselves. And that all starts with really building a strong relationship in who you are and accepting where you are in this moment. So I've had clients come in who really are resisting their reality. They're not happy with their current state, and I've had to help them and encourage them to form a relationship and start to love themselves. And I think when they can see, I think we best speak to the younger version of ourselves. And when they can see you doing that, even though you've been through a hard time and you've overcome it, and to be able to give that back means so much. So I think just encouraging and helping others love and care for themselves just by being an example of that is the method that I've chosen.
Mute button works well. That's exactly right, and that's that part of ourselves that encourages others.
Mhm.
So, right, that encourages others to
Yeah.
because of the things that we do and just the way we live.
Mhm.
And the way we write this down, everybody, the more you fail, the more you succeed.
Yeah.
The more you keep doing it every day, you and succeed means different things to different people,
Mhm.
right? Um, but I was talking to our CEO Mo Rock about this the other day that my business partner is Mary Glorfield, right? She was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. You've all heard that, but she has failed so many times, and that's how they got to 82 countries together.
Mhm. Yeah.
She's failed so many times that there's so many people in this world. We're talking probably about 14 million people that she's
Mhm.
affected their lives
Mhm.
by just one step away.
Mhm.
And because they were willing to fail as much as they needed to get the message out there. So how many of you have a message? If you have a message, put a 5 in the chat. If you have a message, put a 5 in the chat, because this is never ever ever going to stop. And for those of you listening to this show, and we're building up because we're Joseph McClendon's coming on soon. You want to rock the world and have your life go to another level. And we got time before he comes on, but I want you to start sharing this. Tell everybody we got Joseph McClendon coming. He's the guy I saw with Tony all the time. He's the guy who does all this. He speaks around the world. He's spoken I don't know how many 20s of millions. 20s of millions, it's not a number, I know, but I don't know how many people that he's been out there, and I need everybody to hear it. There come the 5s. You do. Everybody's got one. All right, Chris, it's great to have you here.
It's so great to be here. It's so great to be with all of you inspirational people. Every time I'm on a panel with you all, I learn so much, and we all have so much in common. Like Lauren, I'm a horseback rider, and I just have to call Lauren out on this. I follow her on Instagram. She's still back in the saddle, and that's amazing after what you went through. And oh my gosh, Dr. Mandy Rose, when you were talking about being afraid to read the paragraph and dressing in men's clothing, that was literally me through high school. I would wear baggy clothes because I was so insecure. So I feel all of you so much. It's so funny how much we have in common. But a little about me. My name is Chris Ashley. I am a television host. I'm a podcast host. I'm an author. My book is called Change Your Mind to Change Your Reality. So this event is just totally my jam. My podcast is about personal development, spirituality, and science because I love backing the personal development and spirituality up with science, whether that's epigenetics or neuroscience or quantum physics. Because we live in this amazing day and age where science is backing up what spirituality and mystics have been saying for eons. It's a pretty exciting time to be alive. And I guess besides everything I shared of being a horseback rider and also afraid of public speaking, I'm just a total book nerd. I'm reading like 5 books right now, but I go through a book a week because I just have this thirst for knowledge, and it's like I just can't get enough. I'm insatiable. So I'm so excited to learn along with all of you during this event.
You know, it's just it's exciting to be here, right? It's almost, and I know the interview coming up, and I know when I talk to Joseph, it's a million miles an hour. And Chris, it's interesting because some of the comments again that have come in is, yeah, they agree with you, they've been there, they understand. It's oh, here we go, watch this, there we go. It's that kind of thing that we're always making a difference. Thank you, Nicole. You're great. There's Canada's in the house again. Um, but it's really how we do those things differently every single day. And for you to say, it was uncomfortable. There was an uncomfortable moment. How many of us have had uncomfortable moments? And the biggest thing is it's not having the uncomfortable moment, it's getting through the uncomfortable moment. And what does getting through mean? I mean, it's different for every single person, right? It looks different in and there's a lot of, okay, so number one, write this down. We're going to fail a lot, because failure is just precedes the learning every single time. Number two, we're going to be uncomfortable as much as we can, because we're always walking out of our skin to something new and something different. Number three, we're always going to be in that situation. We're always just going to come up with solutions. So what you don't do from any perspective of anybody you work with, don't start whining, don't start complaining, right? Everybody, remember, it affects your own brain. It takes you out of the game. It moves you backwards. But what you do is you say, what's the solution around that? And then you come with, here's a potential solution, because for I can tell you right now, that's the person I want to work with. I don't want to work with now we all get to whine. Okay. So we all get to whine. So, whining is like, go to your bathroom, look in the mirror, whine like crazy, then come out with the solutions. Then you take the solutions and you talk to the people, because it's not about having a situation that's uncomfortable. You can be honest within that, but at the same time, write this down, be there 1,000%. We're all working hard. We're all making a difference on the planet. We're all doing those things. We can do the best we can. At the same time, take all the other crap out of there, right? Does that make sense? The biggest thing that will stop you, everybody write this down, is jealousy, because jealousy perceived is just an insecurity in yourself. Take that out of your language right now. And I'm going to keep going with this, because let me tell you, when you talk to Joseph, if you start any of that stuff, or Jim Kwik, there's a big conversation coming on top of it. So realize that and if you're in a leadership group or a thought leader, or we're going to do a lot of work with Roots and Shoots with Jane Goodall's organization, you want to make sure all the time that you're always coming from a solution-based situation. And life can be hard and things go on. I have not in my life had to worry about water. And do you know how many billions water is an issue? And so I'm not in that world. But if I can give somebody who's walking to a well right now with this panel one thing they can do to at least transfer that day from, look, they're solution based, they need to go get their water. What is it that while they're getting their water, is there one thing they can think about that can make it so maybe they whatever it is, that not their life better, because we got to be careful of that. I talked to somebody in a village once and I almost said, wow, that must be, and she loves her walks to the water. She meditates, she prays. She told me she's in a village. They're all Catholic actually, and she talks to Jesus every day walking to the well. And then she remembers the story of Jesus with the woman at the well. And so who am I, right? I almost took that all away. And that's where you have to be careful when you're doing these missions out there. So, and that's the great thing. By the way, panelists, I'm doing what's called an open mic moment. So if you have on this topic or any thoughts on this, just pop right in right now.
Okay, I'm going to pop in.
Go for it.
I read a study in villages where they were going and they were washing in a creek, and then they got automated where they had the well, and people were going at different times to go get their water and washing, and so they didn't have the same community, and the depression rates went up. And who would think that was a blessing? The women would get together, they're washing, they're talking, they have that community, and it is so important to have that connection. And so absolutely, Michael, I would have never thought, and the people that helped, resolve this issue never thought that there would be a result of depression that would increase within the village. And so I think we do need to be very careful, because there's not one right way. There's many right ways, and we need to preserve and serve so that we help elevate the people in their way, meet them where they're at.
That's exactly. Meet them where they're at, right? Meet them on their road. And we used to call this an NLP. Write this down, everybody. Pace, pace, lead. So stay with them, and then you do a little shift. And then stay with them, and then you do a little shift. And what that does, right? It does all of that. And then you're walking in their shoes. You're not making it about yourself. And I think that's a critical piece, because as trainers and leaders, it's, and by the way, I'm getting you guys to write things down, because when Joseph McClendon comes on, you're going to be writing a lot down. So I'm training you to have something there. And by the way, pens and pencils, they still exist. Can you believe that? But it's the kind of thing where take those notes. The other thing too is I want everybody to think of it this way. What is one thing I'm going to learn today from, we talked about it, right? What is one thing I'm going to learn today? So I'm going to go around the horn again, and you can pass it off to each other, right? I'll pass it to the first person, then you pass it to the next one. So you get to try to remember who has not gone yet. Can you give everybody out there, so be ready to write, audience, what is just one thing you do in your day that they could do in their day to keep them, either from a business perspective, life perspective, relationship perspective, brain thought process, sleep, whatever it is, just one thing you do in your day, and teach them what you do. Keep it fairly short, but it's okay. That they can actually take it right now and go off and use it. Everybody ready? Okay, think of what that is. You got to always make sure your panel's thinking, because I'm going to go in a different direction. Think of what that is, everybody. Fantastic. Chris.
I had a feeling I'd be first. So what I do, and I teach people to do this in my book as well, is I journal what my dream life is going to look like 1 year or 3 years down the road. And I write it in present tense or past tense as if it's already happened. And I read it every night before bed, because for the next, I want to say 8 hours, but I have an 8-month-old. So let's be real, it's less than that. But for the next however long I'm sleeping, that is seeping into my subconscious. And it helps me wake up with more of a goal, more of my dream in mind, and really embody it. And that everything has come true so far. So take it and run.
Pass it on.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Lisa Tan.
Hey, Chris. I love the journaling suggestion. I love to journal myself. And one of the moments when I was journaling, and it reminds me of Michael's story around water, I was at the Mindful Farm in Chiang Mai, Thailand. I spent about 3 weeks there, and we all shared one spigot. That was it on the entire farm, one spigot. And the bathroom was just a hole in the ground. So there I was asking myself, why am I here? Like the girl who's walking water back and forth each day, she's thinking about Jesus. Well, one thing that helped me while I was on the farm or in any situation that I find myself where I'm not feeling so good inside, and I'm going to show all of you right now, it's going to be the simplest workout that you'll ever do in your life. And when our body moves, our brain grooves. That's from Jim Kwik. So all you have to do, promise, trust me, the simplest workout you'll ever have to do, you just have to lift 2 muscles. 1. So the sheer act of smiling releases bliss molecules in our brain, and it changes your entire day. And there was a doctor who took it one step further. He created the laughter yoga movement. I mean, who's seen him on YouTube, right? I'm going to do it with you just to demonstrate. And this is how it goes. And just so you know, I do this while I'm driving. The power of the smile and the laughter. We actually see changes in the brain. We're infusing our brain with all the happy molecule it needs.
Pass it on.
I'm going to pass it to Lauren.
I'm really excited to answer this question, and there are so many ways I want to take it, but I'm going to go with gratitude, developing a gratitude practice. I used to be the one who would wake up, roll over, grab my phone, look at my messages to get those dopamine hits, the hearts, see what emails I had or what social media messages. And now my phone sleeps in the kitchen. I wake up and I say thank you, because this day is a gift. I sit in my meditation practice, being grateful, saying thank you. When I'm given a meal, I say thank you. And at the end of the day, I write in my journal at least 3 things that I'm grateful for. And this has completely changed my life. I believe that when you have a gratitude practice and you are grateful for what you have in your life, you're given more, or at least notice more to be grateful for. So I encourage everyone, as Michael was saying earlier, there are people without water in this world. So we have more than many. And so just start practicing gratitude. Say thank you for the fact that it's sunny outside, the fact that there's a flower blooming, the fact that we get to all be together today on this summit and learn. So gratitude.
Pass it on.
Dr. Mandy Rose.
Thank you, Lauren. I love everything that you guys have been talking about. Those are all such great tools to really, get your mind back where you want it to be and stay focused. And I think that's where I want to take this. It's like, I think the biggest challenge that I've had and I see in other people is really keeping your mind on track with where you want to go. There's so many distractions in life with, the phone, especially the phone. That's the biggest culprit of distracting us, and children, like Chris talked about. And there's just so much happening in our worlds. And to keep us focused on what we really actually want in life is actually a huge struggle. And like you guys were talking about with the water, and, there's people without water. The whole time you guys were talking about it, I was thinking there's actually a lot that we can learn from them as well. Look at how beautiful and happy she is just from praying to Jesus every day, carrying the water. And here we are with our super complicated lives and like stressed to the max and completely lost touch with nature and who we really are. We have so much to learn from other cultures. It's so powerful. And so what I'd like to share with everyone today is really how to stay focused on something. There's so much to distract you. And so what I like to do is just really stay focused on where it is I want to go. And anything that's not on that path, I let go of that. And if things come up, right? Things come up all the time. I'm like, hey, there's this explosion happening over here. Like, how do I stay focused on what it is I truly want? And what I do is I have a network of women that I connect with. And if I'm getting sidetracked and something really emotional is coming up, I call one of them up. And we go through different tools and of letting go of emotions that are overtaking us, or just speaking to someone that will just hold space for me in order to really let go of the charge that is around these things, so that I can go back to where I really, really want to focus on. And Karen, you are last but not least.
Thank you, Dr. Mandy. And I can so relate to what you were talking about, because when I'm in amygdala hijack, when I feel stuck because fears are taking over, I need to talk to someone to emotionally regulate. That is such a powerful tool for me, and reaching out to my community. And I find the same thing with the people that I work with, if they can talk about it with somebody that really cares. And the tool that I use when I can't find someone to talk to at 3 a.m. is I will remember that I can talk to myself. I can talk to God, and you can talk to the universe or source, and I'll go in the mirror and I'll strike the Superman pose, and I will look in the mirror and I will tell myself, I love you and you are safe. And then I will tell myself something with a growth mindset, because I have a fear that I'm believing that is holding me back. And the neuroscience teaches us that the amygdala is causing us to release more cortisol, to feel more stressed. We heighten our response when the amygdala is activated to fight or flight. And so we're more keyed in for worry about things. But if we can strike this Superman pose, if we can look in the mirror and look in our eyes and really believe these loving things that we will say to ourselves, then what we do is we activate the parasympathetic nervous system, and it calms the amygdala. And then then we'll be able to de-escalate a little bit, and we'll be able to say something else like, this isn't permanent. It's going to get better. If we can look at it with a growth mindset, then we can realize that fear actually stands for face everything and rise. And when we rise, we activate our prefrontal cortex, where we can think of possibilities of other things. Maybe this is going to turn for our good. And that is such a blessing. Sometimes when we go through these hard things, we learn greater empathy so that we can be a blessing. We can serve in a more effective way to other people who are suffering. And so face everything and rise, look in the mirror, and remind yourself how much you love yourself and how you are safe.
Hmm. Give our panel a thunderous round of applause so far. Thank you, Karen. It is how we can rise. And you talk about fear too, right? And how we look at that, and everything around that in our industry. By the way, for those of you watching and listening to the show and hearing the show, if you're ready for Joseph McClendon, we have just a couple minutes to go, and it's really exciting. This is the build up for the stage part, but what you're hearing now is you're hearing people truly doing it in the trenches, getting it done every day. And so take the thoughts, the ideas, wherever you are in the world. And also there was a quick question again. It's that chatter. There's chatter all around us, right? And the chatter happens every day. And I'll tell you, what's the fear in our industry? That we turn on this stream and nobody gets on. We used to walk to events, right, that were theoretically sold out, but what if nobody showed up? You know what the comment was? We're still going to do the show. Because we're going to learn something from it. There's always something to learn. So you never stop. And we're so touch the numbers, and are the numbers is big and the numbers are bigger. And if there's one person on that's listening and makes one difference, you've done your job. Because the rest of it takes you out of the system in a way. And at the same time, just keep moving forward. We're going to hit that over and over. So quickly about the chatter. The chatter is always interesting. So there was really and a comedian covered this, and I'm reaching out to him to see if I can get him on one of our shows. But I'll just use a quick little thing he did. I won't use all the graphics, but he basically, how do we wake up now? And it's very simple. What is the first? Most people look at their phone. They literally look at their phone. No matter what you say, no matter how many times you almost know it's there. When you wake up, it's like you feel there's this transference going on, right? And it's calling to you. And oh no, I'm not going to look at it. I'm not. But you're still looking at it. Even though you're not looking at what's on it, you're still, that phone is. And what did we do just 30 years ago? What's the first thing we did when we woke up? It wasn't looking at our phone. It wasn't wondering who texting us. It wasn't, we got up and we went pee. Right? That's the first thing you did. And there's a whole, and he's got a whole thing around that. So this is an engineer who's a comedian. So I'm literally going to try to get him. I couldn't get him for this, but I'll try to get him on one of the shows. But think about the simplicity of that. Think about how simple it is and how we do our lives nowadays. And then the structure around that. What if I didn't text fast enough back? What if I didn't do this? What if? And now the panic and anxiety, and now everybody's on a medication. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you have to realize that every single day. How is it that I'm making a difference? How am I changing the world? And what am I doing? Right? Because, oh, you know what? You shouldn't be on your phone all the time. And I'm living on the thing. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Live how you want them to live, bring it in, and realize again that every day you make a difference in somebody else's life. And it's just what we do every single day. So we're going to go around the horn again. Now I'm starting to watch the time, because the excitement, this panel's been phenomenal. First of all, if you guys are all loving this panel out there, put a 10 in the chat. Put a 10, because we are 10s, right? We are just tremendous. But one thing, so we really told them a little bit about yourself. We had a little conversation. Here come the 10s. We gave them that thing that is that one thing that they could do every day. Oh, we got a 10 plus. Look, thank you so much. And it's what we want to do is we want to leave them with a little, oh, watch this. I got to post this. There we go. See, isn't that great? But first of all, you're all thought leaders. You're all thought leaders who have joined a mission to change the world. You're all thought leaders who have now you're taking responsibility to make a difference. And you know how many times we're going to fail. You know how many times we're going to miscommunicate with each other. You know how many times we're going to feel like we would just want to whine or hit somebody or whatever. You know all that. And we're still going to do this. We're still going to move forward because the mission is greater than, right? And that's how you all do this together. But the tens are going. I could click tens all day long. But just for the audience today, leave them with one thought. Leave them with one thing they can take away from today. They already have the thing they can do, but now put it from a thought perspective. What is that one thought you'd like them to leave them with today? It can be a sentence, could be a thought, but something simple enough that from one of you, they're going to remember it. And they're going to wake up at 3 in the morning and go, when they're going to wake up, they're going to have some anxiety, something came up for them, some fear or some, and they're going to say, I remember that one thing Lisa said, that one thing Karen, Lauren, Chris, Mandy, you know what? And then they taught me the one thing I can do. So, what is one thought or something you'd like to leave them with today? By the way, audience, we haven't even begun the program yet. This hasn't even started. We are just sort of warming you up in the thought process how we move forward. So, now I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna pass it to somebody, and then you pass it to somebody else, and I'm gonna go in a different direction. Let's see, Lauren.
You can be anything you believe that you are. Believe in yourself and train your mind to be your ally instead of your adversary.
Mm. Pass it on.
Karen Hall.
Yes, thank you. Yes, believe your reality and change that reality, because like Chris says, you can change your mind. And the thing that I would like to leave with everyone is something that Barry Shore shared with us at the podcast summit this week. And he said, remember that you are a cog. You know, it's a part of the whole working. And cog stands for child of God. And when we can remember our divine identity and feel that divine identity, that helps us to feel safe. And when we feel that safety, we can calm our nervous system. And so remember that you are a child of God, that you can trust in him when things are scary, and that you can rely on him, and that you are not alone. And I will go to Dr. Lisa.
Yes, I remember Barry and Cog. And I can't help but to think of Smile, since I brought up Smile earlier. And this is also, I'm going to also steal this from Barry. Hope it's okay, Barry. Smile. See miracles in life every single day. See miracles in life every single day. And smile.
I can tell you right now, actually, to pass something on for Barry, that would warm his heart, because that's the only reason he's here. That's really awesome. You did that. That's really awesome. All right, go ahead, pass it on.
Chris.
Something Michael said earlier has stuck with me, and that was, we never want to be jealous of anyone else. So I think the thing I'll leave you with is everyone you meet is a reflection of you. So if you meet someone and they're maybe kind of like rubbing you the wrong way, that's something internal to look at within yourself. So everyone is a mirror for you. Oh, Dr. Mandy.
I'm here. All right. So yeah, that's I love what you were just talking about, Chris, too. I'm gonna go off on that too. When you were talking about jealousy before, I was thinking actually what I kind of use jealousy for in my brain is when I am jealous of someone and their situation, their looks, whatever it is, I actually turn that into motivation for myself. It's like I'm actually wanting something that they have or are or whatever it is, and that's possible for me. It's not impossible. So it's like anything is possible, and we'll talk about this for the next few days. Is anything is possible if we put our mind to it, if we get rid of that noise and really go for it. And if we see something that someone else has that we're jealous of, we can get that too. Instead of wanting to hurt them or tear them down, we can actually go after that, and I use that as motivation. Yeah.
Take a moment. There we go. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thunderous round of applause. We did go around the horn, right? So,
yes.
Okay. I always got to make sure, because you don't want to miss any. But, this has been a great panel, because this is called an anchor. And an anchor is not about weighing you down. This is giving us a place that we can start. So you can call it anything you want. And you've been just amazing, because it is truly about what's really interesting, everybody out there, by the way, You're looking at some of the new Los Angeles trainers. Give them a thunderous round of applause. So, guys, start stepping up. I'm ready to look for the right ones. You know what I'm saying? But it's the blessed energy we have. It's that healing energy. It's the thing that we'll do for our lives every single time. And I'm really excited to work with all of you. It's a long-term mission, and we're going to be doing this a long time. And what's always interesting? Watch this, everybody. This is a neuro. And I know in 5 years, some of you won't be on the mission with us anymore. So everybody starts going, it's not me, it's not me, it's not me, right? Because there's that part of we want to be in the mission together. But sometimes people do need to go out and do their own. Sometimes people do need to go out and follow. And you can't take that personally. They're going to tell you, I love being with you. This has been a great 3 years, but I've got to do this. And you know what you do? You say yes. You say yes. You take all the skills and everything you have and you make a difference. I'm going to go live in a village the rest of my life and work with the children. You say yes. It's whatever that mission is that makes a difference, and you support them all the time. You support them all the time. As long as we always say ecological, no harm to yourself or others, then you make it happen and you get it done. And the mission is not about the dollars. Money comes because it comes as a byproduct. It's about the mission and the things we change. Because if your mindset becomes to posture about money, you're now posturing in your mind. You're always in that posture, and people know it. People know that it's because then you start just talking about the dollars, and it's a transition, and you're like, I don't even know who you are anymore. Does that make sense? So talk about the mission, the community, the vision, and truly believe in it. It's okay to ask people to invest. There's no problem with that, right? To watch the word investment, you can't talk about that, but to buy a course, to buy a product. At the same time, make sure that you're doing it for the right reasons, and you're not just looking for the dollar. You're not just looking, you're looking to actually really substantiate build the community you're all in, make a difference, and have fun. So I want to give you all a thunderous round of applause. Give yourselves a thunderous round of applause. I'm going to let you go because we're going to move into the next piece, but I want to thank you so much. You're all amazing. We trainers that couldn't be on today and you're in courses. Yes, I said that's yes, please be there. They're like, no. I'm like, no, you're not leaving your course. You're not coming on camera we've got 1,000,000 times in the next, 25 years to play together like this. And then we're going to just pass it all on and leave it to the next group, and they're going to do the same thing. So let's have way too much fun. We keep doing this. You're all amazing. Karen, stay up with me and I'll move you all down. Thank you all. Give yourselves a round of applause. Audience, give them a round of applause. Put a 25 in the chat. We have never done a 25. Put a 25 in the chat to thank them so much for being on. I know all of you are going to jump into the stream. Make sure you're on Facebook, the Los Angeles Tribune. Make sure that you're posting. Make sure that you're asking questions, because this is not TV. This is live. We'll take questions and move it from there. Thank you all so much. You're so amazing. Dr. Lisa, goodbye. Chris, goodbye. Dr. Mandy, goodbye. All right, Dr. Lisa, there you go. Oh, hold on. I got her. I got the board. All right, fantastic. And now the amazing Parisa Rose. Oh, isn't this just a great day? It's been solid, that everything we've done. And it's really about making a difference and how we make a change. And we're going to really be making a change here in a couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for him to log in. But it's that difference piece. And it was great because the last panel, they're all thought leaders and they're all making a change. So Karen, what'd you think about the panel, and any thoughts for the rest of the day?
Oh, I thought, we all have these universal emotions. We have all felt fear. Maybe you don't have a fear of public speaking, and maybe you've always been confident with that, but you probably have a fear about something else. And so I thought it was so interesting because we are all unified, because we all have these same emotions, and these tips that we are going to learn can bless each one of us. We can apply it wherever we're at, whatever resonated with us at this moment. And so pay attention within your body when you have that light bulb moment that goes off, like Michael said, write it down, because that is probably a divine message for you right now, for your life, to help you to overcome something and to move forward. And I loved it when, people talked about these shifts that they have had. I have had some major paradigm shifts, and I was working with a coach just like last month. And as I was getting ready to speak, and I was so afraid, and she was helping me, and I just, all of a sudden the light bulbs went off, and I recognized the limiting belief, and I replaced it. And I was so empowered. And all of you can be empowered in this same way. And I know that there's going to be something said. Joseph McClendon is next, and he had He has beautiful truths that he teaches all the time at his Neuroencoding Institute. And you are going to benefit so much. And so thank you, Michael, for allowing us to have this opportunity to share. Thank you to Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune for sponsoring this event. And Jim Kwik will be coming up, and Fab Morvan. And I was thinking about, what all these people said, and I thought of his song, Girl, You Know It's True. And Parisa, you know it's true too. We know these truths. So pay attention to those truths that are resonating within you, that are meaningful, that you can apply right now.
Yeah, it is so different. I'm going to let you two, if it's okay, chat for a couple minutes, and let me just help Joseph here, and I'll be right back.
No problem. Thanks, Michael. Okay, Karen, by the way, I'm like, we can just leave it there. You you took the mic and you delivered. And one thing that you were mentioning as you were touching on some of the things that the women before us were sharing is that's it. It's that they were sharing, right? Dare I say it's that simple, but it is that simple. I have found that lives change when we share. Yes, it's coming through storytelling, but we can have all of these principles. We can have all of these tools, these practices, these habits. They can all be based on science and they're proven, they're going to work. But we as humans need that connection point, right? And that connection comes through when people share. So when someone else is self-conscious and they're going through their stuff and they're wearing, boys' clothes and because they're not comfortable, or when, just like you had shared about, being terrified to be on, speak in front of others and things like that. They're things that everyone experiences in some level, some way, shape, or form. So when we hear that others that are right in front of us on a screen are sharing their pieces of their history, of their journey, that they've gone through something similar in their own way, it's like, oh, okay, it makes sense. And then you can apply the things that are all the science-backed things and all the things that work. And I tell you, sitting here, they work. I literally wouldn't be here. And I'm sure I'll share more at some point. I wouldn't be here if they didn't work. And sharing works as well. Michael.
It does, and it's been really great. And and the panel that we just had, the trainers for the Tribune, and it's just that excitement of everything that we're doing. And with the show that we have today with Dr. Ahmet from What's the Bleep, and Joseph, we talked about you all day long, and of course Joseph coming up, and we have Jim Kwik is on, right? And Jim actually this morning just blasted it to the whole database. He's like, you guys just got to be on this show. You're crazy not to. And Dr. Deborah tomorrow, who again was the chair of John Hopkins Neuroscience Department, and she's now a main speaker for UNICEF and World Bank, bringing world peace. It's these missions and these stories that make a difference with everything that we do. And part of that is also, and you guys know I do this a lot, I'm about to bring up Joseph McClendon III. Many of you in our audience know who he is. At the same time, I like the speakers and the trainers to we used to call it earn the right, ETR. Joseph knows that well. And I could say millions of things about Joseph. I could literally say he went to the right schools, and he was brought up in a privileged home, and but there's those things we've gone through in our life, and I think that's what really makes us who we are. And that's so Joseph McClendon III, I'll tell you, for me is the reason that let alone what he's done and all the stages with Tony Robbins and his neuroencoding and changing the planet every day. But he means a lot to somebody who means a lot to me. Does that make sense? So Mary Glorfield is not only my business partner, but one of my favorite mentors and people on the planet. And when I know Joseph's coming up, I know that she cares about him, he cares about her. Mary would do anything for Joseph. So that to me says these are the kind of people you want to relate to and meet. You want to make a difference with. You want to change the world. And we are with this conference. And again, just bringing Deborah tomorrow, who again speaks only for UNICEF and World Bank on world peace, and she's going to hit our stage. It's so exciting to have them on. So without any further ado, this man has spoken all around the world. He has been on many stages and actually just did another world tour because he's got nothing else to do. Let's give it up for Mr. Joseph McClendon III.
Stop it. Stop. Come on, stop, please. And first and foremost, so much to unpack here. Where to start? First off, Parisia, I could not agree with you more with all that you were saying. I've been on for a little while and just listening, and really want to dig deep into more of what you're talking about. Couldn't agree with you more. Secondly, Michael, thank you so much for such an unbelievable opportunity again and your trust to be able to talk to your group of people, because this is something that is a passion of mine. And then thirdly, if she's listening, Mary Glorfield, you said that she would do anything for me and I would do anything for her as well. She is just an absolute treasure and a joy, and been working with her for almost 4 decades now. And so it's been a lot of fun. So again, thank you so much. And let me have it. What do you need from me?
You know, the biggest, well, that's we could be here for days. You know, the biggest thing, and it's really interesting. Somebody just, Jackie Wilkinson put up a comment, and she's in the Royal Air Force, actually in Italy. She's like a commander. And she says right there, because of you, she changed her mind about nutrition. And I mean, what an effect we have in so many ways we don't even know, right? The things that we do, the people around the world. But really, from you, Joseph, and then we're all going to ask questions, but this is an interactive hour. So we're going to flow. Also, anybody who's listening, if you have questions, type them in. I'll catch them and I'll pop them up, and we can do that too. But it's, you know, we are about neuroscience. We are about how the brain works and affects us, and you do so much on the neuroencoding side. First of all, just give out a link right away. Let's just start right there, so they can actually have more of you, because you have stuff coming up that they should be part of.
I do. Yes, absolutely. You can go to neuroencoding.com/challenge, or you can just go to my Instagram page, which is I am Joseph McClendon. And I'll tell you more about it, what I'd like to offer to everybody for absolutely free. It's my gift to you, and I'll tell you why here in just a little while. But the outcome of all of this, and the reason why I keep showing up, as long as you ask me, I will be here, is that you said something earlier, that I was raised in an unbelievably privileged, silver spoon in my mouth background, and that ain't true. None of it at all. I actually had great parents. We were middle class. My father was in the Air Force, and very structured man, if you will, and very disciplined man. And I hated it when I was growing up, but I grew to love it as I got older. But I will say that I came away from there. I had a great childhood, so to speak. Didn't know that we didn't have money. But when I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. A place called Bakersfield, California. And that changed everything. It destroyed my self-esteem. It destroyed my own self-worth. And it really, I mean, the beating was terrible, don't get me wrong. But the lasting part, the part that made the biggest difference in my life, is the things that they said to me about me. And I grew to believe those things, and it just tore me down. I wound up becoming homeless, living in a cardboard box out behind a drive-in theater in Lancaster, California. And what changed my life was somebody did what we're doing right now to me. Somebody gave me the book, Think and Grow Rich. And I always ask people, I don't know if we're interactive with everybody out there, but you know, if you've read the book, if you can type a 1 or whatever, most of us that are on this journey right now that would show up on a call like this have read the book. But my question is, how many of you actually did what the book said? Most people, you know, I did this in seminar. I mean, I just literally, you said it. I just got back from Singapore, Malaysia, and India, and I'm headed out for Germany, Dubai, Dublin, and London here in just another week. So I've been doing a world tour, and I ask that question all the time. And 90% of the people who have read the book, they didn't do the exercises. Well, I was desperate, and I did the exercises, and it changed everything in my life. And when I went back to the gentleman that gave me the book, to thank him, I said, how do I repay you for what you've done for me? What he told me is what changed my life. And it is the only thing that I ask for everybody that I talk to. And that is, he said, Joseph, you repay me by doing the same thing that I've done for you, for as many people as you possibly can. And he said, for the rest of your life. Now, I was just a teenager at the time, and that was kind of daunting, but that's my passion. So that's why I do what I do. That's the long story short.
Yeah, but you know, the great thing about that is there's because a lot of people, you've done this a long time, and so have I. That's why we're already in our 30s. But you know, there's usually there's something that people suddenly relate to, that story, that traumatic story, that thing that changed them, that thing, and 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 I know you talk about this and you read the book and that moved you forward, but can you go a little deeper into that? And then I'm going to let Parisa and Karen ask questions too,
Absolutely.
because what made
Absolutely.
the difference between what you did and what somebody did who became depressed and it's a different life?
Yeah, I will tell you that, hang on, that's my, sorry about that.
I was going to say, is Mary calling?
Yeah, no, I'm in, you can't see what's around me. I'm
Yeah.
in the final pieces of my house. Everything else is packed up. I bought a new house in Laguna Niguel, and everything else around here, if I turn the camera, it'd be empty. So let me answer your question. What changed in me, the difference in myself and anybody that goes further faster, is what I call a significant emotional event. And that is something that makes you, that impacts you in an emotional way, that moves you in a direction. And that significant emotional event for me was that somebody cared. It wasn't the knowledge that was in the book. It was that somebody cared. And I felt beholden to that person to do what the book said. That was just the catalyst. See, you know, getting people to do something, that's the easy part, because everybody will do something when they want to do something, and they have willpower. We all will start a diet tomorrow when we're looking at ourselves and we're busting out of our pants. Okay, all of us will stop drinking when we wake up with a hangover the next day, but willpower goes away. What makes a difference in people, what makes people go further, and it's what my specialty is, if you will, is creating those significant emotional events. And I'll tell you, there's only 10 things that stop people from doing things. I call them the toxic 10. And there's 3 things that make you go forward. I make things as simple as possible because, you know, it's like, and by the way, Dr. Amen and Jim Kwik and everybody else that you have on it, those two are my idols and my mentors as well. And I've known both of them for a while. Dr. Amen, I had an unbelievable experience with him. He actually took a picture of my brain, and I had a significant emotional event there. I'll go into that a little bit later. But here's the 10 things, and I'm going to go through them. And as I go through them, anybody that's listening, just go a thumbs up or go, yeah. If any one of these 10 things has or still does hinder your life, meaning keeps you from going as quickly or as efficiently or as fast as you could, getting you what you want, your dreams, goals, and desires. Here they are: procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. Now, if you're human, there was a point as I was going through there, in one of them, if not all of them, you went like this. Oh yeah, that's me. Oh yeah, okay, oh yeah. And they're designed to do that, to get people to recognize, because that'll make you go, okay, I want to make a change. But the other side of it is what I believe, and let me give you a saying that I love to use. And the saying is that those of us that dare to dream while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, we're not only going to create the abundance and the wealth and all the things and the health that we want for our own lives, but the greatest part about it is that we will be the catalyst, and we will be examples of possibility for the rest of the world, for everybody else to be able to, at the very least, look at us and go, hey, they did it, I can do it as well. Not from an arrogant standpoint, not from a braggadocious or, you know, look at me standpoint, but go get what you want. But go get what you want by mitigating that toxic 10, by getting that toxic 10 down to and replacing it with something that serves you. And the second thing I would say, second, third, fourth, I don't even know which one it is that it's process over knowledge. And I think this is what Parisa was saying as well, that it's not just knowing something. You know, whomever it was that you said, you know, their life changed because they changed their diet and everything. It wasn't that I gave her knowledge or gave that person knowledge. Knowledge is only part of it. Knowledge will get us off the dime. But the process is what makes the difference. And so, you know, I had a professional practice in Los Angeles for many, many years as a traditional therapist. And then I moved more into the neurosciences. And I quickly realized that, you know what, people would come in and it was effective. So this isn't throwing traditional psychology under the bus. It was effective. It just took a long time. And in that long amount of time, people oftentimes fell off the wagon. People would go back to what they were doing. It wasn't as effective. And when I started to do something that I now know, I now call neuro encoding, it is, I'll put it quickly like this, because you probably have figured out that I am not orthodox. I'm unorthodox in the way that I do things. Said differently, if you come into my office and you got a fear of dogs, take a guess what's going to be in my office. It's going to be a dog, and we're going to deal with it right now. And within a short amount of time, it's process. Not only are you going to be holding that dog and loving that dog and you're going to be fine, but when you leave me, which is the important part, when you leave me, I'm going to give you something to do so that you enhance that, so it geometrically grows. And so again, it's all process. So I said there's 10 things that stop us. There's only 3 things that make us go forward. And the question I'll ask before I do this, and by the way, is it okay that I'm just yak, or do you guys have questions?
No, this is great. We have actually a ton of notes people are taking, so keep going.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So it's great that once you recognize that you want to deal with those things and you just lump them into one thing and just go, I need to get beyond those 10. What do you want? And what you want is these 3 things. And these are the things that, and again, I simplify things to the point that everybody can understand. As my business partner, Tony Robbins, always says, complexity is the enemy of execution. If you make things so complicated, people go, oh, I'll deal with it later. Then they'll go doom scroll on their phone or drink or smoke weed or do something like that because it's an easier out. So here's the 3 things. Number 1, I call it the 60-20-20 rule of further, faster. Do you want what you want sooner rather than later? The answer is yes. Number 1, it's 60% psychology. Now, when you say that word, a lot of people go, okay, I kind of know what that means. What does that mean? Well, let me make it real simple. Psychology are just the 3 things. Number 1, what you think of yourself, what you believe about yourself. That's it. Consciously and unconsciously. Mostly unconsciously. It's constantly going, I am this. I'm not good enough. I'm not strong enough. I'm smart. I'm pretty. I'm whatever. That makes up your psychology. And whatever you're thinking in the moment, because the psychology is just a thought process. Whatever you're thinking in the moment will cause you to feel a certain way. And whatever you feel will cause you to do something. And whatever you do will get the results. I say think, feel, do, have. That's it. That's how we function. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. So the next time anybody does anything, you go, why the hell did I do that stupid thing again? Why did I eat cake again when I want to, lose some weight? Well, the answer is because your brain was going, this is what I do. I'm this kind of person, or cake is, I'll do it later. It's just the thought process. So if there's a process of switching that and changing that, because if you change that to, I don't want to eat cake. If you change that to, hey, I'm going to get healthy as I could possibly be. I'm going to eat things that are healthy for me, and I'm going to do this. And if you change that and make it stick so that it becomes your psychology, then guess what? You'll feel like doing it, and you'll do it, and you'll get the result. It's that simple. I know I'm going through quick. So the second thing is, now, by the way, this is all neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity means that our brain, our thoughts, our neurobiology is plastic. It's moldable. It's changeable. And it doesn't have to be this big complicated thing. So the second thing is it's 20%. I say energy, but what I mean is electricity, to make it simple. Because electricity is what the planet runs on. Every single thing on the planet is made up of 3 things: neutrons, protons, and electrons. And it's the electrons that activate everything. I don't care if it's a rock, the air, or whatever, but as human beings, we have enough voltage going through us to light a light bulb. And that ebbs and flows with our thoughts and our emotions. So if you're thinking, I can't do this, there's something wrong with me, I'm this, I'm that, and they're negative things, then your voltage is low. Fear voltage is low. If you're thinking exciting and wonderful things and possibility, though that voltage is high. And when that voltage is high, it's a cybernetic loop. You feel like doing something. Again, this is basic physics. We as human beings, if I hook you up to an EEG machine or EKG machine, EEG, electroencephalograph machine, it'll tell you the level of electricity that's being put out. That's those electrodes that they put on. All it's doing is just measuring electricity. And so it can be as simple as this. And I'll prove it to everybody here in a second. You just put a smile on your face, your electricity changes. It is that simple. Matter of fact, everybody do this. Think of something for a second that depresses you. Think of something that causes you to feel bad, that pisses you off, something that has happened in the past or anything. And notice what just happened to you. I can't see everybody, but nobody's smiling. Now, here's all I want you to do is look up at the ceiling, breathe deeply, and put a smile on your face, big smile on your face, and keep the smile on your face, big smile. I want to see teeth. There you go. There you go. And keep looking up and keep that smile on your face. Now try to get as depressed as you were a second ago. You can't do it. You can't do it. And it isn't just, our physiology. Literally, the electricity that's running through your entire system right now is at a high level, and it cancels out the negative. It's that simple. And so obviously you're not going to walk around like this all day long, but there's a way to program yourself so that you automatically default to that. There's no fearless people, but there are people who fear less. And when I say less, I don't mean the quantity, I mean the time that they spend in it. So when fear shows up, if not yet, but when you neuro encode yourself, it'll trigger you to automatically default to your best behavior, thoughts, whatever you need. Okay, that's it. So the third thing is, and here's the cosmic part. Oh, I don't have my magnets around. Okay, the third thing is it's 20% magnetism. Magnetism, and I'm not talking about the laws of attraction. The laws of attraction are only one of what I call the 21 immutable laws of magnetism. We're all made of the same stuff: neutrons, protons, and electrons. Gravity works because it's made of the same stuff. The earth is always attracting us to it. But human beings, and by the way, how they make a magnet, think about this, is they take a piece of steel or iron and they bombard it with what? Electricity, electrons. And that thing becomes a magnet. You've seen those cranes that are at the junkyard and they go around, that's just a disc that magnetizes the steel and picks it up. Well, all it is they're feeding electricity to that piece of steel, and when they shut the electricity off, it drops it. Well, human beings are the same way, exactly the same way. It's not a metaphor. We're the same way. The more electricity we have going on inside us, we are magnetizing. We become the center. We become a magnet. And by the way, magnets are attracted to magnets quicker than they are and easier and faster than they are to steel or anything else. Hang on a second. Let me see if I got my magnets here.
This is so fascinating. I think all of us have seen magnets and we recognize that. And Joseph has so many amazing tools that he can share with us.
It's amazing. I have so many notes already.
I know, me too. I'm writing as fast as I can.
Yes, same here. Same here. Oh my goodness. Yay, he's got them.
Isn't that amazing when you're smiling and looking at the ceiling? You can't feel a depressing thought.
I found them. I'm packed up here, so I found them. Now watch this. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can do it on my desk here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So watch this. So first off, here's two magnets. Watch this. Now these are very powerful magnets. Okay. Now watch this. If I hold these magnets for here, it's always going to do that, right? Hang on, look, I got movers downstairs. I got a dog going berserk here. Okay, so life is a living hell here, isn't it? Okay, so that means this magnet is attracting this magnet. But watch this. Can you guys hang on just one moment? I apologize.
There's no problem at all.
Mhm.
Moving is
You
the
are
least
good.
fun thing to do. Moving is the least fun thing to do in the world. That's all there is to it. It just makes it's one of those things. And how come when we're going to go to a live stream, the gardeners show up? This is the first world problems. The gardeners show up. The knock on the door, it's the wrong door, right? The package you've been waiting for all day. And we all Uber everything, right? So at the same time, yes, I know this is an American thing, but we all, right? The Safeway delivery comes, that whatever it is, it's literally, or that's when they're fixing your internet. And now to the stage, Mr.
Okay.
Joseph
Sorry about
McClendon.
that. Okay, so now I'm gonna put it on my desk here so you can see. So watch this. These magnets. Now, by the way, let me say something real quick. People always go the laws of attraction, right? And I'm not throwing it under the bus. It's good stuff. That's the origin of it was Think and Grow Rich, right? And it's just that if you ask people, what does that mean? It means that what you think about is what you bring about. Well, if that's true, all of us would be dead because most of us. I so apologize. It's the gate calling me. I think the movies are trying to get in.
Yeah, no worries at all. I already said
Hello.
movies the worst thing on the world.
Yes.
So, see, this is live, by the way, everybody. This is like live TV.
Oh,
We're seeing
yes.
Joseph
Tell her I'm going to
move.
call her in about.
Isn't that just
20
amazing?
okay.
And it's the neuroscience behind what he's doing and the thought
Yes,
process
you
behind
can
what
let
he's
her
doing.
Okay.
See, and then we'd
You
listen
can
to his
let her
conversation because that's like, this is like real TV. So Joseph, we're going to make a new show. It's reality TV. It's Moving Day with Joseph McClendon. Just think of that, actually.
Yes. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. So first off, remember, human beings, our magnetism comes with the ebb and flow of our emotions. Okay, a magnet will stay a magnet forever. Okay, but human beings, we magnetize and demagnetize by our emotion. And so it's not just what you think about is what you bring about, because you can want something all day long, but if there's something inside of you that's going, I'm not worthy, I'm not smart enough, I'm too black, I'm too white, or something like that, you literally push it away. And let me prove it to you. So watch. So these are magnets, but watch. And this is steel. Well, this one isn't. Well, anyway, steel will come to this, right? I have to bring the steel to it. Let me find one. I wasn't prepared to do it this way, but hey, you get what you get, okay?
This is real time. This is reality.
Well, this is reality. Okay, this is reality. So watch this. This is like the insides of a pin. So if I bring that to there, then it'll do this, but watch, okay? Now it'll go to there, but watch. I can't do it here because I'll break my desk. I'll do it here. But if I put the magnet here, the magnet's not going to go to it, okay? The magnet will attract this to this, but imagine if this is you, okay, and you're going to go towards what you, or I'm sorry, this is you, and you're going to attract this to you. But if you don't have the emotional energy, electricity going, then you're literally going to push it away. Watch this. Now, most people don't know this. This is basic physics, okay? Watch this. So these two magnets, if I put them together, now watch close. Now, first off, the magnets both are moving. They're moving towards each other. Okay, but watch this. If I take this one and I flip it over, watch what happens. Okay. It pushes it away. It pushes it away. And so the equivalent of that is whenever we go negative, whenever we go doubtful, whenever we have any of the toxic 10, we're literally pushing what we want to write. Evidence of that is how many of us have sabotaged ourselves. All of us. That's you flipping, going, I don't think I can do it. Something's wrong or whatever, consciously or unconsciously. So it's a loop. And so the trick to the whole thing is to learn how to flip and change your psychology so that it is your default, so that your psychology goes, well, wait a minute. Yes, I can do this. I learned how to walk and talk and ride a bicycle and drive a car. I can do this as well. And that level of optimism, and optimism doesn't just mean every cloud has a silver lining or, the glass is always full. Optimism is exactly what the word says. You have more options. You see more options. And we've all got thousands more great options than we do the negative that's options that's sitting in front of us. And as soon as we program ourselves to default to a place that causes us to go, oh, well, wait a minute, I can do this, then guess what? It starts to be automatic. Yak, yak, yak.
Oh, this was so amazing. I want to dive right into exactly what we've been watching and witnessing you in reality with the dog, the phone, the door, moving, all of these pieces, because this is real life. And honestly, this is such a blessing to experience you in real life, because this shows people how you actually get it done versus talking about it, watching it, no, this is real time. So I want to speak to that. So as you're navigating the door, the dog, the moving, all of these pieces and parts, a lot of the time we can find ourselves very limited or feeling very limited when things kind of come in the way and are stopping us with what we're trying to do, right? We have the like, oh, this is not going to get done now. How am I going to do this? We start going into more of a negative and like defeatist type of mentality. However, we've watched you do nothing but speak with such freedom and maintain this level of freedom in how you speak and how you're communicating and how you're sharing. I would like to know if you would share with us, let's say like your top 1 or 2 habits within your mind that you continue to employ that keep you speaking from that place of freedom as life continues to happen, because life is always going to be lifing as we are experiencing it right now.
Okay, so first off, great questions. And thank you everybody for your patience in my going through all this stuff here as well. And you're absolutely right. And so in order to answer your question, I've got to give my beliefs about habits first. Okay. You accurately asked the question. And I have, as I teach my students at the Institute and everything, to oversimplify stuff so that a third grader can understand. Because there's habits and there's addictions, and never shall the two meet. Okay, there's one or the other. Habits are the things that the habitual, no, I shouldn't say habitual, the things that we are compelled, that we desire, that we have an urge to do that serve us. Addictions are the things that we're compelled to do that do not serve us. That's it. If you make it that simple, then you look at it 2 different ways. So my habits are the processes that I do to condition myself to do that. And they come down to some of the things we all know. I just started doing something. And by the way, contrary to popular belief, I'm human. And what that means is that I'm still evolving as well. And so I'm constantly looking for different things to do to enhance myself so that I go further, faster as well. And so one of the things that I do every single morning that I wake up is I have a conversation with myself. And the conversation I've been having lately is I, Joseph McClendon III, give myself permission to receive new amounts of health, wealth, happiness, joy, passion, love, intimacy, financial abundance, overflowing, and healing right now. And I grant my angels permission to bring to me miracles and surprises to remind me that I'm worthy of all of these great things: health, wealth, happiness, joy, passion, love, all of those things. And it is done. Now, I say that because guess who believes that stuff now? Me. And it becomes an unconscious belief. If you want to change a belief, there's quick ways to do it. But guess what I'm not doing when I'm saying those things first thing in the morning? I'm not scrolling on my phone. I'm not, worried about this and that kind of thing, because my mind is not just consumed with that, but it starts to bleed into that. So I wake up that way. From that becomes my default. So when fear shows up, when anything shows up, the dogs start barking, the movers downstairs are breaking my stuff, anything that happens, my brain goes, hey, everything's going to be okay. Everything happens for a reason, and I'll deal with it, whatever happens. So I would say that's one of my habits. I have other habits with the way that and all of it starts with what I said, psychology first. See, people always go, listen, just so everybody knows, what is today? Today's the 3rd. So in a month and 3 days, I'm going to be 71 years old. 71 years old. Oh, stop it. Come on, stop. Now, people always ask me constantly, people are going, well, what do you do? What is your diet? What do you do? Don't even go there first. Go here first. Go here first and learn the process. Again, I call it neuroencoding. It is just something that when COVID happened and I stopped traveling and doing so many live events, I thought, okay, well, I want to teach this to other people. And so I created the Institute, and that's what I teach people. And it's crazy because now it's not just me. Now it's other people teaching other people as well.
So good. So good. I know that everyone is receiving so much value from this. I appreciate your candid nature of sharing the real-time moments that are happening and your reflection as you're processing and working through and just moving through all of the different pieces that are happening. And heck yes to your birthday in 1 month and 3 days. I think that is amazing. you really show that it's not about age, it's about where you place your mind, because your cells do listen to your thoughts. And you are not just teaching that, you are showing that, and you are the embodiment of that. I'd like to give this to Karen. Karen, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Parisa. Thank you so much, Joseph. I'm so glad that you're here. And I would like to dig a little deeper too, because when you were talking about what you went through, and that was really traumatic, to be beat like that. And many of us go through these fears, and we have the trauma sticks with us, and we have a hard time overcoming it. And so you talked about programming yourself to default to the high voltage. How do you do that?
Well, that's a longer question than I have time to answer. However, I will tell you this. I'm going to give it, because I want to give as much value as possible. I'm going to tell you this. Let me back up for a second. So it is akin to the example that I gave you about somebody coming into my office and they're afraid of dogs. There's going to be a dog there. How you program yourself is, first off, you decide what you want, not what you don't want. So for example, if somebody says, I want to lose weight, or I don't want to be afraid or something, then I know they're looking at what they don't want, not what they want. So I got to get them clear on what they want. They want to be healthy. They want to be at this weight. They want to make money. They want to be whatever. So to get them looking at that. And then the next question is, what stops you? And it's always, always, always going to be any one of those toxic 10. Okay, when it comes down to it. And then you go, okay. And so I'm going to give you the formula to answer your question. And this is an oversimplification. I will cause them to feel the very thing that they don't want to feel. If it's a dog, I'm going to put them in a room with a dog. Why? Because when that fear comes up, now's the time to deal with it. And how you deal with it is, so first off, the formula is feel bad first, on purpose. Don't wait for it. Make yourself feel bad. Second thing is interrupt that pattern while they're in it. And what that means is, the analogy I love to use is this. We've all done this. You're sitting in your house and you're going, I need to go in the kitchen and get a ink pen. And then you stand up and you go in the kitchen, and there you are in the kitchen going, the hell did I come in here for? Okay. Now that is, in psychology, what we call it is, you've created a scotoma, which is a blank spot in your mind. When you change your physiology, I did it with everybody when I had you think of something bad and then look up. That's a pattern interrupt. You're no longer there. But the greatest part about it is that when you interrupt that pattern, when you're feeling bad, and then all of a sudden you do something, whether stand up or whatever, this naturally occurring thing, but you cause it to happen, you create a scotoma, which is a blank spot. And that blank spot is like a vacuum. And a vacuum always wants to do what?
Be filled.
Fill itself up. So it's a perfect opportunity to put something else in there. So the process is feel bad on purpose. Don't wait for it. Number 2, interrupt the pattern. Number 3, feel good on purpose, even if it's contrived. And then, it can be as simple as a smile or shaking your ass or dancing or something like that. Okay. And in the moment, and then the fourth step, which is critical, and it is the achiever's fatal flaw, and that is to celebrate. To celebrate, because when you do, you teach your nervous system that, because the brain always goes, what just happened? Because I got this dose of endorphins, dopamines, and oxytocins in this moment. Well, I took myself out of being, I interrupted my pattern, and it goes, okay, do it again. And so we start to do it automatically. That's how we learn. So when you do it intentionally, and again, the formula is feel bad on purpose. If you whatever that problem is, you come to me, I'm going to make you feel bad. I'm going to make you feel bad. I'm going to dig deep. Sometimes I'll make people cry and get pissed off or whatever it is. Why? So that in the middle of that, I'm going to interrupt their pattern. And then I'm going to, through anchoring or whatever, I'm going to make them feel good. Because that vacuum, this is what I didn't say. When you create the vacuum, when you create the scotoma, the brain is going, give me something, give me something. So you give it something. Feel good. Feel good. And that gets sucked into that moment. So the pattern that used to make you feel bad will trigger you to make you feel good. I know I'm going through this fast, but that's the whole process of neuroencoding. We've got several different processes to do that fit the situation, taking into consideration the type of person you're talking to and taking into consideration the situation, all of those things. And this is not therapy, by the way. This is coaching. This is not therapy, because people, it's not that people, and because a lot of people do have negative feelings about therapy, and that strikes at our imposter syndrome and our fear of rejection, all those things. It's not. It's coaching, and if you coach somebody the right way, and I will say this, in any of the processes that because I'm giving you explanations now, but any of the processes that I'm doing with somebody, I don't tell them jack. I let them tell me. Because if I tell you something, you might believe me. But if you tell you something, you will believe you. So my questioning process and my digging deep process is to get them to come up with a solution, not me.
That's good. That's really good. Because when it comes from within, it is such a difference, because we have the truth within. Just like you said, you give permission to the angels to help you. We do have that permission, and we can receive those divine messages, but we have to really listen and pay attention to those things.
Yeah. And we have to condition ourselves to, it's like this. When I say worthy, see, a lot of people make, it's like this heartfelt thing where we go, no, it's just like this. Watch this. How many people have a hard time accepting a compliment? Yeah, most people don't like that. It's just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, they don't like that. They easier give somebody a compliment than accept it. And that is just them. That is their psychology about themselves. It's saying, I'm not worthy of that, or there's something wrong, or whatever. Instead, when somebody gives you a compliment, go, well, thank you very much. I overdo it so that other people do more. What did I do when I first came on here? I went, stop doing that, because you know what? I want to be the example. Make fun of it. Have fun with it, so other people, so they'll feel it as well. Because it better be silly than scared. Because the silliness brings all the endorphin, dopamine, and oxytocin, and Jim Kwik's such an expert on that, and so is Dr. Amen, that they'll tell you all about it. Those are the things, whether it's little drip dosages of it. By the way, the antithesis of that is cortisol and all the stress hormones that go with that as well. So it's not that we're battling against those, it's just that both of them are going on all the time. Which one do you want to have the most effect on you is the one that's going to make you feel good, think good, feel good, do good, have good.
Can we dive into that a little more? Specifically, this celebration piece. This stems from, how many people have a hard time receiving a compliment, right? So I know that myself personally, but as you work through things, you become more aware of yourself. You then see how often it's found in other people as well. And I've definitely worked through this element of celebrating myself after I've conquered a thing and I've reworked and I felt all the things, right? So can you please dive into what celebration can look like? Because I think some people will feel it's like this big grand gesture, when I know that it's not, but I know that your words will describe it and share it beautifully. So celebration, all of that.
Yeah. Celebration is, I call it the achiever's fatal flaw. Most of us will die with it. And that is that die with not celebrating ourselves, rewarding ourselves, acknowledging ourselves, and things like that. I saw it on Instagram the other day. It was a perfect example of it. Now watch this, or listen to this. It was Einstein was teaching a course to his college students. And Einstein, arguably one of the greatest minds of all times, right? And he started off and he wrote on the board, 9 times 0 is 0. 9 times 1 is 9. 9 times 2 is 18. And he went all the way up till 9 times 9, 81. And then he said 9 times 10 is 91. And all of the students erupted. They go, no, you're wrong. You're the greatest mind. Come on. It's not 91, it's 90. How could you get that wrong? You're the greatest guy in the world. And he just sat back and let him go to it. And then he stopped and he said, isn't it interesting? I got 9 out of 10 right. And the only one that you acknowledge is the one that I got wrong. Now, so the aha for most of us is going, oh, wait a minute, we're beating up the one that's wrong. We're ignoring all the stuff that's right and beating up the one that's wrong. That's not the point. That's not what I took from it, with regard to celebration. How often do you give yourself credit for the 10 things or 9 things that you got right? That is what's going to change the habit, or I'm sorry, the addiction to beating yourself up. And it's not, as you said, it's not about dancing around. You can do that, and I want you to do that, and you can do that, and you can go over the top. It's also just acknowledgement. You know, if I ask, and I do this all the time, I ask people to write down 10 things you've accomplished. People will go, okay, I graduated from college. You know, I bought a new car. I learned a language. And after about 3 or 4 things, they run out of stuff to write down because their brain only goes for the big things. But if I tell you to write, which is one of the assignments, I give it to everybody right now. Start every day for 5 minutes, write down any and everything you can do that you've accomplished, anything. You brushed your teeth this morning, you took the trash out, you did anything at all, because then you start to create those new neural pathways inside your brain that are quicker to look for something that's great, and you start to recognize that you're a badass in millions of ways more than you are, you know, something that you failed at. And that becomes your default. So to your point, celebration doesn't have to be dancing around naked, you know, whatever. It just means, at the very least, acknowledge. At the very least, go, like for example, look behind me here. These are all these journals, and there's another 2 or 3 boxes of them upstairs. Now, in the olden days, before the internet, we used to write stuff down, right? Inside these journals, there's pages and pages and pages and pages of stuff that I've just done, because that's what I used to do. That was my way. Now understand, I came from a place of where when those guys did that to me, I was suicidal. So I don't use myself as some shining example of the way that things should be. I do use myself as an example of what's possible. I pray to God, and I hope something like that never happens to you, and a lot of people worse has. It's all irrelevant. I mean, it's all, everybody has their own feelings about what happened. And so if we spend more time looking at what's great, looking at where we want to go, looking at and acknowledging ourselves, and even acknowledging other people as well, then guess what you're not doing? You're not beating yourself up. You're not looking at the things that you don't want. And you start to make that automatically. That becomes your psychology, your emotion, and your actions.
Gosh,
Wow, powerful.
Sorry, I would love to cue anyone listening to what Joseph just said. If you can share in the chat something that you've already accomplished today, even if it was just here, brushing your teeth, put it in the chat. Nothing is too small. Nothing's too simple. I think that's really great. Like, let's apply this now. Let's start celebrating now. You know, let's go.
Let's do it.
You know, I think it's those things too. It's the celebrations. It's that, because we used to talk about this a lot, right? We had this, and you know, Joseph, from stage, how many people are not celebrating? You know how many people are just they're looking for something, but they're always looking for something.
Yeah.
And we got about 11 minutes left here or whatever. But what do you want this audience? This audience is worldwide. I mean, it's been an amazing with you, and Jim Kwik just kicked it out to his whole his whole community.
I've not talked to you for a while, but Jim, if you're listening, I miss you, my friend, and you're absolutely amazing, and I just love what you do.
Yeah, and we're going to get you two together. We're going to do more with him and more with you, and we just want to be the place people can come together, because this is the greatest thought leaders on the planet. You are 2 of them. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to leave it there. So, yeah, it's not a lot of our lives are because actually you two and what you two have created, but. You know, really from an audience perspective, knowing that we're never winding down, we're always winding up to the next, and you're going to be a lot of places, but tell them a little bit about what you'd like to leave them with. And I know you have a gift for them, you have something for them, how they can get that, and where you're going to be next.
Yeah. I'm gonna gosh, that's so much to unpack in that.
I know.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. You said so many people are looking for stuff. That's why they're on this call. That's why people are here right now. It's human nature. It's part of the package of life that we came through. We start our lives with only 1 fear and 2 needs. The 2 needs are the need to avoid pain, that's obvious, and the need to grow and learn. That never goes away, and that's why we're here right now. Okay. The only fear that we have is the fear of rejection. Don't get me started on that. Okay. But to answer your question with regard to something I'd like that I want to leave everybody with is, while you're looking, recognize that you're finding stuff all the time as well. I often say, stop looking and just pick it up. It's right there in front of you. It's right there in front of you. The exercise I just gave with regard to going back and looking at the things that you've accomplished, that's you. That's not somebody else. Those are all the things that you've accomplished. Find it. Stop for a second. It's like we're so busy looking, instead of going, okay, wait a minute. Let me take even off of this call, let me take this right thing right now and do something with it. Okay. Let me do the processes or learn more about it so that I can do something. It's not the knowledge, it's the do. And so what I would like to, so that's the one thing that I would like to leave everybody with. The second thing to leave everybody with is that you are just as capable as anybody else on the planet. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter whether it's Jim Kwik, Dr. Amen, Tony Robbins, anybody. You're just as capable as those people, because every single one of them has got an origin story as well, and so do you. And let me tell you everybody's origin story. Matter of fact, everybody, close your freaking eyes. And I'm going to give you your origin story, okay? A long time ago, many, many years ago, when you were really, really little, you don't even remember. You woke up one day and you were excited because this was the day that something inside, you knew something was going to happen. And they told you that this is the day that something is going to happen. So you got up and you waited by the door and you waited and you waited and you waited. And all of a sudden, boom, the door opened up and you and about 60 million other little sperms, depending on how excited your dad was, went on the first race of your life. And you were the luckiest, smartest, fastest. You were the only one that won, the only one. And the prize is life. You get it right now. You already won the freaking race. Stop and recognize it, that you got it. And so everybody, whenever you come into those places where things are hard, things are tough, and when they are, remember, wait a minute, I already won. I can do it again. Success is built on success. Let me do it again. Step up and go for it. Second to lastly, I'll say this. I get asked this all the time, guys. I know you do as well. If you could go back to your younger self and tell yourself one thing, what would it be? And I'm going to tell you what I would tell me. Learn the skill of snapping the hell out of it quicker. That's it. So when stuff happens, and it's going to, you guys experience, it's happening with me right now. I have a default that snaps myself out of it. And I encoded myself. That's what neuro encoding is. I encoded myself. So learn that skill quicker. So the gift that I'd like to give to everybody, and it is absolutely free. There's no charge whatsoever. It's something that I do every year. It's my way of giving back. Is and this is just in a few days, on the October the 8th, 9th, and 10th. I'm going to spend 2 hours a day with you. And I actually got some other of my other colleagues that are going to be with me, one or two of my other colleagues that you'll recognize. I want to keep it as a surprise. And it's virtual. And if you go to neuroencoding.com/challenge, or you just go to my Instagram and just click on it, it's yours for free. And it's live. And we're going to do it. I think it's, I think it starts at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time. And I'm gonna take, because we've been jumping around a bit here, but I'm going to take you through step by step. You're going to hear some of the things that I just taught you, but I'm going to go deeper in that. But because here's the thing. It's not what I teach you. It's what you do. And so I promise you're going to get a result on those, and it's each day, just 2 hours a day, 2 hours a day. And just so you know, well, at the risk of sounding arrogant, you may imagine I charge a lot of money to go out and speak. This is my gift to you. And the only thing that I ask everybody, be on it, just be there, is that if you get some value from it, you teach it to somebody else. You don't have to give me credit for it. You teach it to somebody else. Hey, guess what I learned? Or guess what? Let me show you this. Because it's the do that's going to get the result. So please join me. Please accept my gift to you. And it is something that somebody did this for me, and now I get to do it for you, and you get to do it for other people as well.
And Joseph, just one. So is neuro. I'm just going to make sure because we're going to post it. So neuroencoding.com/challenge. Thank you so much. It's great because you're always willing to give something to the audience. You're always willing to give back. It makes a difference. I'm actually posting it right now. It makes a difference every single day. And all we ever hear is, there we go. It's going to post. There we go. Is thank you. We hear thank you because you're always giving back. Look, you didn't need to be on this call, right? But you're moving. You got everything going on around you. You still showed up. It's about the showing up that makes the difference.
Well, it is my pleasure and it is my passion. And it really is my passion. And I don't expect everybody to have this same passion that I have. I do encourage everybody to, at the very least, find your core passion. Everybody has passions. And most of us go through, I don't know what my passion is. Joseph, you're lucky you got your passion. Yes, you do. Let me tell you what your passion is, everybody. And that is helping your fellow man, helping somebody else. Every single one of us feels good when we did something and somebody goes, thank you. When we did something and you never know, a word that you say can change somebody's life. Be the example of what is possible. Get out there and make all the money, make all the health, the happiness, all the stuff that you want. Because at the very least, you're a shining example for somebody else to go, wow, I want that and I can do that as well. So make that part of your passion as well. And I promise you, what happens is the world flows. Listen, just like these silly magnets here, you can't see what's going on in between here. There are unseen forces. Unseen forces. Electricity is unseen. But it's happening all the time, all around us. And the old saying, I'm going to butcher this, and make it my way, and that is, once he or she commits, mighty forces will come to your aid to bring you the situations, circumstances, and even the material things that you desire in your life. And the greatest part about it, again, to second this again, is that you become that glowing ball of magnetism and glowing ball of energy that affects other people. I get this all the time. It's like I was in India for the very first time about 6 days ago, no, about 8 days ago now. And when I was there at the end of the seminar, and I get this all the time at the risk of sounding arrogant, people come up to me and they go, Joseph, how is it that you can command the stage the way that you do? Now, unless this was my experience in India, that particular culture that I was in, they're very, very aggressive, very aggressive. And they were not the easiest audience to get. But I have this certainty about myself. And that certainty is, I don't care who it is. You're going to be eaten out of the palm of my hand in just a matter of moments. But it's not because I'm so special. It's because I have a process. I have a system. I call it neuroencoding. And so my students that I teach, and they've gone, and you see me speak again, you're going to go, he's doing that process again. You know, step by step what I'm doing. And so again, it's process over knowledge. It's process over skill. It's process over talent. All those things fall in place. Those unseen forces, utilize them. They're at your disposal.
Fantastic. First of all, from myself, the team, from our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, give Joseph a thunderous round of applause, everybody. You know, what you brought to the audience, what you brought to our worldwide audience, how this fits in with everything that we're doing. I mean, you know, from you to Jim Kwik to Dr. Deborah, who speaks for UNICEF and World Bank, and she was the chair of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins. Those are the people that are going to be on our show. We're making a difference every day. I wanted to thank you, Joseph, for spending your time. It's time to get moving. It's time, right? It's time. Wow, I didn't even mean to say it that way, but it is. We love to have you on. We love to have you part of the community. I know we're going to be seeing you, you know, on and on and on and on. We wish you the best in all your travels and your move today. And Mary's texting too. Thank you. So I'm like,
it's my absolute pleasure. Thank you. Anytime. And the next time we talk, it'll be from my new home, and there won't be all this commotion going on.
Oh, you know what? Next time we're just going to bring a film crew to you. This will be great. We'll do like we'll do like one of those reality TV, right? Yeah. We'll knock on your door and we'll start the live stream. That'd actually be pretty funny. So, all right, Joseph, again, thank you for myself, Parisa, Karen, from the whole team here, from Ava, from Mo, from Alicia. Thank you so much for being on, and we look forward to many more times with you. And go have a good move.
Me as well. Bye, everybody. Hey, one last thing.
Yes.
Remember, life is always exactly what you dare to make it, and fortune favors the bold. So the trick is to boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. I love you. I thank you guys again. I thank you for the opportunity to share with you and share your time with me. And I will see you next time. Yes. I got to go move.
Go move.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much. Right.
You know, that was amazing. We had a live move going on, but that's the thing. You still do whatever it takes because he made it about us. He could have easily said, you know, I'm moving today. I can't do this. And he never did. He said, I'm going to be on. I'm going to make it for your people in your audience. And that's the beauty. So, you know, you've all just been amazing so far. It's been a great day. I'm going to turn the show over now to Ava, and I'll be back a little later. We have so much going on, so much great talent, and Ava, you got some amazing people coming up. So,
We
um,
do, very
all
much
of you,
so.
I will see you a little later.
Thank you, Michael. Parisa and Garen, you know, I'd love to hear what your biggest takeaways are with Joseph McClendon. I'm going to start. Mine is like, it's about the do, right? It's about the do. It's not how much we learn. It's not the skill. It's not the learning. It is about the doing, because it's the doing that makes the difference. You know, and I'm excited to pitch. You know, I'm gonna copy. I was saying I'm gonna copy that line from Joseph McClendon, at the risk of sounding arrogant. At the risk of sounding arrogant, that I will actually continue what Joseph McClendon just started today, just right now, about being the do, because my 2:30 talk is about how do you get to do. So Parisa and I will be together on that segment at 2:30. But Parisa, what's your greatest takeaway from what landed for you and what came alive in you with Joseph McClendon's segment?
You know, I'm going to say two things because I can't just keep it to one. One is the element of charging yourself up with electricity. And I think that the way he describes it is so different than the way I've heard it with many other teachers, mentors, doctors. Is like really just charging yourself up, like your body, your mind. And that itself, that you're charging yourself up with, that electricity is the same electricity that you're going to experience in others and your situations. And that itself, I'm like, okay, so what kind of electricity do I want to experience today? What kind of electricity do I want to be? What electricity do I want to experience myself as? You know, which of course leads to the 60% psychology bit and all of that. The other piece is the celebrating one, of course, because I brought that question forward. And it's one of my mentors always says, ABC, always be celebrating. And really, always be celebrating. There's nothing too small to celebrate. Even acknowledgement is celebration. And I feel that a lot of the time when we're going through something really challenging, when we're even if we're at the peak of something and we're really experiencing that like high achiever moment, we tend to just go do, which is the piece of the process that's key, right? But we also need to pause to just acknowledge, to then celebrate, and really close that loop of really establishing these new habits. And again, as he mentioned, that habits are these actions that we are compelled to do that serve us. And if they are not serving us and we're falling into the pattern of that, then those are truly addictions, not habits. So it was more than two things. I have literally pages of notes per usual, all of the notes I'm taking, but yes, so many good things.
I love that. I actually just had someone share this morning an application of that celebration question that you asked, Parisa. So a mentor of mine was giving this example of, things weren't going well. I kind of like was a little too slow doing the preparation that I need to do. And like she was in a funk. And then realized, wait a minute, I woke up this morning. I got out of bed. I got down the stairs safely without rolling down, and he started just celebrating the little things, and it shifted him out of the judgment that the day isn't going well and about how he was about to propel the day not going well, right? And shifted that because of the celebration. It's just like, wait a minute. And just the little things, really shifted it to make it an even better day, and changing that trajectory with celebration. So thank you for bringing celebration up, Parisa. It's really powerful when we shift ourselves to celebrate. Karen, would love to hear.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Ava. Thank you, Parisa, for allowing me to be a part of this amazing conversation and to get to ask Joseph a question myself. And I was really impressed also with the voltage, increasing our voltage. I thought that when he did that exercise where you make yourself feel bad and then you look up and then you smile and you try to feel bad. You can't feel bad. And I thought that pattern interrupt is so important to be able to program ourselves so that we can default. But it takes practice to establish that neural pathway and to make that stronger, within our brain, like a rut in a road. You have to keep doing it over and over again. And then when he said, once you commit, mighty forces come to your aid to help you. And when he said that he asks angels, he starts his day by asking angels that he gives them permission, and he asks them to come and help him. And I thought, what a beautiful thing to give them permission, because we know if you ask, you shall receive. And if you don't ask, then you don't get the answer, And so ask for that divine help in our life, because we will get that aid. I have felt that in my life, and I know that is true. And I think that part of these processes that we forget about, to interrupt and to think, what do I really want? What do I want the angels to come to aid to help me to do? And if we focus on that, when we get those intrusive thoughts that come in, we just shift and we work on reestablishing that positive neural pathway. What do we want? And then commit to that, and then do that work. It's so inspiring to hear these messages, but and it's great to take notes, because it makes that rut stronger in our brain. But I think we need to put little notes, I do, on my mirror, and in my car, and different things, so that I can remember these things, and I can establish that as a greater habit.
For sure. Oh my gosh. I love what you just shared, even the voltage, right? But talking about ask, and you say ask, I would like to ask our audience, what's your takeaway? Because you're part of this conversation. It's not just about Parisa's takeaway. It's not just about Karen's, but what landed for you? I'm seeing Michelle respond, in our global audience. I see Ellen. I love Ellen's spelling. It's L and N, but it sounds like Ellen. I love that. Jackie, Barbie, would love to hear, one of the things that I would love to share, we're about to be starting with our next speaker, Dr. Amit Goswami, and it's a powerful segment that includes many of our secret leaders also in the Los Angeles Tribune that you don't see often. So stay tuned for that. But one of the things, I love what you just shared. Once you commit, mighty forces come to aid. I feel like doing that. Mighty forces come to aid, right? Mighty forces come to aid. But we are giving away, we didn't get to tell you that, but we're giving away a free complimentary in-person ticket to the Les Brown Power of Possibilities event in LA, October 11, 12, 13. And if you can't go, you can gift it to somebody. So we are gifting that to one person plus one every day in this summit when you engage with us on the comment section, and we're going to look at that. So before we go to our next speaker, we are going to tee up a short commercial about the power of possibilities with Les Brown. But for now, yes, this is so amazing. It's a mental health awareness. But for now, I would say we'll be right back.
Mental Wellness and Music Tour, hosted by Les Brown and Friends, October 11th to the 13th at the LAX Marriott Hotel, Los Angeles, California.
You have something special. You have greatness in you. I was training a group of speakers from around the world this past week, and one of them said to me privately, he said, I can't tell you how many times I've listened to you. And he said, When I was a teenager, my grandmother got in the car, heard me listening to you, and she said, don't listen to him. I work at the Penobscot building in Detroit, and he sleeps in his office. He bathes in the sink down the hall. He hides in the closet when the janitorial staff comes through. Don't listen to him talking about being successful, and he's sleeping on the floor. And he said, man, I wish my grandmother was now here, because she wouldn't believe what I'm looking at. You ask me, Les, how did you overcome that? Sleeping on the floor at the Penobscot in Detroit. They go around telling people, you have the power to live your dreams. You have to be hungry. People that are hungry are resourceful. People that are hungry are able to create something out of nothing. People that are hungry go after their dreams, and they might not even know how to do it, but it's something that's in their heart. Where your heart is, there your treasure is also. I'm saying take a chance on you. This is the time you have to be a risk taker. Viscott said if you're not willing to risk, you can't grow. And if you can't grow, you can't become your best. And if you can't become your best, you can't be happy. And if you can't be happy, then what else is there? I like what Helen Keller said. She said, life is short and unpredictable. Eat the dessert first. You have the power in you to do more than you could ever begin to imagine. But keep in mind, you have to be hungry.
It's the Power of Possibilities Mental Wellness and Music Tour, hosted by Les Brown and Friends, October 11th to the 13th at the LAX Marriott Hotel, Los Angeles, California. Visit lesbrownpowertour.com for more information.
Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, welcome back here to the Neuroscience Symposium. And we are so super excited today because we have an amazing guest. So Jeremy, let me have you just do a quick little introduction of who we have coming on with us today.
Oh, thank you, Adana. One of the things I want to say is I met Dr. Goswami probably about 10 or 11 years ago. And I was so excited to meet him because he was the beginnings of my spirituality. And I don't even know if he knows this, but he was my beginnings because I watched What the Bleep Do We Know and studied a lot of his material after that. So let me just tell you about Dr. Amit Goswami. He is a quantum physicist and taught quantum physics and theoretical physics at the University of Oregon. Hopefully I'm getting that correct. And he has also started a university called Quantum University as the founder of the idea of quantum economics. And so I'm really excited to have him here on the Neuroscience Summit and being a part of this that we're actually bringing to all of you. So I guess we can bring him up on the stage, right, Donna?
Yes, we can. I'm so super excited here. Thank you, Amit Goswami, for being here with us today. And what I want to know here as we get moving is you have been featured in so many different places. You have a number of different books, including books such as God is Not Dead. You've been featured on What in the Bleep Do We Know? And you really bridge a lot between science and spirituality. with a lot of your studies. So how do you believe quantum physics can help us better understand the nature of reality and consciousness in our everyday lives?
Yes, quantum physics does that. Quantum physics says that all objects of our experience are possibilities for consciousness to choose from. This message makes it clear that consciousness is the basis of everything. And all things happen because there are possibilities to be chosen by consciousness. And when consciousness chooses, one particular actuality out of all the possibilities become our experience. In this way, we have both physical experiences and non-physical, non-material experiences. So quantum physics is a roadway to paradigm shift. We have been kind of mesmerized into believing that matter makes everything, and that kind of seemed like spirituality is passé, ruled out, because if everything is material, who needs spirit for anything? But quantum physics, properly understood, obviously tells us otherwise. This is an extremely important message, and I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present it to the general public. The more we know that science and spirituality are one and the same thing, they are an integral part of our life, the more we can do better for ourselves. We can transform, we can change, we can make our potentialities into actuality.
Thank you for that. With science, with spirituality, and yes, we talk onto the topic of quantum physics. I love physics. I'm actually a physics nerd, and I love reading physics books. And now I have a whole new library to look at in addition to what I actually study. How would you describe quantum physics to the rest of the world of somebody who may not know what that is?
Well, I would have to first let the person go through a little bit of puzzling stuff. Like, I'll probably ask him, can you believe that some object can be both wave and particle, and explain to them how that is very impossible in a logical sense, because waves are everywhere, but particles can be only at one place at one time. And then I would tell the person a little bit about the double slit experiment, how an electron can go through both slits at the same time, and make a pattern like when water wave goes through the two slits, same pattern. The water wave pattern is called an interference pattern, and electron makes the same pattern, which means that the electron splits into two waves, and the two waves interfere, and that's why we get the pattern of electron appear in many places on a screen. So these are strange behavior from ordinary thinking, the way we are used to. And then we tell him further that, look, the puzzle is that if we try to look at the electron, then we never see it as a wave. We always see it as a particle. So the electron wave must reside in a domain outside of space and time. And then I introduced the idea that outside of space and time has a peculiar characteristic. If two objects are correlated in that domain, then they can communicate instantly, which confirms the fact that it is outside of space and time, because in space and time, no two objects can ever communicate instantly. It always takes a finite amount of time. That's the theory of relativity for you. And so quantum physics is something very different. It introduces another domain outside of our normal space and time domain. And this outside domain is what psychologists discovered as unconscious, and what in spiritual tradition they have been calling transcendent domain. In quantum physics, we call it unmanifest domain of potentiality. And then when we experience, something of the potentiality becomes transformed into actuality. This is the mystery of creation. And we create the world. Consciousness is us. We are connected. Of course, there is the mystery of creation. We have to connect with that which really creates, which is the deepest level of consciousness within us. So in this way, it's pretty simple to understand, I hope, right?
So I have a question with that. When you mentioned we are consciousness, one of the things that pops into my mind is the ancient ideas of Christ consciousness and Buddha consciousness and shamanic state and all these different states that people went into. And even in modern day Christians talk about the Holy Spirit, and that's amongst all of us. Would that be considered the same thing as consciousness, and that we're all a part of that?
Yes, you added a little bit more. That would probably be coming up next, which would, of course, be that this unconscious, when we experience it in the immediacy of the present moment, that's when we get that totality of non-locality of oneness of everything. That experience is variously called Savikalpa Samadhi in Sanskrit. It can be called when that Christ consciousness that declared that my Father and I are one, it's that consciousness. It's also Holy Spirit. It can be called by a variety of names, but its essence is the same thing. I myself had an experience. I wouldn't claim it as something to boast about, but it just happened to me. And indeed, it is the oneness of everything. You will lose your particular me-centeredness completely. The experience is I'm one with everything. Your identity just becomes very universal. And this, Abraham Maslow called this experience peak experience because he was of the same opinion as I, that anybody can have these experiences. They're not all that rare. We do have, in fact, Freud might have this experience as well because he talked about oceanic experience. That's the feeling. I am one with the ocean, one with everything. So these things, I think, historically, they have been a bit mythologized, and therefore people always have felt that very special consciousness. They are not that special. And it is very important to understand that there is a science for it, and therefore if we follow a scientific method, which I call the creative process, then anybody can have these experiences, and then what happens is that subsequently we are able to embody the essence of those experiences. That embodiment is what makes us into a saint. Here we are an ordinary person, then we become capable of loving, capable of being just all the time, being good to everyone, declare world is my family, that kind of thing. It is nothing that is reserved for a special number of people. It's for everybody. This is the message of the integration of science and spirituality.
I love that. It really explains a lot to us why we want to be compassionate to other people.
So you've even created an institute that studies this, and I was just wondering, how do you envision the future relationship between physics and spiritual tradition as they start to even merge more together?
Yeah, we established actually a university for giving masters and PhD. Our procedure is the following: we want to create leaders, because it is a fact that some people need leaders in order to find the truth. So we are creating this transformational educational system. It is part of Center for Quantum Activism that I have founded. We have a university in Jaipur, India, University of Technology, with which we are affiliated, and the degree is given through that university, which is approved by the government of India. So it's a completely officially approved affiliated university degree. And what we teach is quantum science of health, prosperity, and happiness. It's not regular quantum physics with all the mathematics, but it takes the essence of quantum physics, quantum principles, and applies to health, psychology, and business enterprises, business leadership. So in this way, we hope that we will create emissaries will then spread the quantum worldview to the world, and the world will gradually transform. Because it has been calculated, one person can affect at least 9 people in his or her lifetime. And if we then produce these people, and they will produce more, and they will produce more, and it takes a few generations to transform the world. Does that sound good? Doable?
It does. Well, I've been considering getting that doctorate, so. You wrote a few books, one on quantum activism that kind of that goes along with your center and the degrees. Also, you wrote one on quantum economics. And can you talk a bit about quantum activism and quantum economics, especially?
Yes, quantum activism is a bit different from the regular activism. In ordinary political activism, we try to change the world about something, about their attitude towards something, but we don't necessarily join into the change. This is the current problem with all our political leaders. They say something, sounds very good, but if you look into their personal lives, you'll often find contradictions. They don't follow it. Quantum physics doesn't work that way. Quantum physics is, we have a lot of potentiality, but unless we work and activate those potentialities in our life and manifest them in our life, embody them, they are not that useful to talk about. Not that one shouldn't talk about them. Talking about them is a beginning, but one has to explore and embody. So this aspect then can be defined completely like activism when a human being changes himself, herself, using the quantum principles, at the same time change the world, not keeping themselves out of the equation. But myself, I'll change myself and the world using quantum principles. That makes me a quantum activist. I myself do this, all my associates do this, and this is what we also teach at our transformational university. Unless you transform, the words you taught goes only a little bit of the way towards making you a human being. Human being, the human potentiality is what makes us human being. Humanness is about becoming divine in this way of embodying these ideas of consciousness, what we call spiritual values: love, beauty, justice, truth, wholeness, goodness, etc.
It's beautiful.
Incredibly beautiful. Incredibly. Alicia.
Wow, the way that you describe quantum activism is quite unique, because it really starts with how you can start within first, and then it almost has a compound and rippling effect outside to how you actually impact society. For those that aren't as aware, can you please share a little bit more about how quantum economics works and how they can potentially contribute towards it?
Well, thank you for that question. Quantum economics is a very favorite subject of me because, initially it seems to everybody that the best way to bring change is probably through politics. Politics is an exploration of the archetype of power. But truly, what does politics do today? I mean, you just look at American politics and you see the limits of it. Very few things that the leaders promised can actually be enacted. On the other hand, economics, businesses really can insist that the employees be in tune with the values that the business professes to propagate through its products. This relationship between the employees and the employer and the worldview of the organization and the impact of the products, this can be made much more coherent. And this is what basically quantum economics proposes. We don't really have to have so much discrepancy between how we live and how we think. The problem is that we so far have taken only physical goods as the products that business produces. A little bit, of course, we publish books, and that's not physical good entirely. That's also about mental thinking. We think, we write those things up, and we have a book. Similarly, we have music, we have creative stuff, painting, etc. So there's a small market of subtle products that based on thinking and feeling and intuition and creativity. In quantum economics, we propose that we make this much bigger. We have now established a connection of feelings that we have with what we call vital energy, a movement of morphogenetic fields. That's a concept that Rupert Sheldrake defined, introduced into the idea of cell differentiation. Very solid scientific concept. This is an organizing principle, just like mind is an organizing principle that consciousness uses to give us experiences. So these morphogenetic fields gives us the experience of feeling. Organization of the mind gives us the experience of thinking. And we already have been using it partially. But the scope, after you get into the science of these feelings and emotions and morphogenetic fields, you find that the scope of it is enormous. We have touched very little of it. Like, for example, we have chakras in our body, and we have products that can enliven and awaken those chakras. You can have vital energy products that will help awaken awaken love in the heart chakra, for example, awaken self-esteem in the navel chakra. Not entirely by itself, but the product will help with some practices to awaken those chakras. And once those chakras are awakened, the effect is enormously good for health. For example, if love is awakened in the heart chakra, that strengthens the immune system, and that can eliminate future possibility of contracting a serious disease like cancer or heart disease. So these things have tremendous health benefit. The change in physiology that we can do by concentrating on energy processes, vital energy processes. So we have suggested vital energy product. We have suggested mental products are already there. But the best part of quantum economics is looking at the human itself as a capital. Ordinarily, we think capital as money, capital as stuff which has material value. But really, human beings right now is at a precipice. The artificial intelligence computers, they're coming, and that will replace much of human labor. So human beings, it's imperative that we recognize that we are also capital. We are also capable of doing things that the machines can never do. For example, using the quantum principles, non-locality, discontinuity, creativity, these things are specifically unique to human. And these things, if we learn how to explore and embody, then we become capital for a business to use. And we are the product as well as we are also the creator of further products that will come from us. So in this way, we'll have a unique type of economics where capital, the consumers, and the producers, they will all come together in a very tangled hierarchical way.
Wow, I'm just blown away because I've never really looked at the word quantum economics before, but yet everything you say is exactly what I myself, and I know a lot of other people, have experienced. One of the questions that I do have for you, you mentioned earlier that we are electromagnetic beings. There's electricity, we have magnetism, there's electrons, there's the protons, we're waves, we're particles. But I also think that there's always a third center balancing point. I know we come here to learn feeling wise through duality, hot, cold, left, right, up, down, but there's warm, there's a center, there's a middle. So with quantum physics, quantum mechanics, having the duality with those pieces, third center balancing point, because some of the things that they call scalar energy, which is light energy from the sun and the moon and the stars, that also feed us energetically, maybe magnetically. How does that piece fit? Does it fit?
I didn't get much from your question, truly. What are you really asking?
About like what they call scalar energy. It's a light energy.
Scalar.
Yeah, that's the word, scalar.
No, that's a speculation that Tesla, the great scientist Tesla made. Light, whether light can exist as a scalar wave is still being debated. In terms of vital energies, this can be, in a analogical way, have some application. With a student of mine, Anil Sinha, and I, he did the experiments, but the theory can be built in terms of, we have a bioelectric field, human beings. So this bioelectric field can also become transitory, meaning that it's an electromagnetic field and you can change it. So changing electromagnetic field gives you photons. These are called biophotons, photons emitted from our bioelectric field. So this biophotonic field in some ways can be thought of as a product of the vital energy changes that are connected with it. So in that sense, some of that concept of Tesla analogically can be said to contribute. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that Tesla inspired us to think this way. This way. But other than that, there's no direct evidence of scalar waves in the world. The electromagnetic wave is not a scalar wave.
Wow. Thank you for clarifying that, because that is something that has been surfacing for a while, and it can create confusion if it's not really backed by science with it.
It is confusing, but of course, what confuses us mostly also is that there are instruments that are built on the basis of this scalar wave idea. But those instruments, on deeper analysis, they are really talking about this vital energy related waves that are coming from bioelectricity. They're not really talking about scalar wave produced by electromagnetic oscillations of a source.
Wow. So much great information. So the center for your center and the degrees that you give are not just towards healing. You have things geared towards life coaching, activism, nutrition, spirituality. Can you talk a little bit more about, because I think when you're inspiring leaders, I even have a friend that's a nurse practitioner. She's been thinking about going to get her doctorate with you because she's like, that would help me with medicine and holistic medicine. So
yeah, thank you for this question. This is very important for people to get. It is really enormous progress that we have made. That in our vocabulary there is now holistic medicine is a regular term, and life coaching is a regular term. But these things, when it boils down to, okay, what is the science behind holistic medicine? When it boils down to that, there is no conventional holistic medicine is just a phrase that we use to give the idea that we are paying attention not only to the physical but also to mental, emotional, and all that. But the worldview that the physicians use is still the materialist worldview. The idea is that matter produces mind, but matter produces mind is a very, very limited idea. Yes, matter can produce certain aspects of the mind, or matter can stimulate certain aspects, the conditioned aspects of the mind. But it's not really mind that matter can produce. Mind is about meaning. Meaning, matter cannot even process. Matter processes information. Material machines, computers are information processing machine. Information is an aspect of meaning, but not the ambiguity. It does not cover the ambiguity of meaning. Everything that you say that is a thought has ambiguity. When we make it into information, There is no ambiguity. That's what can be computed. So if you think in this way, then what we realize that it is very important to recognize that holistic medicine really must acknowledge that we have 5 bodies. This is where quantum science of experience comes in. We have material experience, sensing, we have feelings, vital energy, we have thinking, meaning, we have intuition of archetypes, godly qualities, divine qualities, love, beauty, justice, truth, wholeness that I talked about earlier, archetypes we can call them. So this, and of course the self itself. Self is what experiences. So when we say holistic medicine, it must cover all the 5 bodies, the wellness of all the 5 bodies, not only material wellness, but feeling wellness, emotional wellness, mental wellness, archetypal, and spiritual wellness. This is what we aim for. So holistic medicine takes a completely different shape. And now that we have the ability to measure the vital, we have Carlian photography and biophotons, we can measure your vital wellness. Mental wellness can be measured by this fMRI, functional magnetic imaging, resonance imaging. These techniques, we can measure the mind. So we can actually measure these well-beings. We can not only measure the physical well-being, but also measure the vital well-being, mental well-being. Well, spiritual well-being, of course, can only be experienced. We can measure it indirectly by holistic aspects of our experiences, like expansion of consciousness, more loving, positive emotions in that way, experiential though. So in this way, we have really established a proper holistic medicine. Similarly, when we talk about psychology, which psychology are you talking about? Academic psychology is mostly behaviorism, whereas when you go to a therapist, it's very likely that therapist was going to be psychoanalytic therapist or humanistic therapist, psychodynamic, or transpersonal. Quantum psychology integrates all of these psychologies into one psychology. So you don't have to have this division anymore. So when we say quantum life coaching, that life coach is going to take advantage of all that is known in all the branches of psychology, and nothing is going to be left out. You are going to find your physical power, your mental power, emotional power, even spiritual power. And this is what we teach. When we coach you as a quantum life coach, then we will empower you not only how to think, how to live, but also how to connect with spirit, how to really use what ancient people called God's power and bring that into fruition in your own life. And of course, quantum economics we already have touched. So we teach quantum leadership, how to take. I strongly believe that businesses can make a huge change in the world today. Much more capacity towards transforming the world businesses have than politics have. So in business coaching, we really coach the business leaders how to include the employees, how to in their total worldview, so that that's complete consonance between the upper echelon and the labor. When there is such consonance, it's already measured that the efficiency goes up and the profit goes up. And there is complete correlation between the upper echelon. There is very little elitism in other words. So this is what we mean by the archetype of power and abundance simultaneously explored with love and goodness. We don't have to exclude love and goodness from the equation of business. If we bring them in, businesses will only be better, not worse. So spiritualizing business, that's one way of talking about it. In the past, people used to be scared of it. There's nothing to be scared of. It's something to be welcomed because it makes the workplace so much better to live. And in the process, the employees, the creative people who produce the ideas, all of them become much more capable, efficient, and happy.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I love that. I actually, I'm a psychologist and I study that, and there's not like lots and lots of research showing that you're absolutely right. When the employees are engaged and aligned with the management, the business, it thrives.
Absolutely.
So, Dr. Ahmed, in a couple months, you are going to be infinity, right? You have this amazing birthday coming up, 88. Do you have any tips or any things for us of that, what you do in your routines, mornings, night? Like, should I stand on my head or clean my chakras every day? Like, what are some dailies that I could start to do to get into some of the things that you have been teaching for all these decades?
Well, there are only really the three things you can do. And it is to live a quantum way of life is really so simple. Okay, you have to have 1 hour at least towards what I call self expansion work. Ordinarily, we are very me-centered. Okay, we are born that way, me-centered, and then we have these negative emotions. We have an affinity towards pleasure, affinity towards information processing. This is the base level human condition. In that condition, we cannot really neither be happy nor be intelligent. We are kind of barely human. How to live quantum? We have to come up from that me-centeredness, the first priority. And for that, what we need to do is to learn some exercises that expand consciousness, inspiration. So we have to have like some meditation, some vital energy exercises on the heart chakra. It takes about an hour at most. And you start your day as an inspired person, expanded consciousness. The rest of the day, the idea is to live in a way, I call it do way of living. What does that mean? Do and be. Do is work, be is relaxation. So we engage, and the engagements are either with the archetype of our choice, our profession. Like if I'm a scientist, I'm looking at archetype of truth. If I am a psychologist, I'm trying to make people whole, so I'm looking at archetype of wholeness. So I have to have that archetypal exploration in my own intention so that I can help others with that same archetype. In other words, that's where the quantum activism aspect comes in. I change as you change. I'm not aloof from what I'm trying to do. If we engage with our profession that way, it gives us satisfaction. And that's always expansion of consciousness. And then finally, relationship, that's the third part of life. There again, we relate with the idea of engaging love and goodness. We never relate for survival issues. Like, it's very old-fashioned already in America. We accept, that you remember in 2016, a presidential aspirant talked about sex is for reproduction, and we humiliated him. Because sex, everybody knows, is for pleasure. But I think time has come to recognize that sex can also go beyond pleasure to love. Sex is for the exploration of love. So if we approach our relationship with these archetypes in mind, like sex is for love, having a friendship is for exploring goodness, in this way we transform our relationships as well and make it bring divinity into it. So this is the secret. I mean, the three things that we engage with in our life. One is ourself. We do that, we become inspired. One is with our job, which is we do that in a professional way, engage with an archetype. That is the basis of the profession. And finally, when we relate to people like our family, like our loved one, then we relate with this archetype of love and goodness in mind.
Thank you for that. Whenever we ask questions, I always look for what's my paradigm shift. And I've always seen love and happiness and gratitude and kindness, all of those things as virtues. But you're really talking about them as an archetype. And if you were an archetype of the different qualities there, which one would you naturally fall into? So just a question for all of our listeners and everybody out there, what archetype would you really be in that? So thank you for that paradigm shift for me.
Yes, it is very, very important to recognize that we all have chosen a personal archetype. It is in our unconscious. And if we follow that archetype, usually we do. Many people who are satisfied with their profession are in the right archetype already. But if you have not found your archetype, please look into our work, consult with my website, and we'll help you find your archetype. Once you find your archetype, you have found your bliss. You know that phrase that Joseph Campbell used to say, follow your bliss? We have changed it a little bit. Find your bliss, that is your archetype, and then follow your bliss.
I love that. It's hard to follow something that you cannot find. Dr. Amit, for those that are newer to or in the initial stages of exploring their spirituality and exploring what consciousness is, what are some principles or concepts that you want them to be aware about when they're just trying to figure out how this actually fits into their daily life before they're ready to do kind of the 3 practices that you were just mentioning around mindfulness and blocking out that hour? But as they're in that exploration phase, what do you want them to be aware about going in?
Well, the most important is to recognize that the conventional ways of the society are very limited, especially today. There's a worldview polarization between religion and science, because science has become a dogma that matter is everything, and religions, of course, always have had various dogmas. For example, they're very reluctant to accept the idea of evolution. So these dogmatic ways we have to give up. That's the very first thing. Once we give up the dogmatic ways, then the next thing to understand is that there are certain dichotomies that are built into us. The way we come into being introduce certain necessary dichotomies. These dichotomies, for example, is about transcendent and immanent, or creativity and conditioning. Without conditioning, we cannot live. There's no stability in life. So we have to have conditioning. We have to know how to go to the bathroom. There's just no alternative. And yet, we also have to be creative, because health is fundamentally a balance between creativity and conditioning, because the weather keeps changing, climate keeps changing, bacteria come in, viruses affect us. So environment is always changing and challenging. And we have to change our organizing principles, change our experiences to cope with that. In health, we talk about hardware and software. Hardware is the material part that requires stability, but software has to adjust constantly towards these environmental changes. And so we have to deal with this. And dealing with it is what brings in creativity in life. And spirituality, of course, the highest form of creativity, we call it inner creativity, transformation. Spirituality has to come back in our life. And we have to realize that spirituality and mundane, regular life, there really is not much separation. Abraham Maslow introduced the idea of lower needs and higher needs. Lower needs are needs of survival, like eating, having sex. Whereas higher needs are needs for love, needs for goodness, needs for wholeness. But really, what we find is that they have to be mixed up. Without mixing them up, like earlier I talked about exploration of power with love, exploration of power with goodness, exploration of abundance with love, with goodness. So similarly, in my own life, I was exploring initially truth as a scientist, but then challenges of love came in, and when I integrated truth with love, it was a different story altogether. How you do science, when you do it with love, it changes your life. So we have to learn to combine the basic needs with the higher needs. Remember always, the conditioning is as necessary as creativity. Mundane is as necessary as sacred, and go for the wholeness of the whole thing.
Wow. Wow. Incredibly powerful there. Thank you so much for your time here with us today, Dr. Amit. I know we, on behalf of the Tribune, we do have an award that we would like to honor you with. Alicia, would you like to share that award while I?
Yes. So, Dr. Amit, on behalf of the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava V. Manuel, and the entire Los Angeles Tribune team, we are honored to present you with the Lifetime Achievement Award for all of your contributions to quantum mechanics, exploring consciousness, and spirituality, and all of the teachings that you've contributed and provided to the world. So we just want to say that we see you, we recognize you, and we know that the work that you are doing is having an immense impact on this world today and for many future generations to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as we wrap up here, closing words, Dr. Amit, it's all you.
Well, I really want to thank you again. And for closing, I want to emphasize once more, we are at a very challenging times, where we have become very polarized and all these different forces, fractions are trying to take us this way or that way. This is the time for integration. This is the time for realizing that we are still just at the beginning of what humanness means. We have to become more human, and the way to be more human is to transform. We have this base level condition. We have to transform. We have to change those negative emotions and balance it with positive emotions. Quantum physics is giving us the way. It has explained the creative process. Now we know how to transform. So those who can transform, please join us in this wonderful journey. It's called Hero's Journey in Mythology. It is, but it is not difficult. It is very enlightening. It's joyful. It's happiness producing. It's intelligence producing. Come and join us in this adventure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Donna, Jeremy, Alicia, and that was such a powerful, beautiful segment. Thank you for all of our audience. Just wanted to recognize, we've got Michelle Odette Green, Jason Antelek, who is the director of our Speakers Bureau in the Los Angeles Tribune. We've got Karen Kane, Lisa Tan. We wanted to encourage, and of course, Rex Sykes. Rex Sykes is our mentor in the Los Angeles Tribune, one of our keynote speakers also here in this Neuroscience Summit. I wanted to just thank you for really taking in this for yourself, like listening in for yourself and being able to explore and expand your imagination. For a few minutes, we're going to just reflect back on the reason why we do this in the Los Angeles Tribune. What is our why behind everything that we do, bringing in speakers that normally people won't hear about unless they paid for an in-person conference summit somewhere else. But we're making this available to the world, whether you're from in Bangladesh, in the Philippines, in Pakistan, in Europe, in Australia. This is available to everybody who wants to really dive deeper into learning, into exploring, into discovering more of ourselves. We live in such exciting times. More things are being available for us that formerly wasn't available even 10 years ago. And with that, I'm going to bring the TEDx talk of our CEO, Mo Rock. And he's going to talk about the inspiration behind the Los Angeles Tribune. We'll be right back.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
You're not just liking, sharing, or commenting. you're actually casting a vote. What a powerful statement. I've listened to the TED Talk at least over, 20 times. And every single time it still gets me. That we have the ability to influence what we see. We have the ability to influence what comes up on our feed, what continues in our environment. We're casting a vote. So I'm so excited that we are doing the Neuroscience Summit, all about expanding and learning, spirituality and science all together combined. Parisa, what's been your takeaway so far?
What's not been my takeaway so far? I think that's more of the question. I mean, I'm like a student for life, and I think we all are. And I think truly my takeaway is that continue to reinforce these principles by allowing yourself to be around them, about the way they're talked about. People are having conversations about them because they become more simple. And the simplification process allows the application process and then the embodiment of it to be more ingrained. It becomes woven into our lives, not having to work so hard to put these things in place. So just be around it more and allow it to become more simple. And what was it that Joseph McClendon said, that, when it's so complex, that's when we lose it. It cannot be applied. We're not going to grab onto it when it's complex. So simplification is key. And I'm here for that all the time, all day. Thanks, Ava.
Simplification is key. I love that. I so love that. Karen, and also our audience, type in what your takeaway, what's landed for you. What's one thing that you're going to be acting on? That'd be amazing if you could do that. Karen.
Yes, I thought the same thing, Parisa. I thought, when you think about neuroscience, it's just like, oh my goodness, science, that's beyond me. But when when I asked him that question about how do you program yourself to default to the high voltage, and he said, well, that's going to take a long time. But then he narrowed it down and he gave us the 4 steps, and he talked about the pattern interrupt and how simple that if we notice a negative thought, an intrusive thought that comes into our mind, we can smile. We can say, what do I want? We can change that right then and practice that over and over and over again. And to make it that simple, I thought we can all apply that. Every single one of us. We don't have to have a PhD in neuroscience or something. Each one of us, all of you out there who are listening, you can apply that to improve your mental well-being, to improve your emotional intelligence, to improve your resilience, so that you can deal with all of these things that throw at us. Life happens. It happens to all of us. But if we have these tools, and we're given these tools for free, like Joseph said, he charges a lot of money when he speaks at other events. And for the Los Angeles Tribune to make this possible, Ava and Parisa, for you to be so generous with your time, and Mo Rock.
And yours, Karen?
And Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and all the back team that make this event possible. So all of you out there in the audience can receive this education at no cost. It is it's just such a huge blessing, and it blesses my life. And I am so grateful because I am learning so much, and I'm being reminded of things that I know that I haven't done yet. Like Joseph said, the most important thing is not what you know, it's what you do. And I'm like, oh yeah, I need to do that thing. So yeah, I really appreciate making it in simple terms so that we can actually do it and apply it.
I love that. And it's all about the application, right? Like Joseph McClendon emphasizes, it's not about what you know, it's about what you do and what you apply on. So I'm excited to bring our next speaker, Parisa. Karen, you could also join the interview, but I'll be going off of the screen because after Aaron, I will actually be the speaker. Could you believe that? I'm not a host this time. I'm going to be the speaker. And this is something that I courageously stepped on speaking because it's really something that's changed my life, and I want to give that back to you. But for now, I'm going to take off my screen. Parisa, you're in charge of introducing our next guest.
This is exciting. I'm excited for Ava. Way to go, Ava. Way to step into it and lead the way with your actions, not just hosting other ones with their words. But our next guest is Aaron Young. And Aaron, I'm going to bring you up right now. And what I feel like is truly so incredible about these 3 days, today and then tomorrow and Saturday, is that we have such a variety of people here to share their knowledge, their application, their tools, their insight. And I feel that when we have such a variety of people, we're able to reach more people because these pieces, these stories, these shares connect even more. So Aaron, welcome to the stage. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I am doing well, and it's so nice to meet you. And Karen, it's always a pleasure to see you. So thanks for having me on today. I'm very excited and really enjoyed the last hour or so. So thank you guys. It's been fun to plug in to this brilliance.
Love it. You know, before I say anything about you, I think it's always best, and we always love myself, and I feel like I can speak for others. We love hearing it from the speakers themselves. If you could share with us a bit about who you are and ultimately why you might be showing up today here on this broadcast.
I'm a lifetime business owner. I started when I was just right before my 19th birthday with my first company, and have spent 40 years now. I'm 60 now, buying, selling, fixing companies, working with large teams across geography. And, it was funny because when I got invited to come, and I thought, boy, neuroscience, I don't know if that is really me. But then I thought, I've had thousands of employees over the years, and we've had really good retention of our team members, really good retention of our clients over long periods of time, decades of time. And the way you achieve that is by creating circumstances that where you notice who you're serving, right? You pay attention to who you're serving. You figure out what it is that they need so they can feel seen and heard and served. Because we can say we have something to sell, but that doesn't mean anybody is feeling served by working with us. I mean, right? We retain our clients or our relationships or our friendships because we treat them in a way that isn't just like polite, but there's actually value that's added into it. And so I've been a longtime business owner. I've been married for almost 38 years to a phenomenal woman that just is also a player. If you ever get a chance to meet Michelle Young, I mean, she plays with the big dogs and she has clients all over the world. And she's actually in psychology, so she might have been a better choice for today. But I'm delighted to be here. And I thought I would talk, as depending on the questions, I would just talk about some things that I've seen that are true, that have played out to be true over time. And that I think if people can just get these several items and become conscious of them and act on them, they will have a greater likelihood of success in whatever it is they're trying to achieve. So
good. I want to dive right into what you just said. So
okay.
you shared that you had your first business at 19.
Yeah.
What is, I'd say, 1 to 2 principles that you feel are the same that you experienced then at 19 that you do now at 60?
So, okay, great question. Karen's talked to me before. I've been interviewed by Karen, and she may remember that I believe in something called SRA, same rules apply. And I've noticed from my youth to my age to this gray hair that same rules apply. The first thing is, and I've got a little list here in front of me because there's 5 things that I want to share with the audience. The first one, everything I ever do, everything, and it drives my team nuts, drives everybody nuts. But it's always, okay, what is the objective? Stephen Covey said, begin with the end in mind. So in order to accomplish great things, we have to have a sense of what it is we want to accomplish. Because if we aren't dedicated to it individually, if we don't get excited about it as individuals, we're not going to stick with it very long, right? So what's your objective and why? What is driving you to do this thing? Most people, when they talk about people live lives of quiet desperation, it's because they're not doing what they want to do. They're having to fit into somebody else's matrix. And maybe that's work, but maybe it's in a really crummy relationship that's good enough that you don't want to ditch it. but it's not really life-giving. It's not really fulfilling. So when we define the outcome that we want and we keep our focus on it, we have, or I guess if you say, they say a goal not written is only a wish, right? So if you figure out what your goal is, and it can't be like, I want $1 million or I want love. I mean, anybody that's ever watched anything where a genie's going to grant 3 wishes knows if you don't get real specific, you're probably not going to get the thing you actually want. So the more explicitly you can define the outcome that you want to achieve, the more likely you are to achieve it. So when we get focused in really specific HD focus, we have about a 25% increase in the likelihood of achieving the goal than if we have a somewhat vague goal. One of my favorite quotes is, when we deal in specifics, when we deal in generalities, we shall rarely have success. When we deal in specifics, we shall rarely have a failure. Most people suffer from a lack of specificity. That's one probably somebody should write that down. Most people or suffer from a lack of specificity. So the first thing you said, what did I learn as a kid? I learned you had to be organized. You had to meet the client where they were. You had to meet. So in the case of that first company, I was a recycler. We started the first recycling business in Portland, Oregon, 1983, early 83, and you had to know who wanted you to come to their door, who didn't. This was before the garbage companies were doing it. This was, where's the recycling? Is it in the basement? Do I have to know a code? So you had to have, and we didn't have computers or cell phones or anything back then. It was all analog, it was all paper, but we had to get organized. We had to know how many clients, what were our financial goals, how many clients were going to need to do it, how many people could we see in a day, how many trucks did we need to see that number of people in a day, how quickly did we have to get back to the recycling center to get rid of a load and go back. You had to get organized. So begin with the end in mind. What's the outcome that's going to make it worth it for me to do this backbreaking, moldy, stinky work of picking up dank newspapers in somebody's garage, right? That was the first thing. What am I willing to? I'm willing to do this in exchange for something. I recommend everybody should ask themselves, what is it that I want? I only have this much. My mother passed away last week. And you don't need to say anything about that. I'm saying it's a fact. My mom died last Wednesday. It brought to my mind again how limited our time is. I remember being a little boy, and now I'm a 60-year-old guy with 10 grandkids, right? That's a big difference, a big shift. If we sacrifice our time in this life just doing like whatever just kind of we bump into, we're not going to be very fulfilled. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it's going to be much easier if we stay focused on what we want. So begin with the end in mind. And then, as I just was saying, it may not be easy, but the dedication, the resilience to going for your goals, to get hurt, sometimes get knocked back, get into a lawsuit, get into a business failure, get into just, the sky is falling, the mortgage, the mortgage crash of 2008, the .com crash of 2000, the Black Monday, the COVID crisis. I mean, personal illness, personal loss. These things just come with the territory, folks. If you can't be resilient, you're going to become depressed and worn out and frustrated and may give up on your dreams. But with I've noticed is that little bit of resilience, you can almost always get over what seems like a huge mountain, ends up being a speed bump if you just stay focused on the goal. You don't get focused on the problem, you stay focused on the goal. And when we knew what the first one was, right? Begin with the end in mind, and we're resilient, we will find ways around things. There's not one path. If I could say that one more thing, and then I'm going to go back and let you ask questions, because I know I'm just talking and talking. But if we think there's only one path to success, we're out of our freaking minds. Okay. I have a friend who's climbed Mount Everest multiple times. I have two friends that have climbed Mount Everest multiple times. There's not just one trail up to the top. There's not one trail. There's one end, but there's not one route. There's multiple routes. Anybody that uses, Google Maps or Waze or anything knows that it'll give you options on the route. There's more than one way to get somewhere. Don't get so hung up on one way that you end up in a terrible traffic jam, and you get stopped. There's always another way around. Anyway, let me give you a chance to ask questions, because I know I'm sort of I'm on a roll here, and I want to make sure I get your questions in.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's I have found that when anyone is on a roll, it's the most brilliant and timely wisdom that's coming forward. So I always welcome just what you have right now. What's coming to mind in the moment is always welcome and appreciated. Before I go on, Karen, I'd like to pass to you if you had any questions.
Oh, well, Erin, first of all, thank you for sacrificing to be with us, at this time in your life. And we extend our condolences, because I know your mother was so special, and she was so proud of you. And you could just see it in the pictures with the two of you together with her looks. But I'm so proud of you. And when you talk about, the retention that you have of clients for so long, and the employees, I just keep thinking about how high your emotional intelligence is and how people trust you so highly. That's huge. And what do you attribute your high emotional intelligence to? Because most of us are here because we're seeking to better our emotional intelligence. We want to learn how to improve relationships and how to improve our mindset. And so could you just tell us, what are the secrets for you being able to do that in your life?
Well, I wish it was magic, but it's not.
Right.
Well, first of all, let me say, I have no clue what I came into the planet with, like, at birth. I don't know. I know. Okay. So thank you for that question. I'm trying to think about it real quickly. Let's reference my mom for a second. So when I was a little kid, like 2, I was diagnosed with a degenerative bone disease called Perthes disease. And I had leg braces, and a bar between my shoes to keep my bones at a certain angle to try to improve blood flow. And the doctor said to my mother, he's going to end up in a wheelchair, but it'll be up to you whether or not he's a cripple. And she said, what do you mean? And the doctor said, he's going to be in another room, and he's going to be crying. He's going to be asking for help, and it's critical that he figure out how to move himself around, stand himself up. If he's in a wheelchair, get in and out of the chair. But if you go rescue him all the time, you're going to make him a cripple. And so she's told me stories. I don't have any recollection of this, but she's told me stories of this. And part of emotional intelligence is coming to know what you're capable of doing, and knowing that even when things are hard, even when things are scary, even as a little 2 or 3-year-old child, that, I wasn't in danger. I was in difficulty. I was loved. I was kissed. I was hugged. I was fed. I was changed. I was, whatever happened. But when it came to, can I do this? This work is mine to do, and I'm capable of doing it. That gives you a very solid foundation. Now, I said I've been married for almost 38 years. And I'm married to a very brilliant woman. And what we've noticed is over time, as things have shifted in the world, and we have little kids, we have teenage kids, we have empty nester kids, I'm the sole provider, where now we both work and have our own businesses. We've had to renegotiate our relationship. And part of emotional intelligence is experimenting on something that's new. part of it is doing something that might seem scary and might shift the nature of the way you see yourself or your environment. What I've noticed is a lot of times those things that seem scary actually take you to a much happier spot. But if you don't have the confidence, I talked about resilience to work through problems, but there's also adaptability. Are you going to stay stuck in a rut, or are you going to adjust? It doesn't really matter what it is, if it's a business, if it's a relationship, if it's trying to be healthier, whatever it is you are trying to do, you're going to have to change not fundamentally. You're going to have to change as a human to move to the new place you want to go. What got you to where you are now is not necessarily going to get you where you want to go. We've heard this a million times. But I can tell you, whether it was leg braces, whether it was starting companies, was it raising 5 kids, whether it was a 4-decade marriage, I've had the same business partner. I've had a lot of business partners, but my main primary business partner since 1997. I've had the same best friend since I was 14. These are growing, and these are cool. I mean, my best friend's one of the founders of WebMD. I mean, these are people that are accomplished, that have gone on and done great things. The only way these relationships can stay intact is because you remain meaningful to one another. I'll tell you something about marriage. Marriages don't survive on love. Marriage survives on common goals. Because you're going to go in and out of maybe romantic love, or you're going to go in and out of having a lot of time for one another or whatever. But if you're both in lockstep towards what you want to achieve, you'll ride out shifting currents, right? That I'm going to read this statistic because it's about adaptability. McKinsey, the big consulting group, found that adaptable companies had a 2.3 times higher total return to shareholders. So imagine being 200% better because you can adapt.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing in relationships, same thing in health challenges. If you have a health problem, I had a hip problem with the bones. I had an ulcerative colitis when I was in my teens. They took out my large intestine when I was 21. That I had to adapt, but I still lettered in athletics. I still traveled. I toured North America, Canada, and the United States singing with a band. I did all kinds of stuff, even though I had this medical issue. I had to learn to adapt to it. Wow. If you learn to adapt instead of going, well, I can't go anywhere. I can't go anywhere. And if anybody knows about ulcerative colitis, you'll know why. Yeah. You have to be close to a bathroom. And the fact is, it's a mental game. We're talking about neuroscience here. It's a mental game. Do I say I give up because of the circumstance, or do I say I'm going to figure out a way to do this because I want to do it? I have a goal. Begin with the end in mind. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is so amazing because I've never heard this story, in your life before, and to hear about how your mother allowed you to learn to be adaptable, and she had faith in you. And when you were talking about the confidence to be resilient and the confidence to adapt, she had faith in you that you'd figure out how to get what you needed. And that instilled that confidence in you to where you could say, everything I want is on the other side of fear. And you were willing to go get it. And for all of us out there who didn't have a mother that did that for us, we can do that for ourselves.
My wife,
yes,
who didn't have a good home life growing up. Her parents were, one was gone, abandoned, and the other one was mentally ill, and very, very scary, very challenging, right? And you have to decide: are you a victim, or are you going to go conquer whatever's in front of you? And some people have a hard time. Look, I got lucky. I got born into the United States of America. I don't want to make this political or anything, but I mean, if you don't think being born a white man in the world isn't an advantage, you're nuts. It's not that it's fair, but I came in at a time when that was who got kind of to the front of the line. It's not fair, but it's true. But you know what I got along with that, a huge amount of responsibility that was expected of me. A huge amount of being the one to fix the problem, the one to solve whatever needed solving. To be the oldest kid of 5 kids and be told, you're the patriarch, you need to be ready, you have to take care of all these people. I mean, that was a big responsibility. And you can say, whatever. Here's the deal, folks. Everybody's coming in with something.
Yeah.
And if you don't think everybody around you has something to offer you to help you get better, and doesn't have, there's a line in a hymn that says, in the quiet heart is hidden sorrow that the eyes can't see. No matter what you think about somebody else who's got it better, easier, silver spoon, whatever you want to think, I promise you they have something. And through setting specific outcomes and by being resilient and adaptable and being self-disciplined enough, I get up all these years, people have said, how is it you never go to the office? I have all these offices. I never go to the office. How do you do it? I said, I get up every morning, and as soon as my feet hit the floor, I make my bed. I take a shower, I shave, I get dressed. I am ready every day. That's self-discipline. Those that don't have self-discipline run the risk of not being ready when an opportunity shows up. If you fly first class on an airplane, do not wear your pajamas. Look like you're ready to talk to somebody and do business with them. You don't know who you're sitting next to in that seat. Could be true, coach, too. But if you pay for the first class ticket, you better damn well be prepared. And then have the confidence in your own abilities. I work with a lot of very high profile founders, CEOs, celebrities. I know a lot of interesting people. Every single person out there is insecure. Everybody is, no matter what their bluster is. If you get a CEO in a corner and say, tell me, a lot of times when they're paying me to sit with the CEO or the chairman, I ask them these questions. What are you great at? What do you suck at? What do you not want me to know about you as a leader? And every time they tear up, every time they close the door, because they know what they suck at. They think they know what they're good at, and they know that they're making a lot of the decisions up as they go. You need to have enough. Well, I encourage people, I don't want to tell them what to do. I encourage you to have enough confidence of your own convictions that you can weather these challenges and the storms. You're going to make mistakes. In business, there are mistakes that almost every company is making. Michael said, do you have a little graphic or something you can share? And I said, yeah, 20mistakes.com, 20 mistakes. Yeah, everybody's screwing up, guys. Nobody knows everything about everything. No, nobody. I don't care who you are. If you're going to be mentally well and accomplish goals, and everybody go, I want to have your life. First of all, when people tell me regularly, I get told, how do I have your job? How do I have your marriage? And I'm like, you don't want it. I promise you don't want to go through what I've done to do this. One of my key employees said to me one time, she goes, about my marriage. She said, you can never get a divorce. It will crush too many people who are hoping for a marriage like yours. And I said, you know what? It's true how blissfully married I am. And I said, I think most people would not believe how happily married I am, nor would they understand how hard it's been to build this marriage. Guys, if you're feeling like you're looking for a shortcut, there's really no shortcut. What there is there are truths that if you learn those truths and you'll experiment on them, and I've brought them up today. I said clear vision and resilience. I'm looking at my notes. So resilience, adaptability, self-discipline, and confidence. If you can adopt those ideas and be willing to shift who you are to get to where you want to go, saying, I have to leave some things behind. The pioneers who came west on the Oregon Trail, they left most of the stuff they left Independence, Missouri with, got left on the sides of the road, along the rutted tracks on the way to Oregon, and then wherever they went from the end of the Oregon Trail. But the reason is because we carry a lot of heavy baggage around with us. It's not going to really serve us. And if we really need that thing, we can get it later if we really need it. Right now, we need to be nimble enough that we can carry the weight of whatever we've committed to doing. And we can be adaptable and resilient because we're not burdened with chains and these huge weights all over us that keep us from actually doing the things we want to do. I highly encourage people to figure out exactly what you want to do in your life, make a plan, follow the plan, believe in your plan, and adjust when needed. And sometimes you won't be the one to tell you when you need change. It'll be somebody else that you love, and you have to have enough confidence in somebody else's vision of you. Not the one that goes, don't do it, you're going to lose everything. I don't mean that person. The one that says, you didn't show up your best self today. Or have you thought of this? Or I noticed that you tend to do this. Don't be hesitant. You don't have to accept it, but make sure you listen to it. Because a lot of times those people see your blind spots and you don't see them. So anyway, I think I've probably used up all my time. I don't know if that's
no. We still have a few minutes, and
ask me some questions then, because I've talked.
Like I said earlier, it's that what is meant to come forward, especially when you're in that flow, is always what is on point. And you kind of planted the seed to this next question that I have for you. Would you share with us what you're great at?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That's such a, in my younger days, I wouldn't have wanted to answer the question. I'd have demurred, but I know what I'm great at. I'm great at seeing an end. I'm great at seeing the end and not getting lost in the weeds. I'm really good at that. I'm good at, I believe that I make people feel comfortable, and I believe that I help people. I believe that when I'm with somebody wants to show up in their best way, because I'm not going to come in sloppy. I'm not going to come in crass. I'm not going to come in overly, even though I'm chatting a lot now. I'll always want to talk about what are we here to do, and let's use our time together really wisely. And so that it's not a waste of anybody's time. And usually it's so they can get the thing they need. Even though I'm not a coach or really a coach or a consultant, usually when somebody comes to me, there's some opportunity to be examined. And I want to make sure that our time is used well. And I'm good at that. And I know one more thing I'm good at is that I can take complex things and make them simple and make it easy to explain to almost anybody. Those are good qualities for a founder or for a board member, for a chairman, not really for a president of a company. I'm not operations. I'm not in the weeds. I'm really good at being the chairman of a company. And I've done that most of my, or the buyer of a company, the fixer, and then hand it over to really great management. If you try to be something you're not, if you're not naturally attuned to that thing, you'll almost always screw up whatever you're working on. You'll become the bottleneck. You'll become, your opinion will be carried out, but it might really be the wrong thing to do. I defer to people that work for me all the time. I listen, and as long as we're going toward the outcome, if they see a way to do something and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but let's try it. Let's measure it, right? Measure, fail fast. But no, I defer almost all the time to people who know more about sales, about marketing, about IT, about accounting, almost all the time. And on things that I know about, I don't defer. I don't. I stay in my lane, and you know what? Tends to work. So there you go. Is that a long answer to your question?
No, that was amazing. I do have one last question before we give you the floor for some final words. And it is the second question you mentioned after the what are you great at is what do you suck at? And we're not leaving your segment with what do you suck at. That's why you're going to have your final words. However, this humility is beautiful. Thank you for sharing with us so much.
You're welcome. No, I just kind of listed some things. If it gets to be, I've said for decades, I'm a much better editor than I am an author. Even though I've got books that I've written, I'm a much better editor than an author. I am terrible at things like, I can read spreadsheets, but don't make me build one. I mean, it will be horrible. I can, I'm good at conceptualizing what the client might, what the question the client might be asking out there in the wild, but to organize the ads and to place the ads and to all the detail stuff, not good at. Yeah, I'm really, really bad at deep detail work. My mind just doesn't stay focused on it, but I'm very good at figuring out what 4 or 5 things should be measured. We often hear KPI, key performance indicator, but whatever it is, I'm pretty good. I'm really good at figuring out what few things should we be measuring. How we get to there is other people, but here's what we need to measure to know if we're healthy or if we're sick, right? And so I suck at the like, I can read the machine, but don't ask me to build the machine. Okay.
Yep. So good.
Yeah.
So good. Well, with the last few minutes, I would like to give you the floor to share your final thoughts, final words that you'd like to impart with everyone listening here, either live right now or those that will be listening to the replay.
What would serve the group? Give me a little idea of what, Karen, either one of you, and I'll take a moment.
Karen, go for it.
Oh, well, thank you. When you've had an obstacle, you've named several obstacles. When you've had fear, I want to identify fear because we talked about that earlier. What are some things that, like mantras that you use or pattern interrupts that you use when you notice that fear is coming up in you? What do you do?
When I was going through the scariest thing I've ever been through, which was I was being prosecuted by the federal government. One of our clients had that we were a vendor for had gotten themselves into a battle with the IRS criminally, and they came in and they named my partner and I, along with about 40 other people, in a criminal lawsuit. This is back in 2003. And while we were going through that 4.5 years of prosecution, we had this attorney we'd hired from Canada. We wanted somebody who was not part of the US legal system to do research for us. And one day he came down from Canada and he came into this conference room that we had that was offsite that we would use from time to time. And he said, "Hey, Aaron, how you holding up? How you doing?" And I said, "Bad. I'm doing horrible. I can't sleep. I can't eat. Some days I feel like I should just drive into a tree. You know, it's like I'm scared to death." We spend in total about $2 million in legal fees during that time. I'm worried about my family. I'm just freaking out. I'm bad. And he said, and I really was, I was scared. I'd never been in, I've lived my whole life trying to be totally trustworthy. And now I was facing going to prison and I was scared to death. And he said, it's hard to breathe, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, it's like you're being crushed. And I said, yeah. He said, like an iceberg is laying on top of you and you can't breathe and you're going to die. I said, yeah, that's what it feels like. And he said something really great. He said, "Aaron, the iceberg is real. It's crushing you." In other words, he didn't say you're not having this experience. He said, this is real. But every day the sun's going to come up and it's going to melt the ice a little bit. And eventually it will be gone. Every one of us is going to go through something that feels like that iceberg on our chest. If we have confidence in who we are as a person and who's around us, or we go find people that we can be confident, like maybe it's just the people that are on this summit. I don't know if you're alone out there, but every day the sun will rise. Every day you're breathing, the sun will come up. And that thing that is scaring you and crushing you will start to dissipate over time, and it will be over with. And I've found now that I'm almost 20 years past all that. And people have said, I want to work with you because you went through the worst thing that could happen to a business owner and you came out of it. You kept your employees and your marriage and your customers and your reputation. Now I want to work with you because of that. The thing that sometimes seems like it's going to kill you is actually the thing that's going to propel you. So that's probably a good place to end right there.
It's perfect. What a mic drop moment. The thing that you think is going to kill you is going to propel you. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Aaron. It was such a joy to hear more about you and to learn from you and to be inspired. You give us all hope.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And if anybody wants to go hit that 20 mistakes, to realize that you're not alone if you're in a business, okay? And just learn everything you can and keep what you want. And thank you guys. And I look forward to seeing you some other time in the future.
Thank you so much, Aaron. This was a treat. Wow. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, Karen. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Wow is right. Oh my goodness, Parisa, thank you for allowing me to ask the question, because I had never heard those stories, and it just brought me to tears, to think about him as a little boy and all the things that he learned about resilience and about adapting, and to know that his mother had that confidence in him, and how hard as a mother to allow him to do that, and yet she knew that that would be the thing that would help him to grow the most.
Right. Oh, I am so grateful that you were part of that. And we do have Ava coming up here, and I'll bring her up in just a sec. But, I think that, as I said before, right before Aaron came on, I said, I think it's really great. And it's such a blessing to be able to have such a variety of people come and share and speak and really pour their wisdom, their insight into those that are listening. And having these variety of people from different industries, different levels of experience, and the level of humility, one, the level of transparency, two, and the willingness to serve that Aaron just showed up and shared with. Oh, I mean, Aaron, you set the bar in a way that is incredible. Each speaker has been amazing, and each speaker is such a tremendous, has tremendous impact on this entire broadcast. And Aaron, thank you for showing up as you. That was phenomenal. So good. Okay.
And I have to say one more thing, Parisa. Thank you for showing up as you, because you bring such heart to every interview that you were involved in. I remember when you interviewed me, and I just felt such authenticity from you, and such humility, and such willingness to be transparent. And that energy comes across. And look at what happened in that interview with Aaron. So thank you for being you.
Wow, thank you. Was not expecting that. And as Joseph McClendon said, receiving compliments and receiving these kind words, we just get to be very open and receive. And yes, Karen, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm applying these things as I'm being reminded of how important they actually truly are. Thank you for that, Karen. And as we've been mentioning, we've got the one and only Miss Ava Manuel. Ava, welcome, Ava. Welcome back to the place that you call home.
Thank you. I know. I get to show up as not LA Tribune this time and be a speaker for the Neuroscience Summit. I am so thrilled. Thank you to all of our audience who are just really investing on themselves, investing their time in expanding themselves. And when I realized that we have Jim Kwik as our next featured expert that this summit is revolving around. This is if you guys ever heard the story of Jim Kwik when he was looking for the X-Men university when he was young, and then finally he met the X-Men. This is this moment for me. Jim Kwik has absolutely changed my life, and it was just in passing, and I can't wait to tell you guys the story. So who would like to hear how Jim Kwik changed my life?
I do.
I was gonna say, well, Ava, I was just about to ask you that, because I know pieces and parts of your story, and I know that there's a well of depth to your story that we have not even yet heard. So please.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that I often get asked most about, at the risk of sounding arrogant, according to Joseph McClendon, was how do you get to do all of that? Like, how are you doing everything that you're doing? And the other thing that I get asked is like, how do you even sleep? Right? Like, do you even sleep? How do you do all of that? But it really is something that I have learned and developed over the years that I'm excited to share with you that I learned from Jim Kwik. Okay, my window is deciding to agree.
You're
But
radiating.
I learned that from Jim Kwik, and let me tell you the quick story of it. It was in the middle of pandemic. I was a hospital physical therapist working in COVID wards and COVID ICUs, 10-hour shifts. And then after that, when I'm not scheduled in the hospital, I was, working in rehab centers and working in home health agencies. And it was my second bout of COVID that time when I was listening to a lot of the virtual summits that are happening online. It was a surreal moment where I get to be able to listen to personal development in isolation. That doesn't happen, so I was listening to the video of Jim Kwik, and I was slipping in and out of sleep, still recovering from COVID. It's my second bout of COVID. And how many of you listen in to a video or a training when you're tired or you're already exhausted? It's the end of the day, or you're just resting, laying down, listening to an audiobook, but you're in a relaxed state, in a rested state, or in a tired state as you're learning. That's kind of like where I was. And there was something in passing that Jim said that really jolted me out of bed. And it was this. He said, I will never learn anything bored because my subconscious will remember it as boring.
Wow. That's so true. So true.
Now let that sink in for a moment, because when I heard that, I'm like, I sat up. I am like, I don't want to remember this as boring. And what over the course of time, when I stopped learning things bored, because if you look at and you consider the times that you're putting into personal development, it's especially worst for entrepreneurs, because as entrepreneurs we do everything else, and then when we put aside time for personal development, we're guilty about it. There's so many other things that I should be doing right now instead of this, or we're hiding it from our family that we're doing another program or another course because they're saying you're doing so much of that, or we're in a state of just really, really tired. I don't have energy, And so what happens is it is stored in our subconscious as something that's tiring, as something that's that we want to hide, or as something that that we don't feel good about. And so talk about the doing, right? We wonder, and I'm gonna have different entrepreneurs type in and give me their thoughts and their experience. How many books have you actually bought, started but not completed? How many programs have you bought and partially went through, if even, but didn't complete? And there's no shame in that. It's just that when we associate an emotion with certain information, it actually, think of it as a radio dial. So what that looks like is, these days we only have radio on our car. I don't know if there's radio anywhere else in your house that you dial, but for example, in your car and you're dialing the radio, it's not that the frequency doesn't exist out there, but it requires that you tune into that frequency for you to hear it, right? It requires that you're in that exact frequency for you to hear the airwaves by which it's also coming from, in the same airwaves for it to be accessible to you. And so if, for example, an information is stored in a frequency that's bored, it actually requires being bored for you to access it. And you wonder why, like, I'm learning all these things, but why am I struggling to implement it? I just learned about this kind of posting in social media. I just learned about this kind of email sequencing, but there's no drive. There's no motivation. It's almost like you're fighting with yourself to implement it. Well, go back and look at the state at which you learned it. Like, what was the state when you learned it? And so I started changing my emotional state whenever I'm learning. And what I would do is when I hear something, I would actually like jump and say, yes, oh my God, I'm so freaking excited. And really put like talk about voltage, creating the electricity, right? To create it, raising our electricity. We all have electrical energy within us. Our brain functions in electrical synapses, and so raising that electrical voltage within us and now storing it with that amount of excitement. I would wake up before the alarm clock goes off, and I'm excited to do it. You know why? Because I stored it with the same amount of frequency that's excited, So I'm going to pause at that and like give you time, Parisa and Karen, to just reply back to that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, and amen to all of the things. All the. Okay. Question for you. Now, you just mentioned that you wake up before your alarm goes off and you have this state, you're in the state of like anticipation and excitement, right? So when you now experience a moment where you are feeling that lower frequency, right? You genuinely have come across something or something that you're interacting with is you're feeling it. You're feeling life actually happening, right? What's a practice that you do that works in real time for you that helps you shift into a higher frequency, where you're able to like increase that voltage as we were talking about today? What would that be?
I love that question, Bryce. And thank you for teeing me up because I actually really did prepare a a material that I can share with all of you because this is something that's been so transformational for me. One thing that's different that I have experienced is I learned that I never want to learn anything bored, and that I get to ingrain the frequency that I want to remember something at. Is I've been intentional with my brain frequencies. So this gives me the opportunity with your question to share. I'm going to put just because I'm also a producer, I could do this, but I'm going to share a picture. This is actually credited to, I'm crediting this to DIY. Actually, let me just take off our banner also. The DIYgenius.com, just because it's just a picture. But there are different brainwaves, and I'm going to be quite scientific here, but stay with me because this is very, very life-changing. There are 5 kinds of brain waves that our brain is always functioning at any given time. And it goes from slow waves, deep sleep, to very, very high intensity waves, because that's where either we're in peak performance, we're in a high intensity activity, we're trying to beat a deadline, and so it's on the higher brain waves. So with that reference in mind, with the brain waves reference in mind, what if, so I'm going to tell you a story first before I get to the lesson. Have you ever had to take a vacation, and in the last day before your vacation, you get a lot of things done? Have you ever experienced that in a chat? Have you ever had to be in a deadline? Or are you that kind of person? Because I used to be that kind of person, that I actually am in a flow. I think better, I'm clearer when the deadline is so close. So they call it procrastination, but not really. It's actually strategic, where you wait for, Barisa's like, yes, where you wait for, I have, if depending on the complexity of the task, right? I have 2 days, I gotta get this done. It's a book, and I've got 2 days so that it can get published, and all of a sudden you've got all of the alignment, the energy. I used to joke with God that, my faith is God. And I used to joke like, God, you can actually give me the ideas sooner, like my ideas freaking come in the last minute that I almost not have any time to implement it. And so all of these genius ideas are coming up and I'm rushing to implement it and I have like 2 hours left, but then I get a lot of things done. Now, people would say that's procrastination, that's some kind of trauma, that's some kind of self-value, self-worth, but that's science of it. You want to hear the science of it? The science of it has to do with brain waves. Here you go. Brain waves. So when you're in a brainwave that's relaxed, like the slower brainwaves, let's go on the slowest one is sleep, delta waves. The next faster one is theta waves, which is your meditative state. This is the state where you're actually receiving downloads, you're getting insights from from the divine or from your higher self, whichever one it is that you believe, but you're getting all of these downloads. And then the alpha waves is where you're just, it's almost like you could label it as relaxed and bored and calm. Then the beta waves is where you're in flow. This is the flow state. And then gamma is like, oh my gosh, you're just getting it all done. So now what happens is when you're in a rush, you're in a deadline, that pressure, that intensity puts your brain with, because your brain knows that you're in a deadline, your subconscious is geared up for it. You're in a deadline, your brain goes up into an intensity of a high beta wave. So if we look at this high beta wave is right where the alertness, concentration, thinking is. And all of a sudden, you now have access to the things you didn't have access before. I'm like, why didn't I think of that before? Like, why are you only telling me this right now? I'm like, I almost don't have time. It's because you now go back to the radio dial. You're now on this radio dial frequency where you can hear it, because your brainwave is in a frequency where you can receive it. So think about it as like the radio again. Like, it's not like the radio channel went away. It's not like it's not talking, right? But our brainwave, our frequency wasn't matching, so we couldn't hear. Does it make sense? So going back to Paris's question, how do you shift your brainwave? It used to be that I had to wait for deadlines for myself to go into this beta waves. Look at the beta waves. You can still go on the gamma where you're like really, really fast. You get a lot of things done. But let me tell you the secret. I don't have to wait for the deadline anymore. I can induce myself into that brainwave anytime. So it's called brainwave entrainment. And what that looks like is exactly what this looks like on the screen. And if you go different, there are different brainwave. I don't even like sell this, or I don't teach this, but I wanted to give you something that has been very, very transformational for me and powerful for me. I can literally walk myself into productivity from 0 to 500 miles an hour because of brain entrainment. So for example, I got to get myself in beta waves. You can go on YouTube and look at beta waves and put that in your ear. And now we're talking about sound waves to brain waves. And Parisa and Karen, gather your questions like, how does sound wave turn into affecting our brain waves? Our brain waves are nothing other than, vibrations and waves itself. Now, sounds are also vibrations. Sounds are also vibrations. So now our ears, our inner ears, our cochlea has the ability to transmute or to transfer sound waves into vibrational frequency within the brain. And so when you put on sound waves, this actually changes the vibration of your brain. So for some people, normally you would wait for a motivation, you would wait for an inspiration, you would try to inspire yourself. But what if you can combine different ways to be able to get yourself in flow? Look at my mentor, Rex. Yes. Get yourself in flow. So here are some ways. Before I give that, first of all, I would love to hear from our co-hosts. What's your takeaway, or what's landing for you in this, and even our audience?
Yes. Okay. I am so grateful you've brought up the entrainment piece, Ava. Entrainment and really learning how to weave it into my life on an everyday basis has been paramount to my, I don't even want to say success, but to my growth as a human, my healing within trauma, within emotional states, and really getting to stand in that power of choice. Because what you're talking about really is leading us to being empowered in our choice. What do you choose? What do you want? This is one way, and a very powerful way to get there, and a very tangible way. Like you said, you can look it up on YouTube. That's simple. So powerful. Thank you, Ava. Go ahead,
For
Karen.
sure. Karen, thank you, Carissa.
Oh, Ava, I am so grateful that you brought that up about how when there's a deadline and you're getting ready to go on a trip, and how, you can, I always say I kick it into gear. And my husband always says, why can't you do that sooner? And I do the same thing. I'm like, God, why can't you give me the idea sooner? I just laughed when you said that. And there's several people in the comments that are thinking the same thing. And I appreciated how real that is. And then to know that you have a tool that we can induce those theta brain waves like that and be in flow. I just thought, brilliant. I'm so grateful you shared the tool. Could you briefly tell us how you do that, how you induce that deadline so that you can get into
Thank you for that question. And I'm going to up the ante because really my background is in physical therapy. So in my former life before coming to media, I was a physical therapist and a geriatric clinical specialist. And being a geriatric clinical specialist, I specialize on anything that's age and brain related, right? So anything that's, for example, Alzheimer's, dementia, brain injuries, strokes, and how do you rehabilitate that back, that neuro-physical connection? So having that background, like literally one sentence from Jim Kwik, I will never learn anything bored because my subconscious will remember it as boring. I went into this pursuit on how do I now choose the brain state I'm learning at? How do I choose the brain state by which I store the information so that they're actionable. A lot of the people, a lot of the words and the experts that are saying right now is like really in the doing. And then you ask, but how? And they're really like, getting into the action. And you're like, but how? It's not like we don't want to, but with the way our subconscious works is if our subconscious is programmed that it feels uncomfortable, you will fight and fight and fight with your subconscious to try to do it. And it's not your fault, but it was stored as something uncomfortable. If it was stored as like you're doing it, but you're really guilty about it, you're feeling bad that you're doing this right now, you've got a lot of other things that you should be doing, or especially if you're investing in a course and you're putting that money down and you feel bad about it, guess what's that's associated with? And you wonder why you never finished the course. And you wonder why I didn't even show up for that membership. How many membership did you enroll for? You feel bad enrolling and then you didn't show up and doing. Because subconsciously, it was programmed as it doesn't feel good. And you can fight all you want with your subconscious, but it plays in the background and you can't even explain why. So now that we understand that, can we change it? Can we influence it? Can we intentionally create what we desire, regardless of like, I shouldn't be putting this money on this right now, but yes, I'm so glad I'm doing it. I am so excited with everything that I'm going to learn about this. Like, I can't wait, like embed the kind of emotion that you want to bring this project, on together and get rid of the guilt. So like, now that you understand brainwaves, this is important. This is freeing. If you really grasp this is freeing. If you understand that, the reason I felt bad about those courses, the reason I promise I paid for so much I didn't show up for. And it's the more guilt I feel, the more shame I feel, the more I didn't want to do it, the more I didn't even like, I'm still paying for like programs that I paid on a yearly basis that I'm not attending. Why? Because it feels bad, especially if you're a feeler. If you're not a feeler, good on you. But if you're a feeler, you're like, you can't even explain why it feels bad, right? So, now that you know that brain waves matter, like the state. I love what Rex just said in the comment. Rex said that that it is important to manage your state, the state, because what energy that's what energy is anchoring is all about. Now, the information plus the energy by which you receive it is what you're going to retrieve it with. If you stored it with an energy, or let's not be using the word energy in science, it would be the frequency, the vibration of shame Now you'll have to be ashamed to be able to access that. Do you have to turn your radio dial? So, for example, if you were bored and all of a sudden, oh yeah, I remember that, and you wonder why you were remembering it while you're bored, because that was that was the way you stored it. And when you're all in flow, like you don't even remember, it's not accessible. The radio program, the radio channel isn't available. So now I'm gonna up the ante. Okay, permission to up the ante. Okay, so here's the four different access points that I've practiced to create flow in everyday life. So before I go that, let's first of all, what's flow? How do you understand flow? Parisa, what's flow for you?
Flow is when you're doing multiple things, like one after the other, with very little, very conscious, focused effort. You're able to have this sense of ease with a greater sense of, I don't want to say productivity, but a greater sense of ease with a higher level of excellence and creativity, and really tapping into that, like that genius within yourself without trying to tap into that genius. That's how I would describe flow.
I love that. Greater level of ease is what I especially heard. Greater level of ease and higher level of excellence. How about you, Karen?
Yes, I agree, Parisa. Just tapping into that and the energy that is coming. I often think about it as being aligned, and I am aligned. I am receiving the channel of divine downloads, and I don't have things that are blocking it, and it's something that is so pure and so powerful, and I feel so much passion about it that time just escapes. I look up and I'm like, oh, I haven't even eaten for 5 hours, or with something, and I just feel the insights. My brain just feels like it's firing, and I'm so alive. And so that's
I love that.
That's kind of how I
love
just
that. Time just goes by like everything. I love what Jason shared: ease and grace, ease and grace. And so I know that flow is associated with work, right? But flow can be in everything. You can have flow with rest. So it's going to be like really, really restful night, and you wake up energized. You can have flow in meditation, like what Karen said, where you're just receiving the downloads, you're getting the insights. You can have flow in creativity. You can have flow in exercise, where you're just exercising with just so much momentum, and everything just feels light and easy. And it's the synchronicity. It's your brain waves being synchronized with the task you're doing. Because the truth is, here's the truth: there are no bad brain waves. Some people judge, brain waves as, like my mind's messed up right now. But if you think about it, when does brain waves actually not align? So, for example, if you're trying to do a focused work and you're in a meditative state brainwave, it looks like sluggish. It looks like low energy. But if you channel that and say, well, right now I'm in a meditative state, I'm in a relaxed state, let me just go into meditation and in the relaxation, perfect brainwave. Right? For example, you're trying to sleep and your mind's racing. Because you're on a high beta, high beta wave, and I'm gonna go put the brain waves again. You're in a high beta wave and you're trying to sleep and it's not slowing down. Technically, if you go and work on something that requires focus, it's perfect. The only time a brain wave we're judging is wrong is because it's not aligned with the purpose that we have at the moment, right? So imagine if you can align your brain waves with what you want to do. Imagine if you have that power to be able to align. Flow is a natural state available anytime. I love that, Rex. Anytime. So if you don't listen to me, you don't get to access flow. So when I share this and I say flow in everyday life, that doesn't mean work only. You can have flow in rest. You can have flow in meditation. It's aligning your brainwaves exactly with what you want to create, with what you want to experience. And so there are 4 core drivers. And I know normally we don't do this, but I feel like this right now needs a graphic. So there are 4 key drivers. And just to simplify this, neurosynchronization is that earpiece that you put on your ears, and whether it's a beta wave because you want to focus very, very concentratedly, or it's an alpha wave because you want it to be like chill and calm, you put on that neurosynchronization. You synchronize your brain wave, with that you want to access. Now, the neurorespiratory synergy is you align your breathing with the brain wave that you're creating, whether it is slow breathing. And when you register, I think we have our registration link in our in our somewhere. So maybe if you can put the registration, Parisa, neurosymposium.com. I will send you this strategy, where you can even have what would you do in the morning. But neurorespiratory synergy is like aligning your breathing with what you want to create with your brain. And then there's neuroimaginal conditioning. These are just terms that I made up because they sound smart. And also given my neurologic background in physical therapy, right? But neuroimaginal condition is nothing but embodied visualization. It's like really imprinting in your cells. It's not just imagining, but your body experiencing it. Your very cells, like our brain doesn't know if it's an imagination or it's a reality. As far as our brain is concerned, it happened already because we experienced it. Our brains lit up in the right areas where they should light up when you experience this, when you embody your visualization. So that's neuroimaginal conditioning. Then there's neuromotion activation. And what that is like movement. So for example, when you want to relax, and this is the example, right? If you want to relax and you wanted to create, for example, a relaxed state. So the brainwave entrainment will be, going back to the review, brainwave will be theta waves. So you're going to look at 4 to 8 hertz on YouTube, binaural beats or isochronic, it doesn't matter. Our technology nowadays are very, very perfect, but I'm going to throw in a Rex Sykes here later on. But theta waves, so this is to come to relaxation. Breathing will be slow. Going back to the breathing, right? Neurorespiratory breathing will be slow. 4 inhales, 7 holds, 8 exhales. Then you would also include your neuroimaginal conditioning. Imagine yourself in a waterfall, on a lake. And then now you do your neuromotion activation, whether that's stretches, or that's slow motions, or that's yoga, and all of a sudden you're synchronized. All of your being, from your brain waves to your breathing, through your mindset to your movement, all aligns, and you're now in flow. And in every different state, you can create that instantaneously, instantaneously by choice. For example, we have a project that I'm notorious for, like, I can get it done in 10 minutes. No worries. Something that normally others would take 3 hours, I will do in 10 minutes. And I would prep myself, put my beta waves on, high beta waves. Sometimes I would, like, if I'm really sluggish, I'm going to overpower that and put on gamma waves. And then I would now, what's after the neurosynchronization? Now fast breathing, like fast breathing, just to be able to oxygenize my brain. And then now I'm going to imagine like really doing something fast. And neuromotion activation, I'm going to run in place really, really fast. And now I'm in this synergy. I've created the energy. I've created the electricity for me to be able to now pour on exactly what I need to do, exactly where I need to have the access to be able to complete what I need to complete in 10 minutes. So the powerful thing about here is we don't have to wait for inspiration. We don't have to wait to be in the mood. I'm not in the mood for it. I'm really trying in here, like I'm giving you actual tools for you to be able to get yourself in flow by creating it. Now, you have any questions? I know we're closing and we're going to have our next speaker.
I think it's It is incredible that you are not just sharing with us what your principle and your practice has been, but that's how we're experiencing you with every single word you're saying. You're saying that, if you learn it bored, you're going to remember it bored. You're sharing with us so much really critical information, but you're sharing it from a place of excitement and like that zest to learn. And not all the time necessarily would any of these like neuroscience principles or concepts that we're diving into be categorized as exciting and enticing and filled with great energy. So thank you for showing and being exactly what you're talking about and making it so simple in the application of it.
Thank you. Thank you. And like I said, if you register in neurosymposium.com, this is not something that I'm selling. This is not something that I'm teaching. I am not coaching. This is just something that has worked for me. This is something that I really contemplated. Should I teach this? Because this is a personal practice that I'm like, but why not? But why not? If it's something that has really propelled my productivity, if it has propelled my efficiency, why not share? So if you register neurosymposium.com, I will send you the different protocols on what to use when you want to relax, what to do when you want to really energize yourself, when you want to have a creativity, have a download, and intuition. Like, what are the 4 things? How do you combine, the waves, the brainwave entrainment with the breathing, with the movement and the visualization? How do you put that all together so that you can induce your flow in everyday life?
Wow. Mic drop. I mean, I think we all, we want to know, okay, that's great. You can do it. Yes, I need to do it. Yes, I want to do it. But how do I do it on a practical basis to get these specific tools about the breathing and using our imagination? And Ava, that's really powerful. I've been in Tony Robbins' live events where he does these exact steps to get the audience energized so that we can then learn, not bored. And so you applied all of the things that
and for sure. What I really love about this, if you get this, is it takes away any self-blame, any shame with not having completed, not having done, not having it's just that you didn't know how to modulate your brainwave. You didn't know how to modulate, your alignment with what you want to do. So there's a lot of shame around, I didn't complete it, or I just keep, starting a new task because it's interesting, but I'm not very good in follow through. Like, all of that goes out the window when you understand the science of it, and that it has nothing to do with you being bad or you being flaky. It's that formerly you didn't have the ability to influence your brainwave. Now you will. And now you're responsible when you get to learn to influence your brainwaves, your breathing, your visualization, and then of course your movements. All of that synchronized together brings this together. But here's the shortcut. I'm going to share a shortcut. Anyone wants a shortcut? Okay, so you can either go and find your brainwaves, or let me tell you, there is one audio application that was my first breakthrough that I've broken through anything that I've resisted in the past that I want to break through. I haven't broken through everything because I haven't want to, but once I want to, I have broken through, and it is Rex Sykes' Attitude Activator. No kidding. So if you go and Google Rex Sykes' Attitude Activator, it's actually unfair that he's only selling it for $49, because it's only $49. And when you don't have to worry about your brainwave anymore, the way he has programmed it from 20 years back, Rex is a pioneer, of when it comes to like mind design, brain designs. And he actually is the creator of brain, I think it's mind design. It's mind design. And the reason he's a creator of mind design is because it's not one thing. It's a combination of many things. But if you search for Rex Sykes' Attitude Activator, and you put that on anything that you resist, anything that you don't feel good about, put it on. So for example, I used to not feel good about going to the gym. Like that, somehow I have associated going to the gym with chore, and so I reprogrammed my association in going to the gym with something that's exciting. Two other things that I noticed I really resist. I really don't like going to the bank, you know, and because in the past, whenever I have to go to the bank, it's because it's something that I can't take care of online, and then I'd have to have conversations, and it's got to be a line and things like that. I also don't like going to the post office because every time I go to the post office, I wait until I'm really late and I'm explaining myself why I haven't mailed it yet. So that those have been my associations. So if you have associated certain activity that you keep propelling into the future, creating unworkability because you have associated it with unpleasant experiences in the past, put the Rex Sites attitude activator on and create a new reality. And that's where I'm complete.
Wow. Ava, I loved it when you said this takes the shame out of it, because so many times I have felt shame for not getting things done and for this way that I operate under deadlines. And I wish that I could operate sooner, and to just understand I just wasn't in the right brain state, and I just hadn't modulated that, as Dagmar was commenting in the chat. And so thank you for that. That's a gift to be able to remove ourselves from that faulty thinking that is something that's wrong with us. It's just a matter of learning the tool. And so thank you so much for sharing that tool and for removing that shame.
Thank you so much. And so make sure you register neurosymposium.com, and I will send you the protocols that I have developed over the years. And with this, Parisa, I am going to give you back the mic. I know our next guest is waiting on the helm. Thank you, Parisa. Thank you, Karen. And thank you to all of our audience. I'm so excited to hear how this will transform how you're able to induce flow in your everyday life.
Ava, what a treat this was for all of us. Ava, for those that are listening to me, Ava is like the one woman, but she's not the one woman machine, but she really does operate at such a high capacity that first of all, it's always mesmerizing to me to witness. And it's always such an encouragement to me to witness and to be, to work alongside. So Ava, thank you for doing what you do on the Los Angeles Tribune side. And then thank you for showing up as you today in this segment. This was so special.
Let me clarify this, Parisa. I am lazy. I really am. I have a lot of lazy moments. If you know my everyday life, I have a lot of lounging moment. But then when I see here's the power of brain entrainment. You can drag it for 4 hours, or you can do it in 30 minutes. Right? When you're not in flow, it takes longer to do something. So I would lounge, I would listen to music, I would watch videos. I have a lot of time to learn, to train. And then now I'm gonna get myself in flow. Let's get on, head on. And it gets done really fast. Like something that would normally take for example, our staff an hour and a half, I do in not kidding, to the risk of sounding arrogant, 30 minutes, because you're in flow. So it gives you a lot of taking the shame off of needing to, wanting to lounge or watch videos. And I do a lot of that. I'm not this super cool, superwoman that functions at a very high level. I just have this tool. And I wanted you to be able to get this tool so that you can live your life, have time for your family, have time with your kids, have time for other things, and maximize your output when you are in flow.
Yes. I think we all want to do that. We all want to have, be present when we're with our family, when we're having the time to relax and just allow our body to rejuvenate, and then be present and be productive when we have the time to do our work.
The powerful thing about this is it also increases your confidence. When you can induce your flow state, you're not waiting for inspiration. That I can do that fast. Like, for example, people get ruffled and they say, oh, we've got this, we have to do this. I'm like, done. And it's not out of arrogance. It's that I know I can induce the flow. I know that I have the tools to be able to induce myself to be able to complete it at a very short amount of time. I don't worry about deadlines or it's got to get done. Like when my people are getting overwhelmed, I'm like, just give it to me, done. And it's not that That's not I'm working. It's not that I'm working hard all the time. It's that I have the tools, and I want to give you those tools today.
Thank you so much, Ava.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Ava.
Thank you.
Speaking of some tools and confidence, I'm going to be bringing up our next guest here in a moment, Ashton Cantu. She is a phenomenal woman that Ashton will be bringing up right now. Phenomenal woman that is all about, really, I'd like to say all about getting it done, but with grace. So Ashton, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune broadcast. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. As I'm listening, I'm doing like every breathwork technique known to man.
Ashton, I think your AirPods might be connecting a staticky kind of connection here. Yeah, I might want to take those off. I've noticed at least sometimes AirPods can do that. Hey guys, welcome. We are live and always troubleshooting and always adapting. As it was Aaron Young that mentioned that I think it's adaptable people and companies are 200% more profitable and successful. So here we are, adaptable. Let's go.
Got to pivot.
Perfect.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I was saying I was doing every breath work piece imaginable. I've been a new mom for the past year and I haven't done a live. So it feels, it feels fresh. And sometimes your nervous system kind of feels that little bit of threat. It's like, oh, I'm going to be in front of people. What if you're rejected? All those stories come through. And I think this is so timely to be able to put it in practice real time. My favorite one, and I'm going to do it right now before we really set intention to dive in, is this the 2 in breaths through the nose and a long exhale. Ladies, do it with me. It just tells me that I'm okay. We can do this. So let's dive in.
Let's dive in. So I know that I know a significant about you, and I would like for you to share with our audience a bit about you, about what you do, and let's start there.
Sure. So I'm Ashton. I am a transformational life coach, certified in transformational coaching, as well as leadership coaching for high performance. I do executive coaching. And I always say I got into this work through initiation. Like many of the speakers that I've heard today, we're all our greatest experiment. We're all trying to figure out our own wonky energy. We're all trying to tease apart our internal mess up here and leverage the God-given power and gifts that we have. So I would say that the work all started with my initiation, School of Hard Knocks, and really still in the work, very deep in the work of rewiring, unwiring, and just carving my own path by design rather than default, because I think that was the number one thing that struck me in my mid-20s was I was just living on default. I had never heard that idea before. And now we know that it's these paradigms that run our systems. We know that it's all the belief systems and neural pathways that are just formed from birth on. And we think we're the one in choice, which we are always in choice, but we have to be really, really aware and cognizant. And that's where my mind's at right now in my work and helping my clients really own their atmosphere and run their inner world by design.
I want to dive right into that. Being in choice. It's something I've heard you say a lot over the years. And on a day-to-day basis, I want to talk about the nitty-gritty nuances, okay? Because we can be empowered in these bigger decisions, and there's definitely tools and practices that are put in place to be able to step into those bigger decisions. Sure. And I feel like it's the little, what I call the nitty-gritty nuances in the day or throughout the day that can trip us up a bit and trip us up in a way that we don't realize they're causing us to pause a lot more. So I'd like you to talk a bit into that, how to stay in choice in the subtle nuances throughout the day.
I love Jim Kwik, and I think that he hit so much of this on the head, just in terms of managing your mind and becoming the witness and being in the seat of the witness. I think that's where it really starts. One of the beautiful things about coaching is that you do get that mirror and you have those aha moments and those breakthrough moments where you're like, okay, I see the problem, and you think you can just fix it. But it's really in the real time, day-to-day inner dialogue that you have with yourself, moment to moment, that you're able to make those choices and recreate those neural pathways in real time, right? You've heard the saying that, anytime that you choose to be calm when you're triggered and you feel like feel like anger is arising. I'm not talking about suppressing, but I'm talking about witnessing that emotion, feeling it within your body, but choosing to react differently. I think that's those little moments throughout the day, that mindfulness of the self-talk is really where it starts.
Yes, that inner dialogue. So I'd like for you to share, if you would be so willing.
Mhm.
You mentioned that you're a new mom, first year diving into all things mom world. What's a piece of this inner dialogue that you get to address? That I know that when I say you get to address, really, I'm speaking to all moms and all moms with younger babies. What's a piece of this inner dialogue that you get to continue to address that you are able to help yourself like really pivot and still be in choice about?
Great question. And I think this is so relatable because I'm working with a lot of moms right now, and it is the permission field. It is giving yourself the permission field, because there's often a value conflict, right? When you step into motherhood, you're in a whole new identity, which is a whole nother topic I'd love to go into, is behavioral change through identity change. But when you step into motherhood, you have a new identity. So you also have value conflict going on, especially if you already had a baby like a business and you were full in contribution there. That is a huge value system of yours, contribution, right? And then you have this new life come into your life, and now this is your world. So you've got this value conflict. So I think that daily conversation and that the consistent mindfulness is expanding your permission field within your inner voice to say, I give myself permission to be fully present with my child right now and not be contributing, or I give myself permission to be fully here with you right now, and my child's taken care of, without guilt, without having it to be, I'm sacrificing one thing for another, but for these two things to come together. And that to me ties into driving forces. It's like, what I'm doing right now by stepping up on the stage with you in this platform, how is this also driving into the value of motherhood? And for me, what's my why? I need my son to see someone building their dreams. I had that model, and I want to embody that for him. So connecting that driving force of how my two value systems can coincide and work together, I think really helps me to ease the cognitive dissonance with that value conflict.
Can you repeat that all over again? Because that was gold. I'm kidding. You don't have to repeat that all over again. It is hitting it right on the head, that value conflict. Because even if we're not talking about motherhood or fatherhood for those that are fathers, talking about you're in a new relationship, you have a new business, you have a new interest, you have a new hobby that you are allowing yourself permission to dive into and allow to enrich yourself. It's really that inner conversation of, hey, I'm giving myself permission to fill in the blank, whatever that is. And I have found, at least from my own experiences, that being in choice is really about addressing what permission do I need to give myself, and what permission would offer me the highest value right now. What permission would allow me to be the most of service to those, and we often will hear, I think, in this space, often in the personal development space, we hear a bit about, or we hear often enough about, permission, giving yourself permission.
Right.
But really, when permission is hitting the core and hitting the heart, I feel like that's when it shifts a lot. Yes, go for it.
Let's get one step deeper than that, right? Because the permission is it's in the cognition, right? That's the cognitive state. But there's also permission within your body, right? You can say that you want to do something. You can have every aspiration. You can give yourself permission all day. But if you don't feel safe within your personal container, that permission field, no matter how much you want to give it to yourself, you're going to find all those old paradigms are just going to pop up. Every time you're on your green growing edge, you're trying something new. If you're trying to harmonize different values, like, you're going to bump up against your stuff. And a big part of the stuff that you're going to bump up against is going to be fear. It's going to be, am I safe to do this? And that's really where you get to sit in that witness. And that's really where you get to expand your capacity for difficulty in that moment. And that's where the rewiring is happening, right there in that moment, where it's not just I give myself permission, but I'm going to do it afraid. I'm going to move through the emotions moving through my body. I'm going to shake them out, right? And I'm going to actually be able to integrate this lesson in real time.
Right. What would you say is the top three tools to really harness confidence within all of this inner monologue, this inner conversation, addressing the the difference in values, really challenging, expanding all of this.
Right.
What would you say those three are for confidence?
Glad you asked, because this is one of my favorite things to talk about, because it's self-trust. It's self-trust. Faith is confidence in something greater than you, and confidence is self-trust with yourself. It's integrity with the self. So I would say the number one thing is integrity with the self. Integrity, living in coherence with your values and who you say you be. When you are out of coherence with what you value, who you say you are, that is going to create a lot of cognitive dissonance. Think brain fog, think confusion, think lack of clarity, which results in inaction, doubt, because you're not showing up the way that you say you are. So the number one thing is honor your commitments. You don't want to be that flaky friend to yourself. You don't want to be the person that's like, hey, you want to hang out Wednesday night, and then you don't show up. If you say you're going to do something, make sure it's a commitment that you can honor, which is why I love micro goals, micro habits, things like that, because it's about habit stacking. It's about making things really accessible for you so that you can be successful in building self-trust. So I would say that's number one. Number two, for confidence, it's going to go back to the self-talk. I think we're always going to have those doubts coming up, kind of like whack-a-mole. But when you start to shed light on those things, and one thing I absolutely love about coaching is the powerful ability to transmute limiting beliefs, to take something that was rooted from a belief, and Ava was talking about this earlier, is changing the association to this. This can be huge in post-traumatic growth. This can be huge in anything. I mean, everything has to do with your perception and association to it. And when you can change your association to things that happen in your past, aka like a failure or something that rocked your confidence, maybe it was a rejection that you went through, maybe it was a trauma that you went through, when you can find and mind it for gold, when you can find how you grew from that and how you became more of who you wanted to be, and you can create a new association to that, I think that is huge for confidence, because now you're leveraging the thing that came up against you and you're stepping on top of it on purpose.
Okay, I want to dive a bit more into that. So for you personally, what is leveraging something that you've walked through, not something that's happened to you, but something that you've experienced, something you've walked through? What does leveraging that look like for you?
I think this is a perfect example. I think one of the best things that you can do is use your thing to help the other person, right? What other purpose is there to it? So when I say leverage, I mean contribute value through the trial, contribute value through the struggle, walk people through how you made it through. And I think that's the leverage. But I also think it's the leverage because you're enhancing your mindset, right? Let me quick example. I'm going to try to run a 5K in about a month. I used to be a runner. I am a runner right now because I got up this morning. That's a very different thing than an affirmation that screams BS to my mind. I'm being the runner right now. Now, am I the best runner that I can be? Probably not. But to this point, where I was kind of going with this is that it's about the embodiment, right? It's about the embodiment. So you're not going to BS your way through it. You're just really going to have to talk yourself in real time. So the comparison that I was making when I was running and leveraging was, you had a baby, no medicine, and you didn't get to stop having contractions or stop having that baby just because you were unmedicated and in pain. Like, those contractions were fear. So why do you think that you get to stop now? This is my mental dialogue in the middle of the run. Why do you think you get to stop now just because you have a cramp? The race is not finished. So I was able to leverage that previous pain point and say, no, I've done harder than this. We're going to move through this. And I did, right? So that would be my answer.
Why would I have the option to stop now if I couldn't stop then? Like, I mean, I hope everyone heard that and lets that land, because it's really, just really allowing yourself to leverage something that you have walked through, you have gone through, you have the very physical sense of that, pain, that discomfort, the very vivid memory of it, right? Not just in your mind, but in your body as well. And using that, like, no, actually, like, I've gone through this, I can do more.
Well, it's a really good perspective shift too, to be able to go back to a trial that you had and find the triumph in a moment where you're up against the hill, where you're up against the mountain. You're like, I don't see my way out of this. You need to remind yourself of who you are. And this takes mindfulness. This takes awareness. This takes intentionality, but your inner coach is there. Your inner coach, your higher self, whatever you want to call it, is there. And I really, really think that if we just start paying a little bit more attention and we start talking to ourselves like this on purpose, and we mind those, yes, honor your commitments, be in integrity. We leverage those moments for gold. I think that we can really propel, and like I said, post-traumatic growth is going to happen. We can propel ourselves forward because we're changing the connections in our brain that are keeping us stuck or forcing us to freeze or quit in that moment.
Right. Can you dive more into post-traumatic growth and give a bit of your definition of that?
Kind of what I was saying earlier. It's about, well, I look at it as a twofold. I look at it as spiritual and practical, because I do think there is the energetics of this. I know you guys have been kind of going into quantum physics and things of that nature tonight or today. So the energetics of it is that resentment, anger, guilt, and shame are super low vibrational. They're at the bottom of the barrel. Okay. So you're not really going to be in that frequency that you need to be in to thrive when you're carrying those lower frequencies, those low vibrational emotions around in your system. The body keeps the score. Everything that you do is going to be impacted by your emotional and spiritual hygiene. So I say that's the first step for post-traumatic growth, is to really start to implement emotional and spiritual hygiene. This looks like purging. This looks like somatic practices to clear out that energy. And this looks like a lot of forgiveness work. And with that, you start to work your way up the scale to willingness, to acceptance, to when you start to really get masterful in it is when you get to gratitude for the experience. And when you get to gratitude for the experience, then you leverage the experience and you serve. And that's healing in itself, right? That's cathartic in itself, to talk about your story, to share the things that you've been through. That is the growth right there. I forget who was talking earlier. I want to say maybe it was Michael. Is that who was talking earlier?
Aaron?
One more, a gentleman before him.
Probably Michael.
Yeah, he was talking about this and about your rebound rate. And that doesn't mean that just because you have post-traumatic growth that you're not going to have moments of struggle, you're not going to have moments of relapse or little mudslides along the way. But I love the term rebound rate, because it really is about how quickly we can get back up, realign to where we really want to be and who we want to be in this very now moment, and not allow those past patterns to run the script.
Right. And what you were talking about was it was Joseph McClendon that said that regarding the rebound rate. And yeah, because life is still going to happen. But it's like really focusing on how to get that rebound rate faster, so that you're not so beholden to these, life, that when life is just lifing, it's not good or bad. It's just life is lifing itself away, and we are here to experience all of it.
And you've got to do the things. And I think one of the saddest things that happens to us is we self-abandon. As human beings, we self-abandon in these moments where we could really leverage everything that we're talking about today. It takes a lot of practice to be in the embodiment of these things. And what we end up doing is we contract, right? In these fearful moments, in these moments where we're in procrastination or whatnot, we're in contraction. And we have to be able to, like you said, rebound, but also leverage these things in real time. When I'm working with high performers, when I'm working with CEOs, I'm like, have you done your breath work? Are you taking your time outs? Are you recentering? Did you have your time for yourself in the morning? And when they're in overwhelm and they're in chaos and they're in anxiety, I can tell you hands down, they're not doing the things. They're not doing all the things, the rituals that will set them up for success. Because if you're not building the body to integrate these things, they're not just going to happen naturally. You're running 95% on default on your subconscious mind. You got to be really, really intentional.
Right. I know that this was a while back. And just for context, for anyone that's listening, keep people in your life that you can rely on, that can help strengthen you and build you up and call you forward and provide you with some sight on maybe those blind spots. And I've definitely called upon Ashton for many of these things throughout the years. And there was this one time I remember speaking to you, and it was when I was experiencing some really great opportunities, but I wasn't connecting with them. I wasn't able to connect with like, oh, this is amazing. This is great. I'm proud of myself. I'm grateful that I've allowed myself to continue to be challenged and pushed and remained uncomfortable. And I wasn't connecting with the fact that I've really been putting in the work and really able to sit in that gratitude and that contentment within myself. And you had said something to me, which is something that Joseph McClendon mentioned earlier. And that was like, are you celebrating yourself after? I'm like, well, why would I celebrate myself after? Like, that's not necessary. I'm like, I have laundry to do. I have kids to take care of. I'm thinking of the to-do list, right? And not realizing, although I knew better because I know the information, but it's in the people that allow you to remember the process, and the process that is so powerful. Like, hey, no, the laundry can wait. The other things that you're placing on your to-do list can wait, and they can pause, because the celebration is actually so impactful in this process to really rewire, recondition, and experience differently what is before us. And so that, I remember, it was something that was like, so it was a remembrance, truly. It's information I knew, and I wasn't necessarily prioritizing it. And I was so grateful that you brought that forward for me. So with that being said, before we close up, I would like to know, I would love for you to share with us something that you do on an everyday basis, if that's the case, that really allows you to remember how powerful that what your capability is, your true capacity, and to have confidence in all of that.
Well, back to you really, really fast with the celebration. It's really important to do that, because it is a momentum builder, and it also is, it's deposits in the bank account for your self-worth. If you're not building yourself up, then you're waiting for the world to do it, and everybody's got their own stuff going on. Cool. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate the accolades and I more appreciate the connection, right? But if you're not building yourself up, who's going to do it? And confidence is built. So that is a big action, going back to those top 3 things earlier around what you're going to do to build confidence. You need to recognize what you're doing well. We're negative bias. You need to do that on purpose, recognize the positives. I would say, in terms of celebration daily, I think my husband and I do a pretty good job of debriefing. He's an Air Force officer. So we do a pretty good job of debriefing, I think, daily, what we're proud of, what went well, what the wins were. And I think for me, just in terms of personal integrity, and not so much celebration, but something that I build momentum on in the mornings, is spending time with myself, with my higher power, with God. And that's my win. That's like, some people, their first win of the day is making the bed. I'll make the bed. That's going to happen. But my win is that I didn't allow anything else to become an input in my subconscious, in my heart, in my mind, before I connected with the most important source in my life, which is my creator. So to me, a day that I do that is a day I'm winning.
Powerful. To really allow the rest to just pause, to wait, for you to have your time.
It's a discipline. It's a discipline, and it's an act of self-love. It's an act of devotion, and it's sacred time. I don't like the idea of morning routine as much as I like the idea of morning ritual, because a ritual is sacred.
Right. So good. All right. We're going to be closing up your time with us today. It's been such a treat. I would like to offer you the next, 60 to 90 seconds to share your final words with those that are listening right now.
I just so appreciate everybody that's showing up here. I know that I've been reading the comments, and I can see that you're really here for personal growth and to learn more about how you can contribute to your communities and bring value to people. I love the camaraderie that's going on in the chats. And all I would say is, if you can take one takeaway from me today, it's personal integrity with your core values. It's being what you say you're about and what matters to you. And honestly, checking in with that often, because life pulls at you, and sometimes certain values will sink and some will rise. And it's about bringing things back into harmony. It's not about balance. You're not going to get everything across the spread even, but it's about bringing things back into harmony where you feel aligned to who you're here to be, because you're walking out your values and living in personal integrity with your word.
Done and done. Bringing back to harmony. That's what stayed with me. That's what's going to stay with me. Yes. And yes.
Thank you for having me today. I really appreciate it. What an incredible event that you all are putting on. I'm super excited to go back and get the replay of Jim tomorrow.
Yes, so good, so good. Thanks for being here with us. Thank you for your time, and have a beautiful rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Okay, that was truly amazing. I love, again, I will say this again and again, Dr. Bell, I'm going to be bringing you up on stage right now, so be prepared for me to bring you up on stage. I love being able to hear from so many different people that have different levels of experience. They have different levels within their industries. We've got a variety of industries, and really, truly, people that are sharing from experience, sharing from the heart, sharing from humility, and giving and offering the practical tools to bring this forward. So thank you, Ashton, for being with us, and welcome, Dr. Bill. It's good to see you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's awesome to be here. It's always lovely to talk to you.
Oh, well, Bill, Dr. Bill, it's honestly like when I saw you on the schedule, I'm like, this is amazing. It's good. It's good to hear your voice, and you're very what I would characterize as very direct, very practical, but very kind way to address the things that you talk about. And I'd say specifically because of your field. If those that don't know, Dr. Bill is a chiropractor, and I'd say the chiropractic field is one of the most undervalued fields that exists out there. And I say that with absolute confidence. My chiropractor saved my life many times over, and saved my son's life many times over, many years back when I was very ill. And truly the holistic understanding of the body is remarkable. So I love the way you share from that perspective. It's really special.
I love that you said that, and I really appreciate that for doing that, because I feel the same way. I'm kind of I'm the biggest chiropractic proponent, and I'm the biggest chiropractic detractor in the same. Well, we get caught up in cracking and this and that, and we minimize what we've done. And this is why I like doing the neurology. I'm a functional neurologist. I practice functional medicine. I started out with chiropractic real quick. I fell into this quackery early on, and I grew up with epilepsy, and I started having seizures when I was about 4 years old. And it just was like, in my world, you wake up and you spin the wheel of life, and then it lands on, oh, diabetes, or you're overweight, you struggle with your weight, or you're an overachiever, and then it just landed on epilepsy for me. So you go to the doctor, your parents take you to the doctor, they run some tests, they give you some medications, and they pat you on the head and say, oh, good luck, well, you got that, as long as it doesn't bother you. And I ran into a chiropractor one time that just I was a bit of an asshole when I was when I was about 22, and then my job was listening to this cracky guy tell me about health when I had a real doctor. I'm going, well, what are you talking about? I don't have any pain, and I don't have any of this and that, and my neck has to do with my seizures, and my doctor has a Mercedes, a white coat, and a stethoscope, everything he needs to do to be a real doctor. And this guy was explaining how the body worked instead. And I remember where I was standing when my life changed, because he was talking about, he goes, well, are you saying that you have epilepsy because you have a Dilantin, which was the drug that I was taking at the time, deficiency? And I'm all like, well, no, but the doctor, I need that. Why do you need that? And he was just asking me questions. And I remember my paradigm shifted in that moment. I remember my face going like, wait a minute, how can I prove this guy wrong if everything he says sounds plausible? And so I started running down the rabbit hole again, trying to prove him wrong. And I fell in love with what I've done. I was a professional baseball player. I was early retired because I was that good at the time, but I was always moving and athletic and stuff despite the epilepsy. So I understand body and mechanics and leverages and things like that. So it was just a natural thing. But when I remember learning about the brain, I'm like, if you ask everybody, they say, if you ask them what controls the body, you say, well, the brain. And you say, how? I don't know, stuff happens and then output's good. And when you go down the rabbit hole on that and you start looking at nutrition and movement and chiropractic and that, and to this day, 30 years in practice, I know, I look 27, but 30 years in practice, I still wake up Monday morning so excited to get to work, because when you're in purpose, or when you're on purpose, I'm always learning. So there's always something I master, and there's always something I'm learning. So it's never static. And symposiums like this are perfect jumping off points to learn about those things. You know, I was a chiropractor, so I had my foundational stuff, and sometimes when you graduate, you go, oh, okay, education's over. To me, it was just the beginning, because I started doing a bunch of postgraduate work and research. And then I've always been in nutrition, so functional medicine. So now there's tests for this. And then, oh my God, my head's going to explode. But it's so cool when you find geeks like the people here on the Los Angeles Tribune to run down that rabbit hole and hold hands and sing Kumbaya. And my favorite thing is bridging the hippie with the science. Because I call myself the great translator, because oftentimes if you go off and you start talking to somebody about the quantum, you can get somebody that shivers and just goes, oh my God, you're one of those. You know, I can smell patchouli on you, and I can see your tie-dye, and I can hear the Grateful Dead in the background. But if you look at things, you can have some great guru from the the hills of Mitsubishi or whatever it is, and Einstein and Tesla, where they're all talking about the same things. They're just using different models to express it. And not many people can talk to Einstein on the same level, but it's the same thing. And then we finally, like the last 10 years, we've been able to bridge that. We have the words and the lexicon, and we've broadened our experiences so much that when Ashton was just talking about personal integrity and how you would have gratitude, and you're going, well, that's hippie stuff. We shouldn't be hugging this out. Let's get to hard science. It is hard science. And the really cool thing is, the more that you learn about one, the more you'll understand the other. And you can bridge them together, and that's holistic healing.
Yeah.
And so I love the work that you've done and everything that you've done with the Tribune, because it's opening up both sides of the world to everybody else. Especially every 4 years we go through a bunch of crap where there's so much negativity. It doesn't matter whether you're blue or red or right or left or whatever you are. We forget that we're human beings
first, right?
And there's a bigger aspect than whose team won,
right?
And I think if we all just kind of come together and knowing what's going on, we can live in that peace and that gratitude.
Right.
And by the way, those are all neurological pathways.
They absolutely are. And it's interesting to observe that every 4 years from that perspective, right? But with that being said, I have a question for you. So this is something that I have a great appreciation for, because of just my own journey with my health, with also being a former athlete and also an avid studier and student of the brain and the mind. That is that, what would be one or two things that you could state that really impact, that happen within the mind, that really impact the state of the body? Because as you just said, when you learn about one, you'll realize how much it actually does connect to the other. And then you continue to learn, and it continues on and on and on, because we all are, connected. What would you say that one or two pieces would be that whatever the piece or the thought or the activity of the mind or the brain is going on, that it directly impacts the body?
Well, it can be vast, but as we kind of look at it from a 10,000-foot view, is we have the autonomic nervous system, and that's the part of the nervous system that's automatic. You have the sympathetic, and that's the fight or flight. A lot of people are very familiar with that. And then we have the parasympathetic, which is the relax and the repair. And so one's the accelerator and one's the brake. Now, humans are the only animal that I know of that can think something and have a physiological response. And I educate my patients a lot on this because my podcast is Conquering Stress, and stress is the biggest thing, and anxiety is the biggest thing that we're seeing in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a thought. It's the picture that you run in your brain. But we've all had this, well, maybe not all of us, but the experience of you're sleeping and you're dreaming that you're falling naked out of a plane into your 20th year class reunion, and you go, ah, and you wake up and your heart is beating and you're rushing, and you're out of breath and everything else. You've had a true physiological response to something that never happened, that you only thought of. But we do the same thing when we're triggered by the bills in the mailbox, or the mean tweet that we got, or how grateful you are to smell the nice fall morning with that freshness in the air, and everything's clean again and it's brand new. And that shapes your actual neurology. And that's the biggest thing. And then inside that box, you can put anything that you want, but that's the biggest thing that you can do. But it also works in reverse. The fastest way to change the mind is to change the brain. The fastest way to change the brain is through physiological movement. You're an athlete. You know that, it's tough. I don't know. I don't feel like it. The whistle blows, you jump in the water, you're going and you're swimming like a mad person, and you're going like that. You're giving it all you got. You come out, you forget about every problem that you have at hand, and your brain actually changes its biochemistry. Something called BDNF, which is the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is the soup that the neurons live in. And it happens when you are moving intensely and with purpose. And the purpose is most important, because that gives you a focus, and it starts throwing off dopamine. And just for all the folks out there, dopamine is not the feel-good neurotransmitter. It's not its job. Dopamine is the survival neurotransmitter. It means that whatever you want is not where you're at, it's over there. So it's the neurotransmitter of wanting. And it's made so that we want food, and we want sex, and we want shelter. We have to go over there to get. Once we get there, we can release off serotonin, and then we're happy about it. But dopamine's really related a lot to adrenaline. So if you want something, look where we're at, LA Tribune, we're giving it again and again and again. You think about what you want, what you focus on, you can go, I want this. I want to create the best show that I have. I want to impact the world. I want to do that. If you have that focus, your brain is changing. We don't find many people in personal development, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that have a lot of Alzheimer's, a lot of neurodegenerative diseases. We don't see that. We don't see them going through that. Maybe other issues because we're human, but that particular one, we don't see it a lot when people that use their mind.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I gave you, it was a very broad question, and you picked it up exactly where I was putting it down at. With
I got you, girlfriend.
You got me. Yeah, I think it's so helpful to really presence when we are inducing that stressed out state within first our mind, and then our bodies are feeling it. And I've always felt that, like, you know, your cells are listening to you. Like, your cells are listening to you beyond the words you say out loud. Like, your cells are listening to your thoughts. What are you saying to yourself? What are you thinking? And how many things are you feeding? And to really have you break it down with the two different, you know, the autonomic and then the parasympathetic, just these elements of the body that are in all of us, that we don't necessarily have the knowledge to then apply. But now we have the knowledge. Once you know better, you get to do better. So anyone that heard Dr. Bill share that, you now get to do better with that knowledge, and you get to apply it. And I mean, your body is listening to you. Your cells are listening to you, whether you're an athlete, whether you are experiencing any kind of illness. And this is not any kind of medical advice. This is the science that's broken down in what it looks like on a very practical level, and a level of integrity and self-responsibility, quite frankly. So
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. And if you break it down even further, your cells are you.
yes.
But we're a fractal of what we want to be. We are a fractal of the universe, and our world is a fractal of us. If you know, you have a single cell, it's like it's a community. But if you have a family, and then you put families together, then you have a deeper community. A couple communities, you have a season or a region, then you can have a country, then you have a world. You put enough worlds together, you have a universe. The body's the same way. Is that if a group of cells makes a tissue, a group of tissues make an organ, and a series of organs make the body, and a series of bodies, it's the same thing. So in one of my talks, I talk about this, is so that just as cancer starts at a cellular level, so does healing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know that you're a group of cells that's coming together, and though, again, I'm a neuro dude, so like we look at neuroplasticity, which is the body's ability to change how it communicates with itself. We're plastic, which means we're moldable. So if you decide, and you go inside and I love Dispenza's work. Of course, he's a chiropractor too, right? So it's the same thing, because he's taking those thoughts and then he's measured them scientifically to show you the results. Meditation is changing your neurology, and that's making you better. You are your cells, and think about it at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just your focus. It's your focus, but it's how if you're continually focusing on things, you're changing your brain. And we just have to go through that gap. When you were talking to Ashton, I wrote down that gap between when you were talking about, well, I know what to do, but I got to do the laundry, and then we don't take the time. That's the biggest holding back in people's health. Because at no time in history have we had the ability to Google. Now we have AI. We just, hey, chat, tell me about whatever I want to know, and it'll give you all the information. Well, who gives a shit? Because if you don't do anything with it, if it just sits there and you go, I know, but the only time that you really know is when you roll up the sleeves, you roll in the mud, you get some bruises, you get some, and you come through and you go, okay, now I got this. It's the gap. And if we can get more people to take care of the gap, you would have healthier people, happier people, and therefore happier communities.
Right. Well, thank you so much for being with us. This has been such a wealth of knowledge that you've provided. I'd love to give you the next 30 seconds to share any final thoughts. And as you're sharing, I know that we're going to be seeing Michael come back up pretty soon. So Dr. Bill, it's all you.
Well, I don't know. Michael's a great guy to follow me because he's just an awesome dude. Here's what I want to say is the best thing that you can do for your brain, best thing that you can do for your neurology is stay connected with the LA Tribune, because it attracts people of like mind. When you were talking before about getting around a group of people that lifts you up, because when and we all have those down days, but if you get around a tribe of people that that surround you and celebrate your goals. So when you're filling up, you give them that hand up that they need to keep going. And be damned, because they'll be with you the next time when you're down. But you've got to be in that community. That has to be your reality, not the left, not the right, not this, not the bad things. Stay with people that are willing to think properly and move forward, because it is possible. Sometimes in this world we get beat down a little. Sometimes we get beat down a lot. We need to get reminded from outside sources that you're on the right track. And this is the perfect place to do it. And you guys are the great people to do that, because you're bringing a wealth of information to the public. So thank you.
You know, it's just, this was great. And I love that you threw in about the chiropractor. I think that's awesome. But, you know, it's great to have you on. Parisa, thank you so much. What a great afternoon. And Bill, it's just everything you bring to the table is always about 100%. It's about helping. It's about making a difference. It's about changing the mindset and moving people forward. So let's give Dr. Bill a thunderous round of applause. Put ones in the chat to let him know we love him. And
right.
we will see you soon.
Much. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. You're the best. All right, fantastic. All right, Parisa. Well, you get a little break. You know, you've been rocking and rolling, and I'm going to bring up two amazing speakers, and then I'm going to introduce a little big gentleman, but you're going to be around for that. So it's going to be good. It just gets better. All right, take a break. Have some fun. You know, everybody, it's been just an amazing show so far, and we've learned so much, and we're just going to keep going, because you know how this goes. We just rock and roll. So I'm about to bring up somebody that I've actually just met. And the greatest thing about that is it's really the information, and she's doing her own event, but we're just going to have a little chat. You know, a little chat is information. It's been quite the day we've had already. We've had Joseph McClendon. We've had Dr. Ahmet. I mean, this just goes on and on and on, what kind of day we've had. And it's been a fun day. We've had Aaron Young, you know, his business with his 48,000 clients. And it just gets better and better every single day. All right, to the stage. Yun, how are you?
Amazing, Michael. So grateful to be here with you. How are you today?
I'm really good. It's really, really good. You know, it's been a great day, because it's really, we've talked about mindset. You know, when you get Joseph McClendon on, it's a rocket fire. Yeah. But it's been the kind of thing where we take a look at the mindset, how it affects the things that you do, your daily activities, to again, your health and everything about that. And I think that's the great piece. Tell us a little bit about sort of your event that you have coming up, but just a little bit about also the mindset and how this all makes a difference.
Right. So I'm actually doing my second bigger event, if you will. It's called Elevate 2024. Mm-hmm. And the real purpose of it is to really, just like it sounds like, is to elevate. We're such in a unique time where all of this information, with, you know, all of you guys sharing this information, that we really have the opportunity to share the truth with everyone so that they can live out their best life. So this event, we're bringing in so many different entrepreneurs of all different backgrounds, thought leaders that are coming in to share their wisdom and their knowledge so we can co-create and elevate together.
Yeah. You know, the great thing is, too, when you and I, because we've literally just got to know each other. Yeah. And I think that's a great piece. And we're going to be doing lots together. So, but from that perspective, knowing that this has been the Neuroscience Show in the Los Angeles Tribune, and we're in 23 countries for this broadcast. Yeah. And the great thing about that is you very much part of your life is about giving back and making a difference. Can you talk a little bit about that and what that's done for your mindset?
I really think that's really our entire purpose of being here, is to get to know ourselves, really truly understand who we are at core, serve ourselves in the purpose to serve others. In the purpose to serve others, right? Mm-hmm. That's literally what life is all about. It's to be able to discover and become more aware of who you are. And I'm sure that there's so many amazing conversations around this, but we are all connected as one. We are all connected as one. And I love what he just mentioned about staying your environment, like plugging into LA Tribune, plugging into the people that are going to empower you so that you can discover all those gifts that are inside of you, that God planted inside of you to actually express in this form.
Mm-hmm. You know, and the great thing about that is really interesting. I actually, so tomorrow we kick off the day with Jim Kwik, right? And this is really, and a couple weeks ago, I talked to Dr. Rebecca, and Dr. Rebecca was the chair of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins and is now one of the main speakers for UNICEF and World Bank. And I said to her, "We're so honored to have you on because you're creating, it's about world peace. Her whole mission is world peace." She's like, "Yes." And I love Jim Kwik. She's like, it's like he's touched so many lives in so many different perspectives because his mission is to heal. The mission is to heal and make a difference.
And think about it. This is, I mean, everybody that's in the space of serving other people, I'm so grateful for, so grateful for. But to really understand how your brain works and understand energy, I truly believe the two of those things gives you the magic to create whatever it is that you want and to experience the life that you want to have and live a life by design, not by default.
Yeah, and that's that great piece. It's live the life by design. At the same time, we sometimes have to step back, right? And take a look in the mirror and say, am I being of service? Have I done something today for somebody else? And sometimes, I always tell people, because they do a little bit of that, how do you inspire your mission? It's just, how do you be of service? And if you're having a bad day, go serve somebody. What is one thing that keeps you going every single day?
I just love people, and I will share that I'm so curious to learn more. I've discovered that for so long, I was actually walking around and living in programs that I didn't even know existed. So if I say that I didn't even know who I was until I became consciously aware and started to study myself and wanted to study, like, who am I and what am I? And when I understood that we're really living on three separate planes of spirit, intellect, and physical, and that the entire journey of life is to discover who we are and to be able to create, because that's what we were put here for, is as creators. So knowing that, and again, going back to what you said, to serve others, can you imagine a world where everyone made it a point that every single person that they came in contact with, they left them better off, whether it was a smile, right? Whether it was just sending them energy or holding a door or a compliment. Well, we live by universal laws that no one talks about, but law of transmutation of energy says that everything is transmutating. So if I am giving out love, if I'm giving out positive energy, by law of cause and effect, it's going to come back to us.
Right.
And the most beautiful thing about this thing that I teach everyone is when we treat others that way, what really happens is that we start treating ourselves better. And the same thing works vice versa, but we actually make an intention to treat our own selves better, then we naturally start treating other people better.
Right.
Because everyone outside of us is absolutely a reflection of us.
Right. And it's everything that we do. We talk about the big reflection of who we are, and we stand up every day, and that really makes a difference. It's great to have you on here. This is going to go really quick, but this was really just, after we met the other day, I said, I just want our audience to meet you. It's like you start, we always talked about, like, in social media, it's like a date in a way, or if you went into a bar, would you just say, so what's your name? What's your birth date? What's your area code? You don't do that. You let people just get to know you. And I think this is a great introduction, because this audience is really about, the neuroscience and how that plays into our life from anywhere, just when we wake up in the morning, all the way till if we do a sale or we do our great job or we are employed, or we talked a lot about Roots and Shoots and James Goodall's organization and everything we're doing, all those things make a difference. What is the one thing you're looking forward to today? And now you're later than us, so your day is more complete, but what is one thing you accomplished today, or you're going to accomplish, that you just know you've been of service?
Serving our people, our guests that are coming from out of town, that's here to really make an impact. I'm so much in gratitude of all the people that are here to serve. And I truly believe that more than anything else, it's time for people to share their stories. People want to know your story, and that's exactly how we learn from each other. And that's exactly how we can actually ascend and elevate together. Share your story, and share your story with full confidence that you're making an impact just by sharing your story.
Yeah. Well, it's been just great to have you on. You popped on. I know you're getting ready for your event.
Yes.
I just wanted our audience just to get a feeling, right? A taste of what to come. So let me tell you, everybody out there who's listening, we're going to be doing a lot more with Yunri. What she's created, her thought process, how she helps people, how you've really created the charities around you and everything that you're doing. We're going to be doing a lot more. You're going to see us a lot more. Happy to, work with you in any way, because I think, again, we want to work with the people that we know, like, and trust, but especially people that are making a difference in the planet. And that's what we're looking to do. So I just really wanted to just give you the moment so they could see you and get to know you and ask me questions and say, when is she coming back? And yes, I'm getting actually some texts. It's funny. Yes, I will have her back. So, and you'll be just part of one of our bigger shows, and we'll see how we show up together. But you need to go do what you need to do. I'll bring up our next guest. And you have a brilliant event. Know we're all thinking about you.
Thank you.
And when we're rocking and rolling with Jim Kwik tomorrow, I will just maybe text you once a day saying, blessed your day. And
I would really
again.
appreciate that. And Michael, I can't thank you enough for the opportunity. And I just want to say I'm a huge fan of Jim Kwik myself. I've read his books and he has helped me tremendously. And just thank you, thank you, thank you. And I appreciate everything that all of you guys are doing and the speakers to pour their heart out and teach. And just, I'm in so much gratitude. And again, thank you for sending the love and the energy. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Have a great event.
You too. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
You know what's great about the audience that we have? I mean, they're doing live events. They're in the middle of live events. Joseph McClendon was in the middle of moving, right? He had the movers in the downstairs of the house and the dog and the everything, and he still did the call for us. That's what's the amazing thing about this. So, because I stay right on time and we keep moving along, and you know how this goes, I'm going to bring up our next amazing guest, who also I haven't known that long, but we spent some time on a ship together. When you spend some time on a ship together, you just never know how things are going to go. And that's the beauty of everything that we do. And he's actually really part of our family and team now as we launch journals. So let me bring him up. Everybody, how are you doing?
How you doing, Mike? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's great to have you on. The greatest thing is that we're so excited by all the journals we're launching. You are intimately part of one of the journals with us, but that's a bigger family because you'll just be part of everything we do. Because, when we met on the boat, it's like we had a date. They're going to be wondering what happened here. You were just straightforward and honest, and you just talked about healing and how you're going to make a difference in the world. So will you tell, because the audience is going to get to know you over time. Yes, he's going to be on our big show in November, and then our big kickoff year. You're going to see a lot, and I've got to have you come October 24th. So look at your schedule if you're in town, because that's Barnes & Noble. We're kicking off with Sheila E. I mean, that was Prince's right hand, right? She just got her star on the Hollywood Walk. Give us a minute about yourself.
So I'm a dentist, actually. I've been a dentist for 22 years. And in 2009, I had the unfortunate incident of falling asleep at the wheel. I crashed my car into a tree, not knowing that I had a condition known as sleep apnea. Embarrassingly, I got a home sleep test, and they gave me that darn CPAP machine that I couldn't wear very well. And I became patient zero at my office. I dived into the world of sleep. I made my first oral appliance, a mouthpiece, to help me not only sleep better, and have more energy throughout the day, but also snore less. And that's, definitely a topic of conversation for a lot of people, a lot of couples out there. They embarrassingly don't want to be snoring next to your bed partner or any partner, right? And so since then, I've dived into the world of sleep and how much sleep can affect your overall health, let alone your mental health. We've discovered that nearly half the people out there that are struggling with depression is because of a result of sleep apnea. So there's a lot of mental health issues associated with sleep apnea. And sleep apnea is not getting enough oxygen when you sleep. And so, it behooves us to take a look. There's so many people walking around. 30% of the adult population in America has sleep apnea, and almost 80 to 90% are undiagnosed and left untreated. And my goal and passion, since helping a few thousand patients, is to be able to get the awareness of how to be able to get tested with a home sleep test, how to be able to get treated, and eventually getting everyone sleeping better, really, to get more energy and more mental clarity and more of a total wellness. And that's why I'm heading with Dr. Letran, the Total Wellness Edition journal of the LA Tribune.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and everybody heard that, right? Total Wellness Journal, Los Angeles Tribune. It's actually, for me, it's so needed. It's way beyond when it's needed, and it's exciting because we have so much in that realm. And you and I had a conversation about what you're doing, because you're not just doing it like for your practice, you're teaching all over the world. You're trying to get the message out there because you had some stats about sleep apnea that just blew me away. Can you talk about that a little bit? People need to hear this.
5 times higher risk of cancer of any kind if you have sleep apnea and you're not treated for it. 12 to 15 years off your life if you have sleep apnea and you're not treated for it. And I could talk to you about high blood pressure and acid reflux and heart attack and stroke and all these other medical conditions, along with some of the things that it can actually affect with your dental well-being as well. So it's really important for us to get our sleep evaluated. And you know, I talk about sleep in conferences now. My goal is to be able to talk about work efficiency and proper sleep, you know, not only to the dentists and to the medical doctors out there, but also to the general public. I'd love to have the awareness to people at companies like Google and Microsoft. You know, the more we get our employees, our coworkers, our families sleeping better, the more we have better work efficiency, better days at work, less grumpy, more, you know, the speakers before me spoke so brilliantly about leading with your heart, having gratitude. Mike, if you're not sleeping well and are grumpy in the morning and didn't get enough sleep, how are you supposed to be happy and have gratitude and give back? It's a very challenging concept, right? I mean, we've all been through it. You don't want to be called grumpy. You don't want to be getting up in the morning with, you know, a cloud over your head, so to speak. And that's why I'm trying to get the awareness out. Now you can get tested at home with a home sleep test. Dentists like myself, physicians, they all can set you up. And knowledge is power, but wisdom is what you can do and take action with it. And so the more information we have, the better we can serve ourselves to be a better functioning person of society.
You know, I think that's a great point because there's that tendency of, you know, and working, because I was in the medical field way long time ago, but you know, it was that everybody has the afternoon drowsy, right? That was and I know there are studies, or, you know, Sweden has done studies around taking 20-minute nap. Nothing wrong with that. That's different. But there was this just like, okay, everybody gets sleepy in the afternoon. It's just the way it is. I know but you're almost falling asleep at a wheel. That's not true, is it?
Right. You know, it's not taking a siesta in the afternoon and taking a nap is technically not a normal thing. You know, of course, if you have insomnia or if you have other conditions of sleep that, you know, the dog wakes you up, you've got young kids that wake you up. Yeah, that's going to interrupt your sleep. But there's a lot of hygiene tips nowadays. Unfortunately, we get on our phone till, you know, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, get on Netflix and binge watch, you know, our favorite shows like Suits and Breaking Bad and all these fun shows. And we didn't have that back in the day, right? Back in the day, it was, you know, watch your rerun of Seinfeld at 10 o'clock or something like that, to watch maybe the news, and that's it, right? And we had a set schedule to sleep, but you still got to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and be a dad or a mom or go to work. And if you're sleeping later, you're passing certain circadian rhythm times. And so our lifestyle really has changed our sleep patterns. So even if it's not necessarily stoppages of breathing or snoring, there's now so many apps out there and devices like Oura Rings, and the new Apple Watch has a software now that can measure your sleep. I mean, all these things, we could do so much to self-assess. And, you know, I've talked to you about my book that I'm going to be helping me with that. Now, the Rad Sleep, how to be able to get the raddest sleep ever. It talks about self-assessment. It talks about how you can basically kind of look at yourself and try to see if there's something going on. And again, we got to get in the driver's seat of our own health. But if you want to get your mind right, you got to get your sleep right. And that's been my biggest push for everyone.
Right. You know, and that's that piece that how do we make a difference, right? Every day that what you're doing, you know, and you see patients and you're actually transferring this knowledge though to other dentists, and to not just dentists. The thing is that you're expanding that. You also talked about sports. Not that sports means anything just because we have the Olympics and the World Cup. Talk a little bit about that, because that was actually for me fascinating.
I mean, in sports, it's crazy, right? You want to perform on the field. You want proper recovery after working out, after an injury. Without proper sleep, you don't get good growth hormone production, and that could affect your performance on the field. So I'm a big push on having the NFL, any other big professional teams, even the high school kids out there that are playing, but in the college and professional. Really important for them to get proper sleep. And I truly believe that everyone should get tested especially, unfortunately, the linemen out there, or the big muscles, the neck, 17 and a half, 18-inch plus necks, that could cause a lot of restriction around the airway.
Right.
And so if we can get the players sleeping better, you can get better performance on the field. I think that there's a cheat code right there for any of the future teams that want to get better performance on the field and better recovery post-injury. You got to get your sleep.
And the thing is, sometimes we have that, there's that thought too of even sort of falling asleep. And then the one thing that you talked about too, and I know this is important, so I is the person sometimes next to you, right? And the betterment of the relationship is the way to say it, because in the old days, the machines, especially people who had to use, let's say, a machine, they were terrible. It was like really a breathing tank, and it's not like that anymore. How do you get over that? Because I still have friends who should be, and they're just not. They're fighting it. They're just going to fight it all the way through.
Yeah, you mentioned relationships. Sleep divorce is a thing, and a third of marriages or partnerships that people sleep next to each other and they snore, they sleep in different bedrooms, and that's a big effect on the relationship. And sleep divorce, bringing people back into the bedroom together is what Dr. Rad does. I've had that fun little quote that someone told me, "Hey, you brought my husband back into the bedroom. I really appreciate you." And then that's kind of the fun thing. It's not just the medical well-being, it's the social well-being. It's the person who just got single or divorced and their bed partner used to tolerate their snoring because they were heavy. Now they're embarrassed. What are they going to do? Put this mask on? So there are alternative choices like an oral appliance that a dentist can make you. Definitely, if anyone needs to reach out to me, I'd love to give them more information.
Yeah, and we'll definitely, you're going to be part of, obviously, the magazine and everything that moves forward. You're also going to be part of really how we look at sports and the LA Tribune and sports, because it's such tight in health and wellness and total wellness. It's all part of that same, creating the better us, the better. And also we talk about neuroscience, but if you're not sleeping and it doesn't matter, right? It kills the momentum. It kills it just stops everything from moving forward.
Yeah, it's got 13 different comorbidities of medical conditions. But again, all you want is to feel better. You want more energy for your loved ones, to go to the gym, to be more efficient at work. The mind can't work if you don't get proper breathing, good quality sleep. It's not necessarily just quantity.
Yeah. And that's the point, because there was a lot on this. And for all of you out there, from a perspective of everything that you're learning, the great thing about this is there's a lot of different angles, right? Because I'm just going to go to the gym and I'm going to work out. And how many people, gyms love members, because members pay every month and don't show up. And there is all these things that we do. I'm going to eat better, and we know how that works. But if all it took was an appliance by your dentist to wear every night, so the percentage of you're feeling better it's huge, isn't it? It's just off the chart.
Yeah, we try to lose, we say if we lose more weight, we will X, Y, and Z. We'll have more energy. I'll sleep better. Ever since I've gained weight, the problem is if you're not getting enough oxygen while you sleep, even the mildest form of apnea, you don't produce a hormone called leptin. Leptin is produced when you get deep sleep, and you can't get deep sleep when you have apneic events where you have slight stoppages of breathing. Leptin helps your metabolism go up at rest. It gives you less cravings. If you and I pulled an all-nighter because we went out, enjoying the town, the next day you're not craving a salad, Mike. You're craving pizza, you're craving French fries, and a little bit more fat being rich because your body's so depleted and needs more energy. So it's hard to go to the gym, lose weight, if you're not actually getting enough rest and producing that hormone leptin.
That's right. That's right. The great thing about this is because obviously, being part of what we're doing, and I know your subject is much bigger, and I know you cover a lot of parts of health and wellness, and because you look at it from the total body. You look at it how the whole system works, which is the only way to do it. But at that point, I want everybody to just lock that face in and look, because you're going to see him on our stages. You're going to see him because it is part of the move of the Tribune to help this planet become healthier. We did the Roots and Shoots with Jane Goodall. We've done all these other things. We've done events on health and wellness. And we've done mindset. We've done leadership. We did tech. We're doing the marketing. And so you're a big part of what we're going to do. And I know the mission you're on is just right in alignment with us. And I think that's when you find those partnerships. We talked about that earlier too. Joseph McClendon talked about that too. Just, when you find the right partners, the right people, just stay on the path and go. And I think that makes a difference. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, everything, all diseases seem to start in the oral cavity, including, if you're not keeping your gums healthy, let me go put my dental hat back on and be a dentist. Just flossing and brushing isn't about cavities and losing teeth anymore. It's about reducing the chances of Alzheimer's and dementia. It's about reducing your risk of heart attack and stroke. There's such a total body connection between how healthy the microbiome is in the mouth. And I've noticed even now, patients, I do floss, I do brush. Why am I still getting cavities? Why am I getting problems? A lot of people are drinking or eating acidic foods like carbonated beverages, whether it's Perrier or LaCroix, or having oranges and citrusy stuff. And the acidity is starting to break down and causing more problems in our mouth too. So really the awareness of, keeping our pH in our mouth a little bit more alkaline or more neutral, really important. I love water swishing. I'm a big water swisher guy. Every time you have anything acidic, switch with some water so that you can get the pH back to 7 and more neutral. These types of tricks are something that I can't wait to bring to the community so that we can lead healthier lives, both physically and mentally.
Awesome. Well, I wanted to thank you for being on today. I'm excited the role we're going to play together. And again, we only do everything long term anyways. It's been a tremendous day. This is a great way to, we'll be closing the show soon. Not yet, but soon. And this is a great, somebody here, this is a comment. I'm going to put it up. There we go. So this is a great way to end it, because I do believe that it is these simple things that we can do that we just don't think of. We just don't know. And there's that complication, and the complication then we don't go to the gym, we don't eat better, we don't, because, okay, so what is one thing I can do today? And you almost just dropped a whole bunch of tidbits on them. So, and that's that beautiful piece. Any last words before I let you go?
No, one of the biggest things I've been hearing some of the speakers talk is about leading with compassion and kindness. If you have compassion and kindness for yourself and you start accepting yourself, self-love, Mike, is a very, very strong thing to do. Unconditionally loving yourself is a challenging thing. But if you actually accept yourself and lead with a little bit more compassion and understanding towards yourself and your positives and negatives, you start giving that to all the people who are on the right, to the left, and the center, all that. And that just leaves for a more peaceful experience on our journey here. So one day when you take your last breath, you do end up resting in peace because you led with love and compassion.
There you go. From myself, Mo Rock, and the whole Tribune, we want to thank you for being on, because literally I just texted him and he said, yep, I'm in, I'm in. So thank you for your mission. Thank you for being part of really what we're creating now and the mission. Excited by the new journal, The Total Wellness. And there's so much, and Dr. Emily actually will be on, I think, on Saturday. So there's so much we have to do, so much we're going to get going, meetings we're going to have, we're going to get to know each other, and everybody out there, you're going to get to know him very well. Thank you so much again. And you have a brilliant day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. It is about, pretty soon I'm going to pop you on. It is about really how we change lives. It is how we make a difference. It is how we do this every single day, and we don't stop. And that's really been the message all day today. What's really interesting? Our audience has held solid. I mean, I've been watching the numbers, right? Look at the numbers now. Our audience has really held solid because what they're doing is they're sharing. They're sharing the recording with lots of other people, and because you think of, we can only look at some of it, right? We can't see all the numbers, and the numbers have been solid, and we know then this will go out. This is going to translate probably to 100,000 people today, and that's the great thing is really, how do we take that? Boy, my voice, excuse me. How do we take that to the next level? Prisa, tell me a little bit about your day. What's it been like?
Well, okay, I was like, I knew this moment would come up at some point, and this is where I'm going to share this very relatable moment. Okay. So many years ago, I was in a personal development, but it was more of like a business mastermind, like intensive. It was a week-long straight at the beach with a handful of other women from all around the world. And we were given many different challenges by our mentor. This all connects to how's my day been? I promise you, stay with me. So one of the challenges we were given was to go live on our page on Facebook at the time, go live and talk for 2 minutes. It could be about anything you wanted to talk about, but just talk for 2 minutes. Close the live up, be done. That was the challenge. I will tell you, it took me over a year to do it on my own. I actually did it. The only way I was able to do it was by a friend that was in that mastermind. Her name is Ashton, and she was on a little earlier today. She had to hold my phone for me and press the live button and let me talk for 2 minutes about whatever it is that I talked about. And that was my challenge then. That was my big moment that I had to really walk through all of that. And again, I tell you, it took me over a year to get to a place where I could do that by myself, not have someone hold my phone and do it for me. And I've been on here today talking with some of the most brilliant people and being able to have the opportunity to ask some questions that I've been able to reflect on and hear their insight and have them share their insight with our audience. And I've been on longer than 2 minutes. So how's my day been? My day has been a day of breakthrough. Heck yes to that. That's where I'm at. That's my day. Thank you.
I love it. What a great story. Give that a round of applause. Isn't it funny if you look back at sort of what we've done and where we were? And Karen had said earlier, she was terrified to speak in front of people. And we have stories, right? You have so much to share and to tell, and it's just been amazing. Thank you so much for everything you've done. What's really great, everybody, is I'm trying to jump the team back on, but so it is just what we've done today. And I wanted to thank everybody for being on, from again, from Joseph McClendon, and right in the middle of your move, right? There's nothing else to say, to Dr. Ahmet, to Aaron Young, to Ava, to Bill, to Ash, to everybody who's been on today, because tomorrow, start getting your schedules out. No, I don't tell you the schedule. We don't do that. But we're going to kick it off, and we're going right into Jim Kwik. Jim Kwik's going to be with us. It's amazing information. Don't forget, you can ask lots of questions. Then we have Dr. Rebecca on, and the great thing is she speaks for World Bank and UNICEF, but she was the chair of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins. We then have Rex Sykes on, who in many ways has changed the world with his books, with his thought, with his process. Then we have Doria Cordova, who has changed the world with Money and You. Literally every speaker I know came through Money and You, and that's why we're all here. I could go on and on and on. And she's just amazing. And then the rest of the day, it's just great. And one thing we're going to have tomorrow also is we're going to have the president of one of Japan's largest media companies. And we're going to talk really about what really media looks like and how it's changing from that thought processes and really the mindset. And I'm really excited I'll be doing that at 3:00 tomorrow. So
can I remark on that really quick?
Of course you can.
I think that it's like you just mentioned that so casually, and yes, you did. It's meant to be very casual and discussing the schedule for tomorrow. But the fact that this is absolutely cross-cultural, that's everything. Because when we have opportunities to have conversations, number one, have conversations together, that bridges great levels of understanding, right? Then when we have our opportunities to be able to bridge cultures with conversations, that actually helps move the needle forward in all elements of life, because everything touches everything, right? Just like as Dr. Rad was saying about, the state of your mouth, the condition of your mouth does impact the entire body. It does. Yes, everything is connected. We are all our own mouths in this world. We are all connected. So to have that opportunity tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific time, that you're going to be on with them is you said it very understated. And I think that it gets to be presenced a lot more. Cross-cultural, bridging these gaps with connection and communication and conversation is everything. I'm super excited for that one.
Yeah, I am too. You know, and as we close this out, you know, the great thing is it is that. I think what you said is so impactful, and it makes a difference with everything that we do. And I think that's just one of those things that, and it's about message too, right? It's like Mo's TEDx. Did they show Mo Rock's TEDx today? Do you know? I don't know.
Yes.
They did.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
There's so much impact in that message of how we're doing media, but how we're doing it differently. And it's just been a great day. So tremendous. Well, thank you so much for today. Let's thank the audience. Let's give them a thunderous round of applause. They have hung with us. They have made it different. They have just whatever it takes. You were tremendous today. Karen Hall, thank you so much for everything you did. They're all on breaks now. So Ava, just amazing. Alicia, thank you for kicking us off. I know you've been in the middle of traffic and you'll be with us all day tomorrow. Those kind of things happen. To all the, did I miss anybody? No, I think I got everybody. To all the guests that were on and the trainers that kicked it off, because their vision is to take the Tribune world, not only worldwide, because we're already shooting out to 23 countries, but to make a big difference in this world. So, Brees, any last thoughts before we go?
Oh, if there's one thing that landed with you, take that one thing and find all the ways in which you can apply it to your life. If it's water swishing, water swish away. If it's monitoring the inner conversation within yourself, monitor it more minutes of the day. Whatever it is, find more ways to implement it every single day.
I love it. All right, let's give everybody a thunderous round of applause. A thunderous round of applause for being here. We're going to let everybody go. It's been a great day. I'm going to end the stream in a minute. And the exciting thing about this is I want you to do two things. Water swish away. I love it. I want you to do two things. Number one, make sure you're back tomorrow. 10 a.m. We start right away with Jim Kwik. I mean, there's no delay. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's Los Angeles time. That's number one. Number two, find something that you learned today and go out and do it. One thing that you learned today, take that information and go do it. All right, Parisa, from myself, the Los Angeles Tribune, for Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, and everybody else involved to make these things happen, we are so excited. We're literally taking a little bit of a break, a breather, going to get things done, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Everybody, give yourselves a round of applause. Put ones in the chat if you had a great day. Keep commenting because we love to see the comments, and we'll be back tomorrow. Parisa, have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye, everybody.